The important information on athletes in the stand for athletes. In the east stand, there is no water supply there at this moment in time. You need to load across the main stand on the free straight access water. We're hoping it will be fixed by tomorrow. There is proper water supply.
Hello everyone, good morning to everyone listening across the country and welcome to English Schools 2025. We've got three different streams today, with myself taking you across all three. One of the main arena, down where we'll see the track action, one around in the field and one in the outer field as well, where the junior girls javelin has started about 5 minutes ago. Or the intergirl javelin, sorry, I should say about 5 minutes ago, so tune in to see some great action outside the Alexander Stadium as well as inside as well, as we get started in a couple minutes with our first event on the track, the senior boys 110 hurdles.
High jump on 3 is about to commence, first jumper.
So within our first event here, 2 heats, with the fastest 3 all automatic qualifying for tomorrow's final, and then 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers after. Within our first heat we have Trey Corliss of Middlesex, Samuel Coulson of Derbyshire, Ogbemuda Eribo of Somerset, Luke Pilcher of Northumberland, Adam Dingley of Devon, Morven Mahua of Greater Manchester, and Reese Bradley of Cheshire. Fastest on paper here in this first heat is Adam Dingley of Devon, with an estimated season's best of 14.27, closely followed by Trey Corliss in Middlesex in lane 2, so watch out for those two. Looking to make a fast start on a scorching day here at the Alexander Stadium. Away cleanly first time. That is Dingley, who's got a strong start out. He reaches hurdle 4 and 5. It is Dingley leading from the front, from Corliss in second of Middlesex. But Dingley is going to take this first heat, this first race of the day, in 14.30 into a minus 0.7 headwind. So a very, very strong start from Adam Dingley there, very close to his season's best. Corliss seems to have stretched away from the field in second. Not quite sure who came third. We'll wait for the results to come through. But most importantly, a clean start for our first race of the day. And just to formally introduce myself, across the next 8 hours, I'm Zach Blair. I'll be your lead commentator for this weekend, across 2 wonderful days of English school action. And looking forward to seeing some great events across all of the all of the time. But got back straight as well. We've got the intergirls, 80-metre hurdles are also starting, and that is lane 4 through the middle, who has taken that first heat. That is Matilda Murray of Kent there for the junior girls, sorry, I should say. In the junior girls on the back straight, they're qualifying as the first two. With the next two fastest automatics, they have 3 heats, whereas the senior boys on the home straight only have 2 to be able to qualify for their final. But great running from both sets of straights. Senior boys are getting themselves ready on the home straight for the second heat. So within our second heat, we've got Tom Croft of Berkshire, Jaden Allen Bramble of Northamptonshire. In lane 4, we've got Josh Taylor of Devon. We have Jack Wheatley of Cambridgeshire, Toby Wright of Somerset, Montana Dennis of Middlesex, and Oliver Belbeck for Gloucestershire. Watch out for Toby Wright in 6. He came 4th in Euro Under-18s last year in Slovakia. So it is, on paper, the fastest in the field across the 2 heats. But also watch out as well for Josh Taylor from Devon. He is the under-20 national finalist last year, came 5th, and was also 3rd in this competition last year. So in his final year of English schools, can he take it to Toby Wright and potentially finally get his gold medal, or will Toby Wright take it? Whilst we've also got your attention, just to let you know, we've got a host of field events also occurring at the same time. Obviously the javelin's out on the outer field, where you can follow that stream as well. But inside the stadium, we have the discus junior girls commencing, as well as the long jump junior boys on the back straight. We have the high jump girls also starting their competition, as well as the triple jump girls down on the home straight. That is the intergirls there. They are just beginning their competition too. So a plethora of action for you to keep on track on this sunny Friday morning here in Birmingham. Just before they start, I can bring you the results of the first heat. So Adam Dingley won that heat in 14:29. Trey Corliss also qualified in 14:42, with Onyeva Aribo of Somerset qualifying 14:92. 14:42 for Corliss, 14:92 for Aribo, with Bradley and Pilcher with 15:09 and 15:14, waiting to see if this heat will be faster or slower than that. It seems that Tom Croft of Berkshire is a DNS in 2, so we've only got 7 in this heat. Alan Bramble, Taylor, Wheatley, Wright, Dennis and Belbeck. It's a clean start once again. Toby Wright has got out very, very quickly in 6. Josh Taylor is following him very closely in 4, but it's Toby Wright stamping his authority. Josh Taylor just following him behind, but 13:96 there for Toby Wright. Easing down across the line as well, so definitely more in the tank for him. Plus 1.0 wind. Very, very comfortable for Toby Wright there. Meanwhile, heat 2 of our junior girls is also starting on the back straight as well. So in that one we have Kyra Williams, Alicia Thomas, Emily Todd, Gabrielle Reed, Darcy Benson, Eva Anuel, Isla Harry, and Talia Judith Evans. Just to let you know, it's a very close competition between all three, but it seems like far side Isla Harvey of Gloucestershire may have taken that. From the first heat of those junior girls, I can tell you that Juliet Calleo of Humberside indeed won her first heat in 11.06. Matilda Murray of Kent came second in 11.34. So let's see if any of those girls in that second heat went faster. Meanwhile, a great start there as well in our triple jump. That was third in the order at the minute of the jumping order, Isla Dolby of Buckinghamshire. She comes into this competition with the season best of 10.73. And we also have junior girls high jump as well. Next is Isla's Medham of Cheshire. And you can see all the athletes down there shielding themselves with umbrellas, keeping themselves as cool as possible in this early summer heat here. There's not much crowd, not much shade cover on the home straight for these junior girls. They're doing their best to keep themselves as cool as possible, but still as alert as possible to jump really far. So now we have the final heats of our junior girls 75 metre hurdles. Got Kylan Simpson of Hampshire in 2, Sienna Pope of Dorset in 3, Ellie Harrison of Durham in 4, Isabel Moulton of Essex in 5, Jess Seddon of Greater Manchester in 6, Neve Colony of South Yorkshire in 7, Sophie Kenghin of Isle of Man in 8, and Isabella Patterson of Hertfordshire in 9. The fastest season's best in this one, it will be Isabella Moulton of Essex, right in the middle of lane 5, so watch out for her as they take their marks. Away first time on the back straight there. All the girls rising very, very well, very cleanly, but it is Isabella Moulton of Essex coming straight through the middle, very, very well there to take the win in Heat 3. An easy win for her, putting daylight of about 2 or 3 metres between her and the girls behind. Meanwhile, on the home straight, we have the start of the junior girls 100 metres. Heat 1 is done their first practice starts and are lining up ready to go. So we have Gabrielle Taylor of Lancashire in 1, Daisy Baxter of Middlesex in 2, Alyssa Jones-Aria of London in 3, Alexis Brown of Northamptonshire in 4, Honor Oteng of Essex in 5, Ava Elliott-Smith of Dorset in 6, Soraya Mills of Berkshire in 7, Mia Moscow of Surrey in 8, and Harriet Anslow of Shropshire in lane 9. Honor Oteng in 5 of that Essex That famous Essex vest there is the one to watch out for. Quoted to be the all-time second fastest under 1300 metre girl. Now as an under 15 in the junior girls category. What can she do in her first English schools? She comes into this competition with a season's best and a PB of 11.81. Obviously in the junior girls category we don't have blocks for them here, so getting them into position with a crouch start. And let's see how explosive they can be. Great start there from Honor Oteg. You're already putting about 2 or 3 metres between her and the field. That's Mia Moscow of Surrey who's closely following her, but it is Honor Oteg easing down across the line in 12.01 into an almost still win, minus 0.1 there. And made that look comfortable too. Great running there from Honor Oteg. Second behind looked like it was Mia Moscow of Surrey, with Soraya Mills of Berkshire to come in third, I believe, just behind the two girls. Great running all round from that first heat. It's first two in each heat to qualify through. 3 heats here for our junior girls to qualify for the final, and then the next 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers will progress through to tomorrow's final 2. Shouldn't be mistaken, all the finals are actually today. They'll be later on. My deepest apologies. No, that's all right. Always get confused between the Friday and the Saturday. It's a bright early start on a Friday here, so no, I can confirm they are all coming back tomorrow. Fastest 2 for tomorrow's final on Saturday, which is set to be even hotter. Looking forward to sweating even more. But Sec Heat 2, we have Abby Wallace of Humberside, Layla Chukwuwu of Greater Manchester, Emma Kier of Surrey, Kezia Becker of Shropshire, China Rose Smart of Nottinghamshire, Daisy Hatton of Merseyside, Alexa Cooney of Berkshire, Maisie Hibbard of Hampshire, and Izzy Kennott of the Isle of Man. Maisie Hibbard in lane 8 is the one to watch out for here. She's got a season's best of 12 dead. Great start there all around from the girls. Maisie Hibbard of Hampshire is beginning to move away, but also watch out for Neela Chukwu of Greater Manchester there on the inside, really giving it to her in this race. But it looks like it was Maisie Hibbard who takes it. 12.20 the time. Neela Chukwu came through for a very, very good second and probably a personal best for her. And a blanket finish for third. To be interested to see who manages. If any of those girls have got one of the fastest 2 non-automatic times yet. With 1 heat to go in that junior girls 100 metres. Meanwhile, on the back straight, the 80 metre hurdles for the Intergirls is also starting. Nia Thomas of London is in 1, Kezia Tardy of Avons in 2, Izzy Ray of Berkshire's in 3, Olivia Crawford of Cheshire's in 4, Holly Webster of Merseyside's in 5, Molly Mills of Greater Manchester's in 6, Owen Isherwood of South Yorkshire's in 7, Mimi Woodcliffe of Somerset's in 8, and Chelsea Clark of Essex is in 9. That is Izzy Ray of Berkshire there, who is stalking away at the front. Very, very confident win for her. Top 3 in that one. makes it through to tomorrow's Saturday's final. But that is Izzy Ray of Berkshire with an easy win. And meanwhile, Heat 3 of the junior girls rattling through the heats. It's about to be underway. Sophie Jones of Merseyside in 2, Antonia Kinnesaw of Derbyshire in 3, Nina Impeckney of Warwickshire in 4, Paris Peter Thomas of Lancashire in 5, Freya Wood of North Yorkshire in 6, Bethany Stadden of Berkshire in 7, Michaela Oshaw of London in 8, and Adobe Ogwunde of Buckinghamshire in 9. Watch out for Nina Impeckney of Warwickshire in 4 here. TV of 12:30 and they are underway. Look at the outside, that is Adobe Ogwunde of Buckinghamshire, who's made a storming start and is holding it really, really well. 12:12 for the Buckinghamshire athlete, which will be a massive personal best for her and puts her right in contention in the final tomorrow. Great running from Ogwunde there on the outside, stealing the show. Be waiting to see who came in behind her for second. But great running all around there from our junior girls. As we wait then for the junior boys, they'll be the next race on that home straight in about 2 or 3 minutes. Meanwhile, we can also see if we've got a small break whilst we wait for the next intergirls heat to go. Still got great trouble jumping here on the home straight. The high jump is still going on as well as that discus up on the top right hand side of the Alexander Stadium here. But heat 2, final heat of our intergirls 80-metre hurdles is about to start. We've got Faith Onyeye Uva of Cleveland in 1, Grace Amiwuru of Greater Manchester in 2, Emily Scott of Essex in 3, Tess Heffel of Kent in 4, Grace McCollum of Warwickshire in 5, Katie Pang of Northumberland in 6, Sydney Purchase of Shropshire in 7, Alice Jones of Merseyside in 8, and Anna Hurst of Durham in lane 9. They are underway there. See in lane 2, that's Grace Amu of Greater Manchester in 2nd, just behind Emily Scott of Essex. Fastest on paper in the second heat of 11:16, sorry. And put that form to good use. Essex team really showing up here in this first 20 minutes of English schools, winning their heats at a canter. And that is great running there from Emily Scott. She's the fastest on paper coming into this, 2nd at the Southern Champs, just behind Izzy Ray of Berkshire, we saw in Heat 1, who won Southern Champs this year. Outdoor Southern Champs, that is. So those two, both winning their heat, ready to battle tomorrow in the final for English Schools glory. We've also got a small lull. I can take you through the results of our junior girls. So Honor Otong won Heat 1 in 12:02. Mia Moscow of Surrey also qualified in 12:27, with Soraya Mills getting a small cue in 12:31. In Heat 2, Naila Chukwu of Greater Manchester won in 12:19, with Maisie Hibbard of Hampshire also qualifying in 12:21. And finally, in race 3, Adeobi Ogbunde of Buckinghamshire won her heat in 12:12, with Antonia Kinosawa of Derbyshire coming through for second in 12:45. The other small queue should go to China Race Smart of Nottinghamshire with a 12:39 third in heat 2. That's not quite come up yet on the results, but you can follow any of these results on Entry for Sport. Just type in Entry for Sport on your browsers, Safari, Chrome. Other browsers are available depending on what phone you have, and you can have a look at the schedule, the results as they come through. Also, just to be warned, we've got the junior girls pole vault that will be commencing in about a couple of minutes or so, up on the top bend. And as those junior girls get ready to jump high into this summer sky, we've got the junior boys ready to tear up the track down on the home straight. 29 entrants here of fierce competitive quality. And in our first heat, we've got Pierce Spencer Sims of Surrey, Michael Akinpelu of Oxfordshire, Rufus Smith of Leicestershire and Rutland, Joshua Adeobi of Berkshire, Miles Gillard of Hampshire, Ethan Bryan of Gloucestershire, Isaac Ellington of Middlesex, and Joshua Mackenzie of the West Midlands. And I will also precursor to any athlete when they watch this back. I do apologise if I butcher your name. Pronunciations were never my strong suit. Strong suit's more running. Not as quick as these boys, but nonetheless they are ready to show up as to why they are the best in the country in the schools bracket. Look out here for Pearson Spencer Sims of Surrey on the inside with the white arm sleeve. He's got his season's best of 10.92 here. He was second last year in the 200 here at English schools, as well as Surrey County Champ both over the 1 and 2. Great start all round, and it is Pierce Spencer Sims quickly into his running and moving away from the field. That is Miles Gillard in second, who closely tracked him down. Well, that was all about Pierce Spencer Sims shutting it down very, very early and very comfortably for a win in 11.23, once again into a almost dead still win there of plus 0.1. In this set of heats, we have 4 of them. Only the quickest who will make it through to tomorrow's final, with 4 non-automatic qualifications. So it's really, really important to make sure that you are running all the way through to the line, because there could be a few hundredths between making it through to tomorrow or making an early exit. Not for Pierce Spencer Sims though. Comfortably through to tomorrow's final. And let's see if any of these boys in the next heat can follow suit. We've got Ian Wang of Shropshire in 2, Toby Moxham of Devon in 3, Nathaniel Wade of Northamptonshire in 4, Tristan Saburo of Kent in 5, Junior Burren of Dorset in 6, Isaac Davis Gill of Oxfordshire in 7, and Kian Medina of Norfolk in lane 8. Tristan Saburo of Kent is in that light blue versus a man that is not adverse to the English schools competitions. He was here last year. He came 4th in this junior boys category. Can he turn the heartache of a near podium into medal winning success this year? Second fastest on paper coming into this competition with a 10.94. As they're called onto their marks. slight twitch in the set position from Tristan Segura, but he's away cleanly. Quickly into his running, looking very, very relaxed as he comes towards the line in 11.14. The wind just beginning to pick up, a plus 1.2 for those boys. But once again, a very comfortable win there for Tristan. He's straight through to tomorrow's final. And the rest of the boys got a nervous wait to see have they made it. It's like clockwork. We've got the third heat straight onto the track. But before we do that, let me take you through the back straight. We've got our junior boys. Their 80-meter hurdles is about to begin. William Harvey of Hampshire in 2, Jake Phillips of Kent in 3, Fabian Nyan of Essex in 4, Andrew Irvine of the West Midlands in 5, Thomas Matthews of Hertfordshire in 6, Oscar Fermor McGee of Sussex in 7, Oscar Fuller of Derbyshire in lane 8. That is a false start there. Our first full start of the day on that back straight. Quite see who twitched. There might have been somebody in a middle lane, but we'll see how lenient they are. Whether the officials are going to give everybody the chance, whether they'll DQ somebody. Obviously, this is the national championship here, so we've got to be fair but be regimented. That seems like a green card around. So that's nice. No one disqualified. A lot of boys were very, very nervous. Could be their first English schools out here. But good to see everybody will get another chance to be on their marks. As you can see on that back straight once again as well, that the inter boys also don't have blocks. The blocks are only allowed for the senior boys, as we saw on our first event with the 110 hurdles. And a clean start this time. Fabian Nair of Essex is beginning to pull away. He's got a season best of 10.86 and he's showing that worth here. Solid 2 metre gap between him and the rest of the field. Great running from Fabian Nair there. But Heat 3 is about to begin. If I can take you through it, we've got Caelan Emmanuel of Hertfordshire in 2, Quinton Sturley of Devon in 3, Lawrence Foster of Essex in 4, Giovanni Lakota of London in 5, Chididuve Himuka of Shropshire in 6, Chris Collins of Cambridgeshire in 7, and Apruno Mercury of West Midlands in 8. Those boys not quite settled in their set position. With the athlete in lane 7, that's Chris Collins of Cambridgeshire, just being warned to make sure that he is attentive with his set position, not to labour it about. But once again, no disqualifications, no reprimands for this, just a friendly warning. And a clean start that time. Watch out for Caelan Emmanuel. So he's got the fastest season's best on paper, but it is actually Lawrence Foster and Giovanni Lakota through the middle. Believe that might have been Lakota who takes it. He comes into this competition with a season's best of 11.75 on our papers. And he's just won that heat in 11.42, so that could be a massive season's best, not even a personal best there for Giovanni. Lawrence Foster very, very closely behind him in second. which should hopefully be enough for him to make a through to tomorrow's final. As the boys line up for heat 2 in that 80-metre hurdles on the back straight. Junior boys. Here we go. Caden Thomas of Bedford 2. He's got a very, very good start there on the inside, but it is Harrison McConnell of Devon in 3. Oh! Someone has fallen on the near side there. We hope he is okay. All of the boys finish race and immediately turn back to make sure that he is fine. I believe that was actually Daniel Nikowski-Kirkland of Essex who fell. I haven't quite seen who won. I still believe that was Caden Thomas of Bedford. He was giving a really good race. He did take that on the inside there. But very, very unfortunate for Nowinski-Kirkland. He was eyeing up the championship here. He came into this competition season as 10.87. Very, very unfortunate for him. He'll be back. But we've got the last heat here of the junior boys 100 metres. Before I take you through the results. It's Lemuel Osei-Bonsu of Buckinghamshire in 2, William Robinson of Gloucestershire in 3, Keanu Thomas of Northamptonshire in 4, Felix Gross of Avon in 5, Jack Thornhill of Devon in 6, Matthew Booz of Dorset in 7, and Justin Zamfir of West Yorkshire in 8. Away cleanly at the first time of basket, and that is Matthew Booz, who's toughly got the strongest start, but watch out on the inside there. That is Buckinghamshire's Osei-Bonsu, also running very, very strongly. 11.42 for the winner. I believe that was Matthew Booz who just snuck it on the line. Justin Dunfield was coming really, really quickly on the outside of him in 9. But we'll wait for that last heat to be counted through before I give you the results and tell you who has qualified through to tomorrow's final. At the minute, we definitely have Pierce Spencer Sims, that's a tongue twister, Tristan Sabiri, and Lawrence Foster. The final heat of our junior boys 80-metre hurdles is about to begin. Gabriel Edwards of Essex in 2, Luke Mills of Middlesex in 3, Thierry Kerr of Greater Manchester in 4, Samuel Hook of Wiltshire in 5, Jay Hussain of Merseyside in 6, Ben Jeffs of Cheshire in 7, Nathaniel Clark of Hertfordshire in 8, and Charles Riley of Lincolnshire in lane 9. They're called on their marks. And they are away, first time of asking. Very close race. It seems like the outside, that is Charles O'Reilly of Lincolnshire, is going to take that on the line from Ben Jeffs of Cheshire. Cheshire athlete. The Merseyside athlete, Jay Hussain, my apologies, from second. Both will be qualified through to tomorrow's final. Whilst we also have a spare time just before the inter-girls begin their 100 metres, I can tell you that Isabel Ryder of Kenton, the junior girls discus, is currently leading at 31.52 metres, from Olivia Milleneux of Essex in second with 28.87, and Clarice Horn-Henderson of Hampshire in third, 28.25 for her. With our long jump boys, we have Emmanuel Famukin of Kent, who is currently leading with 6:46. Oscar Chan of Berkshire in second with 6:14, and Ishaq Saeed of Wiltshire in third. We will bring you a roundup of the other field events as they happen in a second, but first, let's introduce our inter-girls. Also have fastest qualifier in each heat and 4 non-automatic qualifiers. This heat contains Olivia Stockwell-Green of London, Ruby Rogers of Oxfordshire, Alba March of Cheshire, Zola Taylor of Devon, Cheyenne Nikita of Kent, Isabel Fortune Davies of South Yorkshire, Eunice Okpekpe, my apologies, of Warwickshire in 7, Mai Hewitt Mills of Surrey in 8, and Jasmine Jasami of Northamptonshire in lane 9. All 9 lanes being used here, as we have 35 intergirls. And they are away cleanly. That is Ruby Rogers of Oxfordshire making great headway down the home straight, but Maya Hewitt Mills on the outside will take it. 11:69 season's best, and she has just run 11:99 there. You look to have just snuck that on the line away from the Oxfordshire athlete. Whilst we've still got you, let's take you through the triple jump results on the home straight too. Some great cheers that we can hear live in the stadium around our intergirls triple jump. But it's Leyland Youth of Middlesex who is currently leading with 12:59. Jayton Best of Sussex in second with 11:34, and Isabella Winslade of Berkshire with 11:33 in third. That is a great jump from Leyland Youth. It's actually a new personal best for her. She was the junior girls long jump champion here at English Schools last year and put another 20 centimetres onto her personal best to take it out to 12:59, which is what I believe those are. We heard some loud cheers about 10 minutes ago down on the home straight there. It's a really, really great work from Leyland Youth, and a very big well done to her for that new personal best. Meanwhile, the junior boys 100 metre results have just come through, so we can let you know. We've got Pierce Spencer Sims, Tristan Sabiru, and Lawrence Foster, who all made it through. Then what I say, Bonsu of Buckinghamshire also followed them through with an 11:41. And with our non-automatic qualifiers being Nathaniel Wade in Heat 2 of 11:32, Toby Moxham of Devon with 11:34, Miles Gillard of Hampshire with 11:39, Giovanni Lakota of London with 11:45, and that very close fought race in Heat 3. He also makes it through, rewarded for his brave efforts there following Lawrence Foster with a spot in tomorrow's final. We hear clapped on the home straight. That is for Isabella Winslade of Berkshire. Getting that crowd going that is forming very, very nicely down on the home straight. Lots of parents come here to watch their kids still cowering in the shade, the ones that are brave enough to sit in the sun, and being rewarded with some great action down on the home straight there with our intergirls triple jump. Meanwhile, I can also tell you the results of the boys' shot put. That is happening, I believe, on the outer field. No, on the inner field. You can just see them. Just see one of them going through the motions there. But at the minute, Sebastian Selden of Hereford and Worcestershire, who is leading out front. He has thrown 15:73 today. Logan Cowling of Humberside is in second with a 15:41, and Johnny Jones of Greater Manchester is in third, 15:40. Very, very close between Cowling and between Johnny Jones for that second and third. That silver and bronze here, as we look to crown our first set of English Schools champions today. They are into round 5 of that competition, so not long left until we crown our champion. But our Intergirls got a little bit longer to wait. They've still got to qualify through to tomorrow's final. And our next set of heats is on the track now. But Esme Buckle of Oxfordshire in 1, Celine Obinailo of Durham in 2, Shaya Kenyon of West Midlands in 3, Karis Phillipson of Leicestershire and Rutland in 4, Princess Okoma of London in 5, Peniel Oliela of Hertfordshire in 6, Grace Whitfield of Cumbria in 7, Ellie Warman of Norfolk in 8, and Erica Eze of Nottinghamshire in lane 9. Celine Obinailo of Durham there in that purple strip is the Northern 100 and 200 metre champion in the under 17 category, and she gained silver 2 years ago in the junior girls category, so nice to see her return back to English schools this year. Took a break last year, maybe for injury, maybe just because she needed a break, who knows. But good to see her on the start line, competing fiercely and looking to make it to win this race to qualify straight through to tomorrow's final. The girls are underway for race 2. It's lane 2. It is Celine Obinailo of Durham who is streaking away down the home straight. 12 dead for her. Shaya Kenyon of West Midlands came through for second. But that race was all about Celine Obinailo of Durham. Comfortable win for her there. Great running there from that second heat for our Intergirls. We've also got, just starting off on the back straight, believe that is the 100 metre hurdles for our senior girls. 19 entries in there, so a reduced field for our senior girls, but the furthest distance to go. Just preparing their blocks. Going over the first couple of hurdles just to get their rhythm right. Doing the last final preparations, get themselves properly locked in for their heats. And let you know, in that first heat we've got Seren Redfern of Cheshire, Layla J. Belgrave of Wiltshire, Caris Lation of Somerset, Jessica Bliss even of Sussex, Tilly Lodge of Durham, Grace Gray of Shropshire, and Elin Roberts of Surrey. They'll be underway shortly. But first will be our third heat of the Intergirls. This heat contains Amy Fielding of Norfolk in 1, Kayla Mackenzie of Derbyshire in 2, Chevelle Marshall of Surrey in 3, Elizabeth Clay of Durham in 4, Freya Manton of Staffordshire in 5, Tia Akinola of Middlesex in 6, Beth Turner Avon in 7, Esme Dunning of Merseyside in 8, and Gissy Nicole Caffarelli of Hertfordshire in lane 9. Watch out for Chevelle Marshall of Surrey in 3. She came second in this competition in the junior girls category last year. So can she repeat her heroics this year? A slow start from her, but as she gets into her running, she begins to pull away from the field. The Hertfordshire athlete of Gissy Nicole Caffarelli closely followed her behind, but that was all about Chevelle Marshall there. 11.83 for her to take that third heat. girl's doing very, very well in this hot summer morning here. But great running all around, so fast times. Meanwhile, the girls on the back straight just about to start. As told you before, inside to outside, Redfern, Belgrave, Lation, Bliss, Lodge, Gray and Roberts. Watch out for Sarah Redfern right on the inside there of Cheshire. Be difficult to see on your screens, but she's absolutely rapid. 13.82 for the Cheshire athlete this year. A little bit longer for our senior girls just to get ready and settled into their blocks, as they got a little bit more mental preparations they've got to do to really be settled for the starters to be ready. But they are away, first time of asking. Seems like the yellow vest that can't quite see that even here. I believe that's Jessica Bliss of Sussex. And that bright yellow vest stormed away from the field. There's some daylight between her and second. So great run from Jessica Bliss there. In this 100 hurdles, it's the fastest two in each heat that will qualify through to tomorrow's final, and then the next two non-automatic qualifiers. So Jess Bliss has done her work for the day. Go put her feet up, get herself cooled down. Maybe get an ice drink. Visit one of the Pro Direct stands in and around the stadium. Lovely to see Pro Direct running and Puma once again sponsoring this great event. So, the girls are already on the home straight for the final heat of our Intergirls 100 metres. Abigail Ajakai of Buckinghamshire is in 1. Chanel Blissett of West Midlands is in 2. Beth Takiede of North Yorkshire is in 3. Lorraine Maxwell of Staffordshire is in 4. Trisha Elekwa of Leicestershire and Rutland in 6. Ivana Eze of Essex in 7. Faith Exike of Surrey in 8. And Victoria Akibe of Hertfordshire in 9. Another full race. We've got one non-starter. That is lane 6, I believe. So that is Chisholm Elekwa of Leicestershire and Rutland. She appears to not be on the start line. Hope she is okay. But a field of 9 reduced to a field of 8 for this last heat. Away first time there, very even start all around, but it is Ivana Eze of Essex who's beginning to pull away. A tight battle between her and Abigail Akajai on the inside, but it is Akajai just snuck it on the inside there. 12.01 for her, which should be a new season best, potentially even a new personal best for Ajakai. She seems very, very happy about that, almost in disbelief at the finish line there. A shiny new personal best for Ajakai and a place in the English schools final for her. She is absolutely ecstatic. That is incredible to see her celebrating with her competitors. Congratulations to her. She celebrates with Ivana Eze. They're both probably through to the final. We'll give you a full roundup of the results as that final heat result comes in. See Ajakai celebrating with her teammates, the Buckinghamshire teammates there, down at the finish line. It's great to see such team camaraderie between them all. But on the back straight, the senior girls 100 hurdles second heat is underway. A great battle between first and second there. They're both through. That was Lily Gale of Kent and Leah Wagstaff of Cambridgeshire. Great battle, hope to see that replicated in tomorrow's final. But the inter-boys 100 metres is about to begin. Real interesting competition with this. A lot of really fast boys ready to stake their claim on the English boys' crown, English schools' crown, I should say. Got Owen Keelnside of Middlesex on the inside there in 1. Kevin Daffer of Hampshire in 2. Aidan John of Gloucestershire in 3. David Oldfield in, well, there we go. We've got Pascal Junior Owuju of Hertfordshire in 5. David Oldfield in 6. Benedict Nelson Acomo in 7. And Nizaya Burrow in 8. But that is Owen Keelnside of Middlesex takes it on the inside there. 10.71. Deepest apologies that Pascal Junior Owuju just turned up on our live start list. But Owen Keelnside was always there. Strode away from the field very comfortably with a 10.71. So he's safely through to tomorrow's final. This one requires top 2 in each heat. Next 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. We've got 3 heats of this. And yeah, in our next heat we've got one of the stars of English schools ready to lay his claim. Divine Ahimi. He was champion in the junior boys here last year, ready to go 2 for 2, take both the junior boys crown and the inter boys crown. Actually massively known Divine Ahimi, under 14 world's best last year with a personal best of 10.30. That race down at Stratford against some of the very, very best adults we have in the country, and he was just only 15. So in his first year of Interboys, can he claim this crown? Will anybody stop him? Is the big questions we have to ask ourselves here. Meanwhile, I can see out on the outfield that the junior boys shot put is all done. Can let you know that in the end it was Logan Cowling of Homicide who ended up winning that competition with a 16.25. If my maths is correct, I believe that is a massive personal best there for Logan, taking about 80 centimetres onto his personal best, so a monumental throw from him. Sebastian Selden came second with 15.73, and Johnny Jones came third at 15.40. So congratulations there to Logan Cowling, your English Schools Junior Boys Shot Put champion. Meanwhile on the back straight, our final heat of our senior girls 100 hurdles is about to start. Got Jess Lord of Greater Manchester in 2 and 3 even. Isabel Muir Garcia of Warwickshire in 4. Millie Rolls Hooper of Hampshire in 5. Maria Gordon of Durham in 6. Charlotte Ayton of Nottinghamshire in 7. Eden Robinson of Somerset in lane 8. Which I think Eden Robinson on the outside there. She's got fastest time in this race of 13.91 for the Somerset athlete. also see that the high jump's still ongoing, the discus is still ongoing too on our infield. The javelin on the outer field has just finished. So we will bring you those results when they come through on Entry for Sport. As the senior girls 100 hurdles, that final heat is underway. That is Eden Robertson of Somerset, who is storming away from the field. Great running there from her on the outside. Absolute daylight between her and second place. That's Millie Rolls Hoover of Hampshire there, I believe. Might have been Isabella Mergas here. Difficult to see on this where I'm seated on the home straight, but definitely Eden Robertson has taken it away from everybody else, putting in a great statement for the final tomorrow. But back on the home straight, this is all about heat 2. Johnson, Bailey, Macbeth, Simmons, Chan, Ahimi, Whittingham and Sango. Julia Sango there on the outside of lane 8 is a non-starter. And inside, who was supposed to be inside him, Henry Whittingham of Wiltshire, just getting a little bit ahead of himself. A lot of nerves there on the start line, but green card nonetheless. So Oliver Johnson of Cheshire, Dylan Bailey of West Yorkshire, Kieran Macbeth of Northamptonshire, Matteo Simmons-Chan of Cornwall, Divine Ahimi of Oxfordshire, and Henry Whittingham of Wiltshire in 7. For a second heat with the Interboys 100 metres. Great start all round. Divine Ahimi gets straight into his running. Putting about 2 metres between him and the heat already with about 50 to go. And he has taken that comfortably. 10.55 for Divine. Wow. Incredible work from him. Comfortable doing it. Straight through for tomorrow. What more could you want? Unsure who came second there. We'll bring it to you when the results come through. But what I can tell you in that our inter-girls results have come through. So Ruby Rogers of Oxfordshire in Heat 1 through. Celine Abinna-Alo of Durham from Heat 2 through. Chevelle Marshall of Surrey in 11.82 through. And Abigail Ajake, as we said, in a new personal best for her of 12.01 also through. To tell you from our non-automatic qualifiers, Maya Hayward Mills of Surrey is through. So is Ivana Eze, as we saw with them. She's celebrating at the end of that final heat. She has also made it through. We have Buluwete Kearney of London. She's made it through. And our final, that's it. My mistake. It's not Kearney of London who's made it through. It is Gissy Nicole Caparelli. She's just beaten Kearney by a 1/10 of a second to sneak into that final tomorrow. So it'll be a very, very competitive final. All the girls separated in that heat by just a 1/10 of a second, apart from Joel Marshall, who did 11.82. But the final heat of our Interboys 100 metres is about to be underway. Before I bring you the results of those Interboys 100 as well. We've got Ebola Bello Odobin of Buckinghamshire in 3, Edward Hurd of Suffolk in 4, Bronson Hurd Smith of Essex in 5, Jaden Yashoi of Shropshire in 6, Finley Mitrick of Cleveland in 7. Finley Mitrick of Cleveland is away. Bronson Hurd Smith is following him very close, and he just takes it on the line. Very comfortable running there from Bronson with those long legs of his. He has taken that. Quoted on my notes as the king of relaxed running on his TikTok, almost. Very known for being able to jog a 10.6, 10.7. Very, very confident. He was also second last year in this competition. So we're excited to see what he can do against Divine in the final tomorrow. Both him and Finley Mitchell-Cleaver will be back, as well as Owen Keeleside of Middlesex. Keenleyside, sorry, of Middlesex, and Kevin Dapper of Hampshire. They'll both be back tomorrow. Divine will be back, along with Oliver Johnson of Cheshire in 10.97. Meanwhile, on the home straight, it's a great jump there in our triple jump. That's Jayton Best of Sussex. She's in second at the minute. Another legal jump for her. She needs to find about a metre to beat Lila Youth, who has, as we said before, jumped 12.59. Angelica Kirby of Surrey has moved into third. She has jumped 11.40.
No, it's discus as well.
So we are back. I will bring you the first heat of our senior girls 100 metres first, and then bring back the results after. So we've got Sarah Kennedy of Hertfordshire in 2, Lucy Boys of Warwickshire in 3, Asia Emmanuel of Middlesex in 4, Dalola Kafapai, Kajo Pai of Greater Manchester in 5, Cherie Afoma of Lancashire in 6, Catherine Bell of Northumberland 7, Esaa Watson of South Yorkshire in 8, and Fiora Mbenge of Nottinghamshire in 9. That is Sarah Kennedy of Hertfordshire streaking away there to take that first one. Fiora Mbenge of Nottinghamshire on the outside, running really, really well for a tight second, but Sarah Kennedy's won that first heat. 11.89 season's best, and that's 12.15 for her. Great running there from those ladies. I'll bring you in. Meanwhile, on the back straight, the Interboys 100 metres is about to go. No blocks for these boys, but still 100 metres nonetheless. Edward Moore of Merseyside in 2. Macaulay David Mackenzie Callum of London's in 3. And the rest to follow. But on the outside, the inside, I should say, if you look at it, is Munya Nweze. He looks to have taken that first one. My apologies, we're in Heat 2. Deepest apologies, everybody. That's Hans Njumu of Kent. He has taken Heat 2 there. Heat 1 not quite coming through an inch of sport yet, but Heat 2 was won by Hansen Jumi comfortably from the rest of the field. He's got a season's best of 13-13 and putting that form to good use there to comfortably make it through to tomorrow's final. And there is the Southern and National champ this year over 60-metre hurdles, as well as he came 5th in this category last year. So looking to right those wrongs and make it onto the podium this year. Got a very good chance of doing that tomorrow in the final. But second heat of 3 of our senior girls 100 metres is about to start. The crowning race of the senior girls category. It's the 100 metres, always the one that people want to win. And in our seeding, I should say, of our 23 entries of girls that we have, we've got our second heat, another 8 of these ladies ready to stake their claim. Tiana Rizzo on the inside of Somerset's in 2, Ella Bickerdike of West Yorkshire's in 3. Olivia Monk of Warwickshire's in 4. I believe I've got the wrong heat. I believe last one was Heat 2, that was Tiana Rizzo that won that. Deepest apologies. This is Heat 3. Esme Dubois of Warwickshire's in 2, Hayley McLeod of Leicestershire and Rutland's in 3, Ali McLeod, Holly Chapstick of Greater Manchester's in 4, Beth Solik of Cleveland's in 5, Millie Wilkinson of Durham's in 6, Princess Nduku of London's in 7, and Amira Hadashokin of Middlesex's in lane 8. Deepest apologies, everybody. Ooh. False start there from the ladies in our last heat. Officials here doing such a good job. I went to go get the Wi-Fi, came back, and we've already missed one of the heats of the senior girls. So my apologies to everybody involved. We'll give you the results from that when it comes through. But Esme Dubois on the inside of Warwickshire is the fastest one in this heat. She is the Warwickshire County champion over 1 and 2 this year. 4th in this race in the intergirls category last year, so making that step up to the senior girls. Oh, unlucky there. That is Princess Nduku of London. She has deemed to have false started and has been disqualified. Really, really unlucky there for the London athlete. Heartbreaking at our first DQ of English schools. But our field of 7 is now done to a field of 6. We've still got Dubois, McLeod, Capstick, Solik, Wilkinson and Adashokin. Good clean start the second time round. That's Esme Dubois making a really, really good start there on the inside. Adashokin of Middlesex is following closely, but Esme Dubois takes the final heat, 12:07. She'll be back tomorrow. Meanwhile, our junior boys long jump has completed. Can tell you that down in front of us in the comms position on the podium. From bronze upwards, Oscar Chan of Berkshire has taken that bronze medal in 6:14 with some very, very cool shades on the podium there. Like that a lot from Oscar. Ishaq Saeed of Wiltshire is in second, finished second. He jumped 6:35. And our English schools champion is from Kent. Emmanuel Famukan has taken that title. He missed his name on the podium but didn't miss it on the board. 10 centimetres clear of his nearest competitor. So a great win there from Emmanuel. First English boys title, English schools title, hopefully of many for Emmanuel, as he will be back next year. A great jumping all around from that junior boys category. The triple jump has also finished down on the home straight. I can let you know that Leyland Youth did end up winning it in 12.59. Jason Vest did come second still for Sussex in 11.59. And Angela Kirby did manage to get third with 11.40. So well done to those ladies on the home straight. They've put on a great competition for everybody watching down on the home straight. Can also let you know that on the back straight with that senior girls qualifying for tomorrow, Jess Bliss and Ellen Roberts made it through Heat 1. Lily Gale and Leah Wagstaff made it through Heat 2 with Imogen Lochrain of Derbyshire. Lochrain also made it through in 14.93. And in the final heat, Eden Robertson of Somerset, as we saw, and Maria Gordon of Durham both made it through, with Millie Rolls-Hooper also qualifying through with 15.19. But on the home straight, it is time for the heats for what would arguably be the main event of English schools, the senior boys 100 metres. We've got 35, I believe, 33 entrants into this hotly contested competition. In Heat 1, we've got Joel Masters of Warwickshire, Sean O'Donnell of Lincolnshire, Zayn Azavadafri of Hertfordshire in 3, Garrido Mario of South Yorkshire in 4, Cameron Riley of Leicestershire and Rutland in 5, Dylan Williams of Essex in 6, Jack Keeble Kavuto of West Yorkshire in 7, David Ellington of Middlesex in 8, and Kyan Markland of Bedfordshire in lane 9. Joel Masters and Dylan Williams are our two ones to watch in the Burgundy of Essex for Williams, and that Mustard of Warwickshire for Masters. Joel Masters came silver, or achieved silver I should say, at Euro Under-18s in Slovakia last year, so high pedigree for Joel Masters. Meanwhile, Dylan Williams also went to Mannerheim this year, achieved his first international vest, and came third last year in the senior boys category. Oh, false start in our first heat. We're just waiting to see the results from the officials, and that's unfortunately another DQ. That's David Ellington of Middlesex. He's not happy about it. He's protesting with the officials. Meanwhile, on the back straight, our Inter boys is also commencing. We'll bring you. Ooh, someone clipped the header. We'll bring you the results of that. I believe that is a light blue vest. It might be a Kent athlete who has just taken that. My apologies, it might be the Buckinghamshire athlete who has taken that. But meanwhile, on the home straight, David Ellington of Middlesex is still protesting it. Shall see if he manages to run under protest. Unsure of what the requirements are to run under protest here at English schools. Obviously, it's a national competition here, so they might be able to run under protest, but he is deeply unset, deeply unhappy about it. The rest of the boys next to him just keeping warm, keeping loose, keeping limber. So we've got a small break whilst David fights his own case to be able to keep his spot in this first heat. I can tell you the results outside of the Intergirls Javelin competition. Lucy Ball won for Gloucestershire with a 49.98. Elise Christensen of Surrey came second with a 44.56. And Scarlett Slater-Rowley of Nottinghamshire came third, 43.21 for her. It's a great work there. On the outer field for those ladies, the discus junior girls also has finished. Isabel Ryder of Kent won that in 31.52. Olivia Molyneux of Essex came second, 12 metres, I should say. And Lily O'Connell came third, 29.83 for her. So congratulations to both Lucy and to Isabel as our English schools champions for discus and for javelin and discus respectively. Junior girls pole vault is also still ongoing. The results are just coming through, trickling through. But Heat 1 ready to go, and they are away. Watch out for Williams in 6, Masters in 1. It is Dylan Williams who is taking this heat. 10.60 for him. Very, very comfortable it looked for Dylan Williams there, staking his claim early for this championship. Qualifying for this competition is the winner of each heat plus the next 4 non-automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, that's where Jack
So Dylan Williams is through. We'll wait to see for the rest if they have made it. They've got an anxious wait for about the next, say about 10-15 minutes or so whilst the rest of our heats get underway. That anxious wait will start in about, well, it's started now, but it will continue really heighten in about 2 or 3 minutes when our next heat gets underway. And within that heat we have Hayden Jeffs of Leicestershire and Rutland, Aaron Smith of Devon, Rakayan Smith of London, Charlie Palick of Lancashire, Darryl Asante Yeboah of Surrey, Barnaby Rose of Shropshire, Oliver Armitage of West Yorkshire, and Django Laporte of Oxfordshire on the outside in 9. Rakayan Smith is the one to watch. Ryan Smith here is the one to watch. 10.39 as well for a season's best from him. He is the Surrey County champ. Very prestigious title, that one. A lot of athletes that enter every single year, and yeah, he's come out on top in the under-20s category.
Yeah, hello, sorry, that was
And he previously was a finalist here, the interboys category.
Sorry. Oh, right, okay, no problem. Okay, I'm a bit busy, I'll talk to you later. Bye, bye, bye.
With that arm sleeve on his right arm, we're interested to see what sort of statement he can put down. We seem to have one non-starter in lane 7. No Barnaby Rhodes. No, Bobby, we've got none on the outside. My apologies. And in 6, 2 non-starters here. So no Daryl Asante Yeboah, sorry. And no Django Laporte for Oxfordshire on the outside. Just 6 in this heat.
Love your attitude.
So the boys are called on their marks for Heat 2. Jeff Smith of Devon, Smith of London, Palick, Noah Asante Yeboah, Rhodes and Armitage on the outside. Strong, clean start all around. Ryan Smith to about 30 has got out quickest, but it is him and Rhodes on the outside making all the waves here. Seems to be blanket finish between the two. At 10.73 the clock has stopped out on the near side here. Unfortunately, poor Oliver Armitage of West Yorkshire seems to have pulled something up. Managed to finish. It looks a little bit of discomfort as he jogs across the line, but yeah. Rhodes and Ryan Smith we're our top two. We'll see who has taken that race and who, as a result, will have qualified through for tomorrow's final. Which one of those two has got an anxious wait, along with Heat 1. So I can tell you from that first heat of our senior boys 100 metres that Dylan Williams won that heat in 10.59. Joel Masters came second in 10.72 with Kyan Markland of Bedfordshire in third, 10.76, and Sean O'Donnell, 10.84. And Zayan Azabadafri of Hertfordshire came fifth in 10.90. So 10.90 is our cut-off point at the minute. We will see when the results of Heat 2 comes through, if anybody has beaten that time. And meanwhile, Heat 3 has done their block start, mentally prepared, physically ready to get going. Officials are ready. So the athletes introduced are Rashan Nawezi of Surrey, Flynn Ridgway of Warwickshire, Joel Ajayi of Essex, Abdullah Jabali of Durham, Michael Samade McKinday of London, Alex Armstrong of Somerset, Bright Atoria of Middlesex, and Thomas Kelsall of Lancashire. watch out for Jola J of the Essex. And watch out for Bright Atoria of Middlesex. Two standouts in this heat. Bright Atoria came third in the Interboys last year. Got on the podium in this event. In the category below. And went on to compete at SIAB for under the England vest. But Jola J also with that season best of 10.72, but a personal best I believe that is even quicker, is another one to look out for.
Outside the quadrant that they expect the throw to be, so if it gets a bit iffy, I'll shift back. The one thing I didn't do, no one closed me down when I did.
Clean start away there. Bright Atoria into his running very, very early and looking to put a couple metres on the field, but Jola J comes through for second, but it's all about Bright Atoria. Not quite a clock trackside for us to look at, but I can definitely tell you that Bright Atoria has won that. It seems to be 10.60 down on the on the curve into the home straight there for Bright Atoria. So we'll look to make sure that is verified through.
I've tried both auto and manual. Nothing happens on the mark.
But cracking work there for Bright Atoria. Safely through for tomorrow alongside Williams and alongside either Armitage or McKay and Smith.
Yeah, I can't get a word of that, sorry.
So we've got one more heat of our senior boys 100 metres before we turn onto the back straight for some longer sprints. Can just see the junior girls beginning to meander their way down across to that 300 metres, which will get underway in about 5 minutes. Officials keep it to the strict timeline and timetable that is set here by English Schools, and a massive thank you, as I will echo across the entire day and across the entire weekend, to all the officials that we have down here at the Alex. The unsung heroes of any athletics competition, who, without them, that just simply wouldn't be able to run as smoothly, as efficiently, or even at all as these sort of competitions do. So a massive shout out to the officials. But alas, the final heat here of our senior boys 100 metres. Got Ashley Avis of Avon in 2, Matthew Cockings of South Yorkshire in 3, Max Clark of Kent in 4, Louis Wilson of Sussex in 5, Zachary Binden-Goss of Middlesex in 6, Raphael Grant of Surrey in 7, Matthew Gittins of Essex in 8, and Sheriff Silly of London in lane 9 on the outside, who appears to be another non-starter. So that is very unfortunate for our London athlete, who's supposed to be in lane 9, but still with 7 what was supposed to be inside of him, who are on the start line and ready to race. Watch out for Ashley Avis on the inside. Ashley Avis, very, very fast starter. I believe when doing my research that Ashley Avis also competed at the Bucks Athletics Championship this year.
Yeah, sorry, I need to be taken off air. I'm having trouble with this 160 camera.
Yeah, just checking. He did indeed competed under the SGS Corliss Athletics Academy and came second in the Bucks Indoor Championship. So watch out for his fast start. That was over 60.
Yep, will do.
Lightning out of the blocks. Can he hold it? Oh.
Yeah, I've moved from girls' high jump.
Today. As there was a twitch there for the Middlesex athlete.
Which hasn't started yet.
Zachary Vinden-Goss. Just uneasy in his vlogs, which is not good.
Yep, plenty going on.
Just slightly delaying the proceedings. You can also see the junior girls in the 300 is ready to go as soon as this is done. So we'll be quickly across to give you that lineup as soon as that is, as soon as this 100 metres is ready to be cleared off. There should be no more than just a warning because Akib and Nagosh just to keep still in his set position.
Sorry. Okay. Yes.
And they are underway.
Okay. Clear.
Ashley Avis once again with a very fast start, but through the middle, that is Max Clark of Kent. It's a 10:47 runner, and he is showing that quality. 10:56 on the clock. So he is also safely through to tomorrow's final. Shaping up to be a very, very hotly contested one indeed. We'll see if Ashley Avis has done enough in seconds to challenge one of those non-automatic qualifying spots. We already have Dylan Williams. Barnaby Rose did get it in Heat 2, 10:74 for the Shropshire athlete, ahead of Ryan Smith. And Bright Toria of Middlesex did get third in 10.6 dead. At the moment, Joel Masters is still in it. That 10:72 still comfortably keeping him in an automatic qualifying position. So is Joel Ajayi of Essex from Heat 3 and Flynn Ridgway of Warwickshire, also in Heat 3, 10:72 and 10:76 respectively for those athletes.
Yeah, I think
as well as
back
Kyan
under controls,
Markland
I
of
think
Bedfordshire. He is also from Heat 1, still in it.
For some strange reason, but you've got usable
So
pictures
Ashley
that
Avis
you
may
take.
have taken out 2 athletes there. If he has gone quicker than about 10:75, he will definitely make a boost tomorrow's final. And then we'll be a waiting game to see how many athletes they will take. Will they allow us to use all 9 lanes here? Meanwhile, a field roundup for you, just to whet your appetite to even more athletics action just before the 300 metres, those longer sprints get underway. We have 3 heats of these junior girls 200 metres, but before I bring you the start list of that first heat, we'll just let you know that the junior girls shot put is beginning to get underway at the start of the 200 metres. Our pole vault with the junior girls is still ongoing. The high jump has finished, so I will bring you those results shortly when that comes through. And our discus for the junior boys, which was, I believe, supposed to be on the outer field, was brought inside into the stadium.
Javelin is still on warm-up for you.
I tell a lie, that is still on the outer field. It's the javelin that is on our infield here. The junior interboys javelin that will take place at 11:50. They are just getting warmed up. But on the track, we have the junior girls 300 metres. It's about to begin. Sophie Pledger of Northumberland resides in lane 2. Freya Howells of Cheshire is in 3. Sydney Taylor of Berkshire is in 4. Matilda Bean of Warwickshire is in 5. Sophia Wing of Bedfordshire is in 6. Imogen King of Lancashire is in 7. Lois Melling of Greater Manchester is in lane 8. And Lauren Fowler of Buckinghamshire is on the outside in lane 9. those ladies are called to their marks. Crouch start as well for the longer sprints too. Fastest 2 in each heat with 2 non-automatic qualifiers. And they are underway. That will be coming back for tomorrow's final. 300 metres is a tough event for these ladies. Got to make sure they time it right, keeping as much energy as possible. And at the moment, that is Matilda Bean of Warwickshire, fastest coming into the competition. She has streaked away, caught up the stagger on the inside of her, and as they come into the home straight, she is leading at a canter. Behind her, we have a really tightly contested race for that second automatic qualifying position, but it seems like Lauren Fowler of Buckinghamshire has just pulled away with 50 to go to take that. Bean from Fowler are top 2 there. 39.78 for Matilda Bean. She was the Midlands champion, as well as the Warwickshire County champion this year, showing that championship pedigree to aplomb there. Got out hard, controlled the race, almost from about 50 metres from starting, really. And making up that stagger inside of her, and then just looked serene. She went around that top bend, really controlled it well down the home straight. It's a great win there for Matilda Bean. Meanwhile, for race 2, we've got another 7 athletes. Rosie Gollings of Dorset, Marnie Nelson of Lancashire, Alexa Divers of Hampshire, Isla Kendall of Leicestershire and Rutland, Isabel Parrow of North Yorkshire, Chloe Lush of Surrey, Bella Egley of Derbyshire, and Annabelle McGull of Northamptonshire. Fastest in this heat is Alexa Divers of Hampshire in that famous red Hampshire vest with that white slash across the front of it. She has got a season's best of 39.97. She is the Southern Indoor and Outdoor Champion this year in the under 15 category. So as these athletes just visualise themselves getting around 200 metres, setting themselves, feeling ready before the officials call them to their marks. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of this second heat. Just a reminder, fastest 2 in each heat, 2 non-automatic qualifiers across all 3. Oh, good. So the ladies are now away. Very even start between all of them. Lush and Egley on the outside have taken up the stagger of McGowan outside of them, and they seem to be leading at the minute. But Alexa Divers on the inside is also working really, really hard around that top bend. Our leader at the minute is Chloe Lush of Surrey. Alexa Divers of Hampshire is in second, but a great kick from Divers off that top bend. She powers away down that home straight, and Divers is beginning to control this race now. Divers from Lush as she fades 39.81 for divers, but that's anyone's race for second. Between Nelson of Lancashire, Lush of Surrey and McGough of Nottinghamshire came back really, really strongly on the outside in lane 9. But that was definitely divers' race there. Didn't take it out too hard, trusted her own process, and as a result had a fabulous kick off the bend for a very comfortable win for her. And with that too, we've got the last heat of our junior girls 300 metres who are just getting warmed up with their practice start. Gracie Coates of Berkshire will be on our inside. Sophia Bennett of Middlesex will be outside of her in 3. Charlotte Standage of Lincolnshire will be in 4. Aaliyah Ajanleke Koko Gomendio, apologies for that pronunciation, Aaliyah, will be in 5. Amari Cambridge of Gloucestershire will be in 6. Serenity Rakin of Kent will be in 7. Stephanie Emmanuel of Leicestershire and Rutland will be in 8. And Isla Perry of Devon will be on our outside in lane 9. Watch out for Rankin, Kent, fastest in this heat with 40.2. But also watch out for Isla Perry on the outside in lane 9. A favoured lane for some feel almost like a time trial. You can focus on your own race outside of there. So it'll be very interesting. What can Isla Perry do? She bring it to Serenity Rankin on the inside of her for Kent. Seems to do. As I've just picked up Isla Perry on the outside for having that almost time trial quality to lane 9. It seems to be that Isla Perry will not start. Cannot see her in lane 9 on the outside there, unless she is faded. Oh no, I can. She is almost faded in with that Nottinghamshire vest, with that official who is checking the hands and feet of the athlete on the outside. So we do have Perry, deepest apologies, who will hopefully take it to Rankin on the inside. Also watch out for on the inside for Sophia Bennett of Middlesex, with those light blue socks. Cannot miss her on the inside, but we've got Stephanie Emmanuel who has taken it out really, really hard in lane 8. Rankin following her closely in 7, as well as Amari Cambridge of Gloucestershire. It's those 3 out in front at the minute, but here comes Parry around the outside. As I said, like in lane 9, it's a nice time trial. You bide your time really, really well. And it is Perry from Rankin, from Cambridge. But Isla Perry, as I said, we bigged her up for a reason. She is taking this away from Rankin there and will take this final heat. 39.19 for Isla Perry, and that is, I believe, will be a new personal best for her. Serenity Rankin will also make it through for tomorrow's heat in 2nd, but a storming run there from Isla Perry on the outside. As I said, when you're in 9, you can just focus on yourself. Really run your own race. That's exactly what she did. She didn't get carried away with the girls inside of her.
3 to Steve. How's the camera looking? It's behaving very oddly.
Yeah, as I said, Parry, with your own sort of time trial out and the outside of lane 9, you can really just work on your own race, not get carried away with what people are doing outside of you, and really play to your own strengths. Exactly what she did at 150. She thought, this is now my time. Really, really kicked hard, utilised that great speed and endurance that she has there, and took that win very, very comfortably. She'll be back for tomorrow's final. Alongside the others, who will tell you in due course. We can tell you that Matilda Bean and Lauren Fowler, as we said earlier, will definitely be there. They are automatically qualified too, alongside Alexa Divers and Marnie Nelson. They are definitely through for tomorrow. the cut-off at the minute is Imogen King of Lancashire. She is currently in 8th overall with 40.56, but we're just waiting through for the final results of Heat 3 to see if any one of the ladies outside of Rankin and Perry have made it through.
I think it's just hot weather. I think it's just making things a bit sticky on this.
Whilst we wait for that, our junior boys 300 will get underway. Trey Lindsay of Surrey will be on our inside. Felix Bain-Dixon of Northumberland will be in 3. Harry Thine of Oxfordshire will be in 4. Emil Frederick of Channel Islands will be in 5. Harry Smith of Northamptonshire in 6. James Flynn of London in 7. William Roberts of Cornwall in lane 8. And Finn McDonough of Somerset will be in lane 9. As well as that, can tell you that our shot put competition is definitely underway. So is our javelin competition. Our long jump into girls competition along that back straight is also ongoing. We will bring results for these competitions in due time as they come up on Entry for Sport. And as I will remind today, to keep up to date with any results that I may have missed out on, I'll do my best to keep you lovely people informed across all the streams as to what's happening. But any results that I have missed will be on Entry for Sport all day. But the first heat of the boys 300 metres, it is off. We are underway. Nice even start from everybody. That the athlete in 5. That is Emil Frederick of the Channel Islands, is beginning to move away from the rest of the field. He has the fastest season's best on paper, but also watch out for Trey Lindsay on the outside for Surrey. He will begin to move very, very well on that inside. But it is currently Felix Bain-Dixon of Northumberland who looks away. He is the fastest on paper. Checks his shoulders. Moves away very comfortably. Will take it in 36 dead. That should be a new, definite season's best. Maybe it's your new personal best for Felix Bain-Dixon, with Emil Frederick of the Channel Islands in 2nd. It is again the top 2 with 2 non-automatic qualifiers who will make it through for tomorrow's final. So definitely have Felix Bain-Dixon and Emil Frederick in our final tomorrow. Trey Lindsay will have to wait and see if he has made it through. And whilst they wait, I can tell you the results from Heat 3. And the overall results for who will be in the final tomorrow for our junior girls 300 metres. Isla Perry, as I said, did win that last heat in 39.18, with Serenity Rankin in 2nd in 39.60. But Aaliyah Ajalakoko of London made it through in 3rd at 40.49, and Amari Cambridge of Gloucestershire came 4th with 40.52. So all 4 of those athletes in that final heat have made it through. Unfortunately, pushing out King of Lancashire and McColl of McGough of Nottinghamshire. So well done to all of those ladies. Who will be back tomorrow for the junior girls 200 metre final. These junior boys want to equally repeat such successes that they've seen their teammates of those respective counties produce. And these young gentlemen wanting to do that is Jericho Silver of Kent, Tommaso Cassara of Surrey, Leo Shaw of Nottinghamshire, Arthur Warrington of Berkshire, George Connery of Cheshire, Pablo Carrera Crexhill of London, Ollie Moon of Avon, and James Coleman of Cambridgeshire on our outside. Once again, a nice even start between a lot of them, but that is Tommaso Cassara of Surrey, who begins to move away. Sees that a 36.23 for Cressara. Him and Jericho Senior, my apologies, of Kent, have stormed away from the field here. Incredible work from the two. Tommaso begins to move away from Jericho, but those two easily through for tomorrow. 35.75 for Tommaso Cressara. Jericho Senior of Kent will be rewarded with that brave run going with Tommaso, equally with a, I would hope, a personal best. And Tommaso is very happy with that. Definitely a personal best for him. 35.75 is an incredible time for Tommaso. Very well done to him. He will be back tomorrow. Clearly pumped by that. Great work there from all the boys in this searing heat. We are up to about 28 degrees here in the Alex. High, very high UV, so for those on either ends, get your sun cream out if you are listening in. Feels like 31, and trust me, it really does up here in the comms box. But not down on the track, they are tearing it up. And our last heat is ready to get underway. Sam Roberts of Staffordshire is in 2. Louis Ashworth of Sussex is in 3. Muyad Mohammed of the West Midlands is in 4. Noah Reid of Durham is in 5. Remy Deegan of Hampshire is in 6. Taylor Neen of Isle of Man is in 7. Michael Perrius of Bedfordshire is in 8. And Ethan Best of Northamptonshire even, is on our outside in lane 9. They are underway very quickly. Mohammed of the West Midlands made a great start. All three of those boys inside. Mohammed, Roberts and Ashworth taking up the stagger on Reed outside of him. But watch out for Michael Perris of Bedfordshire. He has seemingly moved away from the rest of the field, but as the stagger unwinds, we can see Sam Roberts on the inside in lane 2. Deceptively very tight that inside bend, but not when you come down the home straight. He is leading from Louis Ashworth of Sussex. That will be your top two for this final heat. 36.53 for Sam Roberts. From Louis Ashworth in second there. Hopefully also rewarded with a new personal best for Louis Ashworth. They will definitely be back tomorrow. Cracking work there from all of those athletes. Each one of them doing very well in this heat. Tough distance, 200 metres. Especially to do in such hot temperatures and hot conditions that we are in today at the Alex. So with almost no time at all, we move straight on to our Intergirls 300 metres, our final 300 metre race that we have before we return to the home straight for a full lap of the Alexander Stadium track. We've got Ella Buckley of Middlesex in 2, Holly Ryan of Surrey in 3, Ariana Narangi of Greater Manchester in 4, Ruby Phillips of Cheshire in 5, Ella Granger of South Yorkshire in 6, Sophia Wrighton of Leicestershire and Rutland in 7, Joella Jeffries of Staffordshire in 8, and Isla Barker of Suffolk on our outside in lane 9. Our fastest on paper here is Holly Ryan on the inside in 3 for Surrey. Watch out for that amber gold Surrey vest, so synonymous with the English schools. As they all get underway, Holly Ryan makes a good start, so does Ruby Phillips in 5 in the middle there. in those red shorts. Her and Holly Ryan begin to move away from the rest of the field. The two on the outside, Jeffries and Barker, also doing very, very well. But this is all about Holly Ryan and Ruby Phillips here. Holly Ryan begins to stretch away down the home straight. She has taken it. The athlete in 8, Joella Jeffries, has now overtaken Phillips for second. But it's all about Holly Ryan, 38.81. She will make it to tomorrow's final. It's only the fastest in each heat, plus 4 non-automatic qualifiers will make it till tomorrow. So you've got to be rewarded with a really quick time here. Got to keep going, cannot ease up at the line because we have 4 heats of these Intergirls 300 metres, all wanting to take their place in tomorrow's final. Holly Ryan though will definitely be there. Lovely controlled race there from the Surrey athlete. She will go and cool down, grab a bite to eat and then be back ready to do it all again tomorrow. And almost no time at all, we've got our second heat already ready to go. Ella Bibby of Merseyside in 2, Noada Chudukufua of Essex in 3, Melody Ben of Gloucestershire in 4, Rosie Tyler of Staffordshire in 5, Holly Uquart of Lincolnshire in 6, Erin Davies of Hereford and Worcestershire in 7, and Chloe Hoare of Hampshire in 8. On paper, Chudukufua of Essex, once again that famous burgundy Essex vest. She is quickest on paper, 38.51 for her. How quick can she go to her season's best here? Ooh. Just a small twitch there from Holly Uquart in 6 on the outside. Should be no action besides a warning just to be taken. Just telling Holly just to be still in her set position. But enough for them to all be called back to their marks to be ready once again for the start of this race. Away cleanly this time. Chudukufua of Essex is moving well, but it's the athlete outside of her, Melody Ben of Gloucestershire, who has started the quickest here. As we gain with about 150 to go, now Chudukufua begins to move. She overtakes the 3 outside of her, really begins to unwind that snagger as she comes into the home straight. Ella Bibby of Merseyside is tracking her down very, very closely. But it is Noah Chudukufua of Essex who is moving so smoothly down the home straight. Watch out for Chloe Poor of Hampshire. She is beginning to challenge. But it's Chudukufua of Essex who takes it, 38.74. Very happy with that for our Essex athlete. Chloe Poor comes through for second. And Ella Bibby of Merseyside will take third. So, Noah Chidokfua is through. Holly Ryan out of our first heat is also through to our final tomorrow. Who will be through in heat 3? It will be one of Holly Colnott of Berkshire, Kyla Barney of Oxfordshire, Millie Rhodes of West Yorkshire, Sophie Titman of Avon, Shiloh Otomosho of Essex, Mary Taylor of Buckinghamshire, or Charlotte Mackenzie of Humberside. Our athletes to watch in this is Shiloh Otomosho, once again, of Essex. Such a strong team that Essex has brought out here in the sprints already. She is quickest overall in this heat. But watch out for Millie Rhodes inside of her, as well as Charlotte Mackenzie outside of her. All with season's best under that magical 40-second barrier in the 300 metres for these ladies. But it's all about Shiloh. She has brought up the stagger on Mary Taylor outside of her very, very well and is moving very comfortably around that top bend. All about Shiloh Otomosho here. Comfortably putting in some distance between her and Mary Taylor outside of her. Charlotte Mackenzie can't respond in third, but Shiloh Otomosho wins very comfortably, 38-37. Looks around as she finishes and say, where was the rest of the competition? Thought my heat was harder than that. Slaps her legs to say well done. The job done for tomorrow. Mary Taylor will have an anxious wait to see if she has done enough in second to make it through for tomorrow. As we can also see, just panning into frame, our inter boys, our 400 metre racers, just getting themselves ready, loosening up on the outside there in the heat. But before we turn our attention to those boys, we've got our last heat of the 300 metres for our inter-girls. We've got Caitlin Hadfield, my apologies, of Derbyshire in 2, Ella Martin of the West Midlands in 3, Mahia Mohan of Cumbria in 4, Betty Rennox of Leicestershire and Rutland in 5, Madeline Davies Hull of Devon in 6, Gertie Blewett of Avon in 7, and Grace Sikora of Berkshire, not Belgrave, Berkshire, even, in lane 8. It's all about our two inside runners here. Caitlin Hadfield has the quickest time on paper in this heat. Ella Martin just about 4 tenths behind her. So watch out for these two red vests of Derbyshire and the West Midlands in 2 and 3 on our inside. But for the 100 metres, absolutely anybody's race. So we have one non-starter in 5. That's Betty Rennox of Leicestershire and Rutland. She has not made the start line. But the rest are there and underway. Great start there from Ella Martin in 3. Really opening up her legs very, very well down that back straight to move onto the shoulder of Mahia Mohan outside of her from Cambridgeshire, or Cumbria even. Caitlin Hadfield of Derbyshire now is beginning to motor. Coming around the inside to lead into the home straight. Watch out for Grace Sikora of Berkshire. She's running very, very well. But this is all about Hadfield. She will take this race in 38.81. Massive personal best for her. Grace Sikora in second. Also rewarded with that storming run on the outside. With a great time. Probably enough to get her through for tomorrow. But a PV nonetheless for Sikora. And she looks absolutely made up about it. Very, very well done to her and to Hadfield, who's also got a new personal best there. Can tell you thus far that we obviously saw Ryan, we saw Otomosho, and we saw Chidokfua all make it through. Chloe Poor of Hampshire is currently sitting in a non-automatic qualifying spot alongside Ella Bibby in that second heat of 39.12 and 39.25. Mary Taylor also has a non-automatic qualifying spot. She got 38.93 in that third heat, with Joella Jeffries of Staffordshire also with an automatic qualifying spot as it stands of 39.38. I'd predict that Joella Jeffries may be pushed out of a spot in the final tomorrow to make way for Sakura of Berkshire, with that storming run that she put in for a new personal best there. It'll be interesting to see if any of the other ladies behind her. I believe it was Ella Martin who came third for the West Midlands there. One of her or Gertie Blewett of Avon. Not Blewett, Davis Hall, sorry, of Devon. Who are fighting very, very hard for third and fourth. But we shall wait and see. Meanwhile, whilst those results come in, we've got the start of our 400 metres for the Inter boys. Again, 4 heats. Again, the winner of each heat and 4 non-automatic qualifiers. From inside to out, Zach Jones of Somerset will get the tough job of running from lane 1. Joshua Hurst of Hertfordshire will be in lane 2. Aidan Wright of Suffolk will be in lane 3. Rowan Whittaker of North Yorkshire will be in lane 4. Lika Favia of Northamptonshire will be in lane 6. We've got no lane 5 in this one. We then have Jude Linstead of Norfolk in 7. Charlie Tong of Middlesex in 8. And on our outside is Thomas Alexander Amaral of Greater Manchester in lane 9. See some great running from our outside lanes here. Can Charlie Tong of Middlesex, who has the fastest time on paper in this heat, 48 dead for our Middlesex athlete, can he produce something similar to the trends we've already seen from our 300 metre races today? Or will someone inside him surprise him? Watch out as well for Rowan Whittaker of North Yorkshire in 4. He has a time of 49.12. And Joshua Hurst of Hertfordshire in lane 2 with a time of 48.70. But our first heat of the Inter boys, 400 metres. Charlie Tong there just was a bit unsure about the call from the starter, but he went into set and still is away, beginning to move on the outside of Thomas Alexander Amaral there for Greater Manchester. So Tong is away in the lead. Rowan Whittaker is moving very, very well in through the middle there, as well as Joshua Hurst on our inside is equally moving very strongly as they come with about 250 gone and 150 to go. This is Tong, this is Whittaker, and it's Hurst in third. A little bit of a way away, a slight surprise, but Rowan Whittaker has begun to take this challenge on. We said, would anybody challenge Tong in the inside? And it is Rowan Whittaker who did, and will take that first heat. Clock unfortunately stopped working as they came down the home straight, so unfortunately Rowan Whittaker did not run 32.47. But it's only the first heat. Rowan Whittaker's definitely through, but we will have to wait and see if Charlie Tong has made it. He's got an anxious wait of about 15, maybe 20 minutes or so. You can see that the second heat is also waiting in the shade there, keeping as cool as possible on the outside. And heat 3 is just walking down towards the start line as well to also be ready for their heat that will go off in about 5 minutes time. It's a little bit of a wait for Charlie there to see if he's made it. So we'll move on to Heat 2 and see if anybody can join Rowan Whittaker in making it through to tomorrow's final. Samuel Babus will try. He's on the inside in lane 1. Joshua Bloxham will be outside of him for Cornwall in 2. Harry Collister of Cambridge should be in 3 But unfortunately is also a non-starter alongside Simon Bordwich of North Yorkshire. He is a non-starter on our start list too. He was supposed to be in 4. But we do have Thomas Nowicki Kirkland of Essex in 5. Unfortunately, his brother was the one who fell earlier in the hurdles. Hopefully, Nowicki Kirkland, should say, will carry that family name around this lap of the Alex in the splendid sunshine to make it one of the brothers through to the final tomorrow. Outside of him is Daniel Wood of Shropshire in 6, Oscar Misen of Sussex in 7, Alessandro Virgilio of Wiltshire in 8, and Miles Henry of Nottinghamshire in lane 9. On paper is between Nowicki Kirkland and Henry on the outside. Henry has a slightly quicker season's best of 49.22. So let's see if he can follow this ever-growing trend that we've seen in this championships today of the outer lanes running really, really well with that sort of blind turns, I should say. Very American, blind turns. Just a reminder, if 400-metre racing is not to your taste, as these boys get underway, you can always follow one of our many live streams. We've got this with the main arena, the main live stream. We've got ones of the field as well as ones of the outer field where our throws are occurring. Inside of the track though, it is Miles Henry of Nottinghamshire who's made a very strong start. Oscar Misen of Sussex has equally made a very strong start. Inside of him, Thomas Nowicki Kirkland is just moving very comfortably there on their inside, and the Shropshire athlete of Daniel Wood is taking it out very strongly as well. So this could be anyone's race as they come into the home straight. Nowicki Kirkland is beginning to move, but watch out for Henry on the outside here, moving very, very strongly towards that last 50 metres, and he will take the second heat, 50.08 for the Nottinghamshire athlete. Should feel very, very comfortable for him there, and looks so. He'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully Nowicki Kirkland will follow suit. He came second in that heat. As our third heat of the junior boys is about to get underway, I can tell you the results equally of our junior girls pole vault. Florence Matton of Sussex has won it, I believe. Just a little bit of confusion as they get in their medals on the podium, but I believe Florence Matton has won. As well as Lois Fordham and Sylvie Ward. I believe they've all won. Our results are saying that there's about 6 girls who have won on countback. So when we've got a more structured format as to who is standing a foot on that top step of the podium, I will bring that to you. But in the meantime, I will tell you the start list of our third heat for the Interboys 400 metres. Thomas White of Avon will be in 1. Matthew Agbologble, apologies for that, will be in 2. Sam Lewitt of Leicestershire and Rutland will be in 3. Matthew Wahurley of Surrey will be in 4. Lucas Cameron even of Kent will be in 5. Oscar Hume of Derbyshire will be in Oliver Hume of Derbyshire will be in 6. Tabena Okoro of Berkshire will be in 7. Nathan Villiers of West Midlands will be in 8, and Archie Spicer of Cumbria will be in lane 9. Whilst those boys are just getting themselves prepped, I can also let you know some of the other results from around the stadia at the minute. In our inter-boys javelin, Zach Williams of Essex is currently leading with a throw of 64.85 metres. Ned Scott of Hampshire is in second with 62.63. And Jacob Earl of Wiltshire is in third with 57.97. Watch out for Oscar Boone behind though. He is currently thrown to 55.50 to just sit in fourth. And Toby Gwinnell of Kent is currently in fifth with 59.49. So very close competition. Even watch out for Ben Clark in sixth. He's only 6 centimetres behind with 55.43. Absolutely anybody's competition thus far. Seems to be the winner of Zach Williams has just stretched out a little bit further ahead than the rest of the field, but that still could be anyone's race, anyone's throw. And the same way it could be anyone's race in this third heat of our inter-boys 400 metres. Just Alex Sam, the starter, isn't quite happy. Just telling off Matthew Agbalagbe. We'll go with that as his surname, Agbalagbe. Just to make sure that he is still in his on your marks position. We also have no Matthew Wahale of Surrey. As Agbalagbe just rocks ever so slightly in the set position, but they're all underway safely this time. Watch out for Okaro of Berkshire in 7. Watch out for Cameron of Kent in 5. And Agbalagbe of Essex in 2. Our 3 fastest at the moment on paper. And showing that form on paper into fruition on the track. As Agbalagbe is beginning to work very, very hard around that top bend. Comes into the home straight with 300 to go. And he is currently leading. Really, really strong running with 3:50 on the clock, 50 to go. The timer isn't quite working at the minute, but Agbalagbe will not care one bit because he has taken that heat and booked himself a place in the final tomorrow. Lucas Cameron of Kent came through for second there, just beating to Bennett Okoro of Berkshire for third. Well, for second. Okoro for Berkshire will be in third. But Matthew Agbalagbe is definitely through for tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got Joel with me.
So I can tell you that an entry for sport that the
you probably need
timings or the jumps for the pole vault is slightly off, but I can tell you that Ella Brooker won the junior girls pole vault with a jump of 3.45 metres. Florence Matton came second.
Waits for me to go to the high jump, which is my next event.
And Lois Fordham, I believe, Bedfordshire came third. So well done to those 3 ladies, achieving, I would assume, either their first or second podiums of their careers at English schools.
Okay, understood.
And hopefully many more for them to come.
Okay, I'll pass that on.
But in our final heat, we've got a full one. All 9 boys in this race, which is good to see. We've got Zach Reynolds of Hampshire, Alex Wood of Warwickshire, Oscar Leyland of Hereford and Worcestershire, Lena Goodwood of Staffordshire, Jajani Benor of Hertfordshire, George Atkinson of North Yorkshire, Yusuf El Najer of Berkshire, Seth Atkinson of Durham, and Joshua Wellings of London. So the officials' whistle was sounded. The athletes are ready and have just been called on their marks for this final heat of the Interboys 400 metres. A false start there. And I don't want to tempt fate, but I believe it might be Alex Wood of Warwickshire who went just ahead of the gun. Hopefully, oh, I can see he's been given a yellow and black card, so just a warning for Alex Wood. Very, very good of the officials. He gets another chance. And we still have all 9 in this heat. So Reynolds, Wood, Leyland, Goodwin, Benor, Atkinson, Al Najer, Atkinson, and Wellings. Nice even start from all of our athletes. Look out for Joshua Wellings on the outside. He's beginning to move very, very quickly through that first 100 metres, as well as Al Najer and the inside in 7. George Atkinson of North Yorkshire is equally moving very, very well. With our athletes on our inside, Zach Reynolds of Hampshire beginning to really unwind that stagger on the people outside of him. And it might be Zach Reynolds with a really, really tough job in lane 1, who is beginning to come into the home straight in the lead there. Zach Reynolds is from lane 1, taking this race to the rest of the field, and he is going to take it. Dejani Benor of Hertfordshire cannot find an answer at second, but it is Zach Reynolds who will book that final automatic qualifying spot for tomorrow's 400 metre Interboys final. Well done to him. Dejani Benor will have to wait and see, once all the timings are confirmed, if he has made it in second. I can tell you that at the minute that Charlie Tong is sitting the fastest of the non-automatic qualifying spots with 47.71. Josh Hurst is equally in a non-automatic qualifying spot with 49.26, as well as Lucas Cameron of Kent with 49.09, and Tabena Okaro of Berkshire in 49.30. So anything around that 49 low mark should be enough to get you through tomorrow's final. Hopefully Dejani Benor has achieved something around that mark in order so that he can come back tomorrow. Whilst we wish well wishes on to Dejani Benor for hopefully for him to get through. We've got 2 heats here for our senior girls 400 metres. We're about to get underway in about 2 minutes. Well, we're about away now, but we'll be underway in about 2 minutes once they've done their block start. 3 in this will make it through automatically. 2 non-automatic qualifiers for tomorrow's final. Larissa Wilson is in 2 for Middlesex on the inside. Camilla Bennett of the West Midlands is outside of her in 3. Victoria Hall of Northamptonshire is in 4. Misha Lamahovi of Humbersides in 5. Eleanor McIntosh of Avon's in 6. Emily Carman of Sussex is in 7. And Mena Pugsley of Shropshire is in lane 8. Eleanor McIntosh is the fastest in this field. The Avon athlete has got a time of 54.02 this year. Very, very speedy work from Eleanor McIntosh. But it's a 400 metre squeak, absolutely anybody's race. Can take nothing for granted. So, girls just getting themselves ready. Starters are just coming off onto that podium in order to start them off. And then we'll be underway with our first heat of the 400 metre senior girls. So as I said, watch out for Eleanor McIntosh. She equally also went to Mannheim this year. The starter is just enforcing some instructions really to the athletes, just something not quite right for the officials. But another one of our athletes here at English Schools today that's got some GB experience under them. Be very interested to see how she gets on. So, after a brief delay, we're finally underway. Athletes are called on their marks for the first heat. And we are away, first time of asking. Eleanor McIntosh straight into her running immediately, taking up that stagger on the outside of Carmen and Pugsley outside of her. And she is not looking back one bit. This is already a very commanding run from McIntosh here. She'll come up to 200 and about 25. Very, very strong running from the Avon athlete there. And absolutely nothing is stopping her. Can she break the championship record in the heat? who knows, she's on course to do something special already in the heat. In about 47, she's gone to 250. She's just beginning to time a little bit now. But Eleanor McIntosh comes to the line in 54, maybe 55 seconds. Incredible running there from Eleanor McIntosh. Just going to pull up those championship records and just see what that would be. The championship record for this event is 53.67, so she's just 4/10 off it at the minute. Definitely something that she will look to try and beat in tomorrow's final, as the reward for such an esteemed accolade as winning both English schools and breaking the championship record is a Puma kit drop, courtesy of Pro Direct and Puma, our gracious sponsors of this English Schools Athletic Association Championship this year. So that could be definitely a time that we look out for tomorrow from Eleanor McIntosh. But she's safely through. And we will wait to see in her race and who outside of her will join her. Outside of her in this heat will join her, I should say. In this heat, after that small delay, we've got Daniela Graham-Marty of Greater Manchester on the inside, Elise Brindle of Hampshire outside of her, Patricia Armour of Berkshire, Lucy Wright of London, Adana Mazanusu of Middlesex, Bethany Troe of Shropshire, and Kimberly Gladwell of Oxfordshire. Bethany Troe holds the fastest time in this heat, 55.9. She's also a 800 runner, more prolific as an 800 runner than a 400 runner, where she achieved a 2:05 at the BMC Grand Prix here at Birmingham University a few weeks ago. As I distinctly remember, I was watching over that race, and she was there in and amongst some of the best in the country over 8. She was rewarded with a 2:05.33, very, very close to her personal best. So very prolific over the 8 and the 4. Will definitely have the strength within that last 150 to really kick on well down that home straight, where others fade with about 50 to go. She should be the strongest in this heat. Definitely somebody for McIntosh to look at for tomorrow in the final. Just as I've spoken so highly about the pedigree of Bethany Troe, it's just come up on our start list that she has actually DNS'd from this heat. She will not start in this 400 metres. So it really opens up the competition for the rest of our athletes. Watch out for Elise Brindle in 3. She's also got a time of 55.07 in 3. So she will definitely be the fastest to watch in this second heat. But they are underway, first time of asking. Only 6 in this heat. 3 of them will make it through. So a 1 in 2 chance, 50% of you making it through this heat, which is very, very good odds. We like those odds. Elise Brindle also likes those odds, and she is taking the race to the field, making up the stagger on the outside too already. She's gone past Armahal, gone past Wright, and moving very, very well with 200 to go. Also moving well is Mazen Wasu of Middlesex on the outside. But this is all about Elise Brindle. Similar to McIntosh outside, she's got out hard that first 100, and she is not looking back. With 300 gone, 100 to go. Elise Brindle even moving really, really well. Daniela Graham Marty inside of her is also moving very well for second. And so is Patricia Armaha, but Elise Brindle eased down across the line there, really checked out. And comfortably won that heat there. Time not quite showing on the clock, unfortunately. But a very strong one nonetheless from Elise Brindle, from Graham Marty and from Armaha. Those three will all make it through to tomorrow's final. They will be alongside McIntosh, Emily Carman of Sussex and Camilla Bennett of the West Midlands from the first heat. And then absolutely anybody's guess as to what will happen behind. Can let you know that Eleanor McIntosh went 54.76 in that first heat there. So about 6 tenths off her personal best, about a second off that championship record. So it'll be very interesting to see what she can do tomorrow. So we've had the conclusion of our 400 metre senior girls. Can let you know that Michelle Mahovey of Humberside and Larissa Wilson of Middlesex both made it through from the first heat. So 5 from the first heat, 3 from the second, have all made it through to tomorrow's final. Well done to all of those ladies. And we now have the heats for the senior boys 400 metres. Our final 400 metre heat before we start getting into our middle distance events, our longer events here today at English schools. So in our first heat, we have Kai Fellows on the inside. He runs for Hertfordshire. Jacob Gosnell of West Midlands. Frederick Hake of Surrey. Harry Parker of South Yorkshire. Kieran Skinesh Rajha of London. Liam Gould of Berkshire. Joshua Patino of Merseyside. And Shakur Roberts of Middlesex on the outside in lane 9. So our 400 athletes are just doing their practice block start. Watch out for Frederick Hake of Surrey in 4. 47.97 runner. So by far and away the quickest in this field as it stands. Got 2 48 runners. Kai Fellows of Hertfordshire, 48.59. And Joshua Patino, 48.56. On the inside and the outside around Frederick Hake. The qualifying for this is the first 2 and 2 non-automatic qualifiers. So a little bit of margin for error for one of these athletes, particularly for Fellows and Patino, with the next 2 fastest season's best behind Hake to battle it out, hopefully. And we may even say a surprise from one of the others that we've not yet mentioned. Absolutely anybody's race 400. It's the beauty of it. You cannot predict a race like this. But the athletes are ready. So we've got Fellows, Gosnell, Hake, Parker, Skiren Raja, Gould, Patino and Roberts. So athletes called to their marks. Here we go. First heat of the senior boys 400 metres. Away cleanly at the first time of asking. These boys will be looking for about something in the region of about 22 to 23 seconds through 200 metres and be able to sort of comfortably coast around that top bend and bring it home in a respectable time in order to get themselves through to tomorrow's final. At the minute we can see Frederick Hake has made a very strong start in 4. In and about that 22 seconds, as I said. Skinner of London is also moving very, very well, as is Patino on the outside, as well as Roberts on the outside as well. But this is all about Frederick Hake as he comes into the top, into the home straight in about 34, 35 seconds, and he is moving very, very well. Patino of Merseyside is beginning to challenge very well in second, but this is all about Frederick Hake. Easy running across the line there in about 47, 48 seconds. Joshua Patino comes through for second. Those two will be through to tomorrow's final. Unfortunately, Kai Fellows just didn't really get going at all in that race. Faded very, very badly, but Skinner Raja of London ran very, very well. He may be with the chance of getting through till tomorrow. But we shall wait and see. And we'll wait and see for that. We've got our second heat already beginning to prep their box. We've got Finlay McGill of Hereford and Worcestershire in 2. Archie Taylor of Suffolk in 3. Noah Ridgian of London in 4. Milo Brotherton of Leicestershire and Rutland in 5. Jimmy Ward of Warwickshire in 6. Daniel Slickbeck of Hertfordshire in 7. And Aaron Head of Northumberland in lane 8. This one, arguably the toughest out of the 3 heats. Daniel Slickbeck is a 47.87.89 runner for Hertfordshire. You've got 3 48 runners, Finlay McGill, Noah Ridgian, and Jimmy Ward of Warwickshire. As the boys just on hold whilst the high jump is also going on in the infield. But watch out for Daniel Slickbeck. Also watch out for Finlay McGill on the inside. He is the under-20 Midlands silver medalist. My apologies, not Slickbeck, it's Skillbeck, even. Watch out for Daniel Skillbeck of Hertfordshire. He came 4th in the Interboys category last year in the 400, so he's got great championship pedigree here. Finlay McGill of Hereford and Worcestershire in 2. It's his first English schools competition. I only know that because he is my training partner and I promised I would embarrass him in this commentary. So you're welcome, Finn, for when you watch this back. But no, between Daniel and Finn, both with the pedigree to run that 40s, that break under that magical 48 barrier and run 47. Probably not in this heat, Just looking to keep it nice and comfortable, make it through till tomorrow's final. But still watch out for Noah Ridgian and for Jimmy Ward, both with the potential to challenge the top 2 fastest in this heat.
Yeah.
So the boys seem ready. Got McGill, Taylor, Ridgian, Brotherton, Ward, Skillbeck and Aaron Head on the outside for the second heat of the boys, senior boys, 400 metres. They are away first time of asking. Watch out for McGill through the last 200 metres. That's where he really shines. But he is moving very strongly through that first 2. Really getting out hard, which is very good to see from him. Skillbeck of Hertfordshire is beginning to make up that stagger on Head on the outside. And through about 2, we're still looking at about 23 seconds for these lads, but it is Skillbeck who's moving very well on the outside. McGill's beginning to work that inside bend very well. So is Noah Ridgian as well. He's moving very well into second position there. But it is Skillbeck from Ridgian. Aaron Head is working very well on that outside, and he's looking to take this whole race entirely. It's Skillbeck from Head, Ridgian in third, and McGill comes through fourth. It looks to be just a little bit of pain there. Hope for his sake he is okay. So, from our first heat, I can tell you that Frederick Hake and Joshua Bettina are both through as automatic qualifiers, and Daniel Skillbeck and Aaron Head are also both through as automatic qualifiers from Heat 2. Currently, Jacob Gosnell and Kieran Skunashra, Shris Khan Raja even, my apologies, are both in the non-automatic qualifying positions at the minute with 49.72 and 49.88 So any time around that 49.5 mark will definitely, in this last heat, get you through to tomorrow's final. So, in this last heat, we have Joe Flynn of Shropshire, Rhys Bethel of Hertfordshire, Benjamin Dewar of Hampshire, Harvey Nelson of the West Midlands, Femi Sei Ajala of Suffolk, Rory Summers of Devon, and Thomas Watton of Cleveland. Harvey Nelson is the quickest in this race on paper. He is the Midlands Under-20 champion. So let's see what can he do in this final heat. They are away, first time of asking. Watch out for Nelson, that tall figure in the middle. Also watch out for Joe Flynn on the inside for Shropshire. He doesn't have anybody outside of him because Rhys Bethel is a non-starter, but he should be able to track down Benjamin Dewar on the outside of him for Hampshire. But Harvey Nelson's moved really, really well in the inside there. He's taken up that stagger on Femi Sei Ajala from Suffolk on his outside and moving very, very comfortably around that top bend. Also going well on the outside is Thomas Watton of Cleveland. And it seems to be those two on the outside, Rory Summers and Thomas Watton of Cleveland. They are 1 and 2 at the minute. Rory Summers has powered very, very well down that home straight and is going to take this. He has 48 for him. Joe Flynn, well measured run on that inside to also make it through, just pipping Thomas Watton on the line there. But once again, a very, very tightly contested heat. That should be enough for Thomas Watton to hopefully make it through. But we shall see. And that concludes our 400 metres heats across all of the competition today.
Yeah, will do. I'll follow this guy and then I'll... Yeah, I'm okay on power. Understood. Okay, thank you.
It's more interesting, yeah, Cox snaps it off, so it's quite expensive. You might go there.
So, we are back after a brief break. We've got the results of the first heat of the Junior Girls 800s. That's the second one that's just come through. So we can let you know that Maisie Mullett of Lincolnshire won that first heat in 2:14. And Capri Cooper of Middlesex won that second heat in 2:14.98 as well. For these junior girls, they've got 5 heats. We've got the fastest in each heat, plus the next 5 across the 5 heats, who are the non-automatic qualifiers, will all make it through to tomorrow's final, which is very, very exciting. Within this third heat, from inside to outside, we've got Nilu Heath, Jessica Thake, Gabriella Chung, Poppy Guest, Eleanor Thompson, Livy Cross, Alice Lincoln, Nia Parry Spring and Elsie Goodspeed. Taking up the early running there is Nilu Heath of Middlesex. And with tucked in behind it is Jessica Thake, just on her shoulder now as they come through that first 50 metres. Jessica Thake and Nilu Heath do that first 400 in about 68, maybe 69 seconds. But that field is still very, very tightly bunched in. Absolutely anybody's race. As the Surrey athlete now, that is Poppy Guest, beginning to come around the outside and challenge Thake for the lead of this race. Tucked in behind the pair of them is Gabriella Chung of Buckinghamshire, and Heath of Middlesex is still there, but just beginning to faint ever so slightly. A top 3 is beginning to break away in the pack between Guest, Chung and Thake. Poppy Guest now begins to take hold of this race with 200 to go, coming around the top bend. Gabriella Chung is tracking her every move on her shoulder. Jessica Thake working really, really hard in third, but it is Poppy Guest who's beginning to move away from the other two down the home straight. Jessica Thake is giving chase very, very well, but Poppy Guest is still going to take this just about, I think, 40, 30 to go. She's still looking really, really strong and has controlled this heat. 2:12.97 for the Surrey athlete. Jessica Thake rewarded with a sterling running behind her for second at about 2:13, and that should be more than enough to get her through to the final tomorrow, as our winning 2 heats before were already at a 2:14, so that 2:13 from Jessica Thake should be a plenty for her. And Gabriella Chung will have to sit and wait to see if what she has done will be fine for tomorrow's final. I can also let you know the results from those senior boys 400 metres who will be through to tomorrow's final. All of our non-automatic qualifiers came from that final heat. Harvey Nelson and Thomas Watton from the West Midlands and Cleveland will join Joe Flynn, Rory Summers, Aaron Head, Daniel Skilbeck, Joshua Patino and Frederick Hake into tomorrow's final. Frederick Hake goes in as fastest with 47.93. Second fastest was Rory Summers with a 41.1. So the Devon athlete will be very, very likely to challenge Frederick Hake for that title. We shall wait and see tomorrow. In and around the field, we also have the triple jump for the junior boys, sorry, which is underway down on the home straight. Just 8 of them challenging it out to be English schools champion. We've got the inter-boys high jump also occurring, just as you can see in your picture, as the next 800 race gets underway, as well as that javelin, which has concluded. So I can tell you that Ned Scott of Hampshire ended up winning that javelin competition in 62.63 metres. Jacob Earl of Wiltshire came second with 57.97 metres, and Toby Gwinnell of Kent came third with 57.82 metres. Very well done to those boys. Also on the outside, in the outer field, on your stream, if you want to cross over to there, we have the hammer for the inter-boys is also occurring. But back to the track. We have the 4th heat of our junior girls 800 metres. At the front is Isabella Heathcock of the West Midlands. She, alongside Millie Jordan of Lancashire, and the Hertfordshire athlete, that is Corey Naylor, are currently taking on this race. But we also have Lily Coates, Jemima Chetwood, Ella Standring, Evelyn Hodgkinson and Isla Bater, all very, very well placed within this race to compete to get through to tomorrow's final. At the minute, it is Cora Naylor of Hertfordshire who has streaked ahead with about 2:50 to go and began to control this race. Millie Jordan of Lancashire is giving a valiant chase and is beginning to close that gap as Cora Naylor has just begun to slow down ever so slightly. Not enough to cause a major sort of damage to her pace, but just checking back slightly and re-picking it back up as she comes into the home straight, beginning to really kick for home. Millie Jordan, though, is on her shoulder, still working really, really hard. The field is nowhere behind these two. But Cora Naylor, with that final kick, is going to take this 4th heat, book her place in tomorrow's final. 2:12.83 for her. 2:12, maybe 2:13 for Millie Jordan as well in behind, so she'll be through for tomorrow's final too. Similar to the pace of Heat 3, where we had 2 standouts in behind. Wait to see if anybody else behind them has done enough to make it through to tomorrow's final when all the results feed through from entry for sport.
If I want to get 3 shots, then yes.
So we have absolutely sped through these junior girl 800 heats, but we're already on to our final one. Within this one we have Beth Dalton of Middlesex, Izzy Hall of Durham, Berthan Silsby of Somerset, Isabel Beddoe of Merseyside, Demi Leonard of Humberside, Hallie Parks of the West Midlands, Megan Boyer of Greater Manchester, and Olivia Wright of Nottinghamshire. Out in front early, that is Hallie Parks of the West Midlands, alongside Isabel Beddoe of Merseyside. Those two working neck and neck, 1 and 2 at the minute. A tight pack of 3, Beth Dalton, Greater Manchester athlete. That is Megan Boyer. And I would go as far as to say that is Danny Leonard of Humberside. Yes, that is just in behind. So a group of about 5 just breaking away from the other 3 here in this race. But it is Hallie Parks out in front, beginning to really kick away from the field. Isabel Beddoe of Merseyside is giving chase very, very well, but Hallie Parks looks very, very comfortable out in front at the minute. Those 3 in behind are beginning to get really, really stretched now. Not much chase being given from those 3 behind. 2 are leading 2. As they come into the final 200, Hallie Parks is still controlling this very, very well at the front. Isabel Beddoe of Merseyside is tracking her every move, seeing when Parks will kick. And they come into the home straight. It is Parks beginning to now kick away from Beddoe. Beddoe is giving chase very, very well. Parks has controlled this from gun to tape with absolute aplomb, and she'll be rewarded with a spot in the English Schools final tomorrow. It might even be a semi-final. I believe it will be a final. Anyway, 2:14 dead for Parks. That should qualify her through very, very well with a good lane draw for tomorrow. Beddoe will have to sit tight and see what she has done, and if that will be enough for her to make it through. At the minute, our slowest non-automatic qualifier is a 2:15.17 from race 3. So hopefully that should be enough for Beddoe to make it through.
The gold medalist and English Schools champion in 2025. The first 62. Next stop at action.
Like clockwork, we can move straight on to our junior boys 800 metres. We've got 4 heats of this. 3 heats even, my deep apologies. 3 heats of this, top 2, and then 2 non-automatics. All of these boys tightly packed into double lanes here, sharing together to make sure that we've got as best racing as possible across all 3 of these heats. So within this first one, we've got Bobby McAvoy, Oliver Bradford Peck, Jack Baranowski, Callum Yates, Finley Smith, Lucas Wayman, Isaac Mayo, Harry Henderson, Finley Jones, Oscar Alsop, Craig Calvert and Hamish Dover. That is the Dorset athlete out in front at the minute, Oliver Bradford Peck. He is a 1:58 runner this year. by far and away the quickest in this field on paper, but can he put paper into performance? He's already opened up a gap of about a metre on the pack as they come down the home straight for the first time in about 59.83 for their four split. That's very, very honest work there from Oliver Bradford Peck. He's looking easy at the front, very controlled. In behind him is Jacob Baranowski of Lancashire, following very, very closely behind them is the athlete in green. Just checking who that is. That is 45. That's 45. That's Lucas Wayman of Leicestershire and Rutland. So those are your top three at the minute. Remember, fastest two through to tomorrow's final. So that looks like at the minute it'll be Jack Baranowski and Oliver Bradford Peck. Those two are beginning to move clear, but here comes a challenge from around the outside. That is looking like to be challenging Jack Baranowski. I can't quite tell his number. That's 76. That is Hamish Dover of Suffolk, who has given absolutely everything there, diving across the line to make it. Jack Baranowski signals to his support team on the side. He said he had nothing left, and that might be the reason that Hamish Dover just managed to sneak around it outside. Potentially even a PB there for Hamish Dover, but Oliver Bradford Peck controlled that from start to finish very, very well to take that win in that first heat. Hamish Dover will join him tomorrow in the final, and Jack Baranowski will have to sit and bide his time and see will he make it through tomorrow. Got two more heats for him to sit tight and hopefully make an English schools final. Hopefully his first one for him. So now it's time for race 2. Lewis McElroy there of Merseyside, he's on the inside. Lucas Saylor of Hereford and Worcestershire, Bo Prenesti of South Yorkshire, Adam Paget of Nottinghamshire, Iliam Thomas of the Isle of Man, Miles Christopher of Derbyshire, Max Carey of Northumberland, Jake Davies of Bedfordshire, Barney Berman of Lincolnshire, Alfie Kelly of Suffolk, Oscar Beck of Somerset, and William Brain of the UAE on the outside. Looked for Adam Paget of Nottinghamshire. He's the fastest on paper at the moment of a 1:59.67, but it is the Suffolk athlete of Alfie Kelly who's taken it at the front at the minute. With 69, that's Oscar Beck of Somerset following him very closely, and there is the Nottinghamshire athlete Adam Paget in third. Those three are already beginning to move away from the chasing pack. The Lancashire athlete Bedfordshire athlete, my deepest apologies, not Lancashire. Bests are very similar. The Bedfordshire athlete of Jake Davies has decided, no, we're not having that. We don't want to build that gap. Let's move up together. Let's all make this a very tight race. And they've slowed down now with about 2:50 to go. It's gone very, very tactical. Anyone's race for the taking. The Bedfordshire athlete of Davies says, I want to take it. I want to lead the pace. But Paget says, no, I'm going to control it from the front now with 200 to go. This is my race to lose. Davies and Paget, these two at the front, battling very, very well. As they come into the home straight now. Adam Paget begins to kick away. Jake Davies is challenging him and is overtaking him down the home straight. Oscar Beck is in that chase attack alongside 59. Here was Max Carey of Northumberland, but Jake Davies and Adam Paget will take that heat, that second heat there for the Junior Boys 800. Very difficult to see with all the numbers flying in and about, but Max Carey of Northumberland timed his kick to perfection to gain third. Oscar Beck just fading for Somerset into fourth there, but great racing all round from those boys. Really well tactically strung out race. And Paget and Davies are rewarded for their efforts with a place in tomorrow's final. And just like that, we move on to our last heat of the Junior Boys 800. We've got Michael Emmanuel of Berkshire in 1. Jacob Dutton of Derbyshire in 2. Harry Sigsky of Nottinghamshire in 3. Ethan Gibbs of Bedfordshire in 4. Harvey Brown of Cheshire in 5. Barney Smith of Dorset in 6. Brandon Smart of Staffordshire in 7. Mirren Radharda of West Midlands in 8. Edward Barnacote of Cornwall in 9. George House of Devon in 10. Jesse Bryant of Wiltshire in 11. And Mac Lightfoot of Merseyside in 12. The long flowing hair there of Harvey Brown, the Cheshire athlete, is taken out from the front straight away. Looking very, very comfortable around that top bend is Harvey Brown. In behind him is Jesse Bryant of Wiltshire. Those very cool glasses that Bryant has on, keeping him shaded and focused in the sun. Focused on Harvey Brown in front of him as he continues to lead this pack through 4. Looking very comfortable, 59.98 for Harvey Brown. Bryant is still in second. A small pack is developing behind. It's very, very strung out. The Berkshire athlete of Michael Emmanuel has just moved over the shoulder of 4th into 3rd. But it's still absolutely anybody's race. It's still Harvey Brown out in front. Will he falter? Will he fade? Bryant is looking to make a move now as they come into the final 2, down that final 150. Bryant goes around Brown's outside. Emmanuel's also tracking the moves of Bryant and Brown on the outside. Here goes Bryant now, down that home straight. Harvey Brown is looking to challenge, he's looking to come back. Emmanuel's also looking to come back. These top 3 are well and away from the rest of the pack. And it is Brown of Cheshire from Bryant who will just take it on the line. 2:01.13 for the Cheshire athlete. Bryant is rewarded with a very, very well timed move there with 150 to go with a spot in tomorrow's final. Emmanuel comes through for 3rd. That should hopefully be a PB for Emmanuel and hopefully be enough to get him through to tomorrow's final. But that concludes the junior boys 800 metre races. We've got our inter-girls, inter-boys next up. The inter-girls first, as always at English School, ladies first. We've got three heats of this. So another set of races that are stacked and lane sharing to be had. 3 races, two fastest in each race, plus 2 non-automatic qualifiers will make it through to tomorrow. Within this first one we have Elsa Norris of Hampshire, Madeline Turner of Derbyshire, Millie Cossins of Gloucestershire, Layla Roden of South Yorkshire, Bella Taylor of Suffolk, Florence Kenny of Nottinghamshire, Olivia Chilton of Buckinghamshire, Kizzy Harris Sargent of West Yorkshire, Lucy Horton of West Midlands, and Molly Grant of Lincolnshire. Watch out for Molly Grant on the outside. She's a 2:04 $800 and by far and away the favourite in this inter-girls discipline across all of the heats. Will there be any challengers to her? Only time will tell. They are underway very, very swiftly indeed. Molly Grant is already putting a sizable gap between her and the chasing pack. They now speed up a little bit. Somebody's there to challenge her. That is the Suffolk athlete of Bella Taylor, who just comes around and just checked herself. Just decided she wants to take this on, not give Molly Grant all it her own way. In behind them is the Hampshire athlete of Elsa Norris in 3rd. But it's still Bella Taylor out in front from Molly Grant, from Elsa Norris. In behind, that's number 80, I believe. Can't quite see it from that distance. She's beginning to fade slowly as Bella Taylor picks up the pace a little bit, 6.27 through 4. Molly Grant still in behind in 2nd. Elsa Norris on her shoulder in 3rd. Bella Taylor's done a very, very good job of pacing this thus far. Molly Grant's taking all the help she can get in 2nd. Will she decide to pick it up and take this race on, or will she let Bella Taylor do all of the work? Elsa Norris now working really, really hard in 3rd. She's just beginning to hang on ever so slightly losing the back of these top 2. But Bella Taylor looks very, very comfortable out in front, commanding all this as they come with 200 to go. Elsa Norris now begins to fight back slightly. She's on Molly Grant's shoulder. Molly Grant's boxed in ever so slightly as Bella Taylor now begins to open it up, and here comes Molly Grant with 100 to go. She says, here's my time. Elsa Norris fighting really, really well in 2nd. Bella Taylor's not got a lot left. She's done so much in the dog work in that first 700 metres, but it is Molly Grant out and away. A perfect heat run for her, 2:09.58. Elsa Norris comes through for 2nd. Bella Taylor hopefully is rewarded for all of her hard work, pacing that first heat with 3rd and hopefully a spot in tomorrow's final. Very well done from all of our ladies there in that first heat. I can also let you know now the results of our junior boys 800s. So as we know from that final race, Harvey Brown of Cheshire and Jesse Bryant of Wiltshire both made it through in 2:01s. Michael Emanuel unfortunately just misses out in 3rd, rewarded with a 2:01 new PB. But no, apologies, entry for sport hasn't updated itself. Michael Emanuel is through. He just pushes out Max Carey of Northumberland for 3rd, because in that race Jake Davies and Adam Paget both made it through in 2:02s. And in the first race, Oliver Bradford Peck and Hamish Dover both make it through in 2:01s alongside Jack Baranowski of Lancashire. But back to the ladies. We've got Heat 2. In this we've got Imogen Hill of Greater Manchester, Imogen Ward of Cheshire, Angela Diashi of Sussex, Mary Carver Brown of Avon, Molly Carvel of Merseyside, Orla Wright of London, Maya Schofield of West Yorkshire, Agatha Taylor of Lancashire, Ezra Harold of Essex and Emily Collingwood of Durham. Much more tightly contested in terms of times this one. Ezra Harold of Essex is the fastest time on paper in 2:07.88, closely followed by Maya Schofield of West Yorkshire with a 2:09 dead. But watch out for those two colours at the front, and it is Maya Schofield at the minute in that West Yorkshire colour, that blue and white strip, beginning to take control at the front there. But Ezra Harold of Essex is on her shoulder already. The Durham athlete, that is Emily Collingwood, is in third at the minute, and the London athlete of All Right just tucked in into fourth. But these two at the front, Harold and Schofield, look very, very comfortable. Really good running from these guys. Collingwood in behind, working very, very well, catching that draft and that slipstream from the two in front. We've also got a new challenger, that is Molly Carvel of Merseyside. She is now coming around the outside to take it 66 for that first lap, so a lot slower, a lot more measured, a lot more tactical this second race compared to the first. So it's definitely will be top two. It's highly doubt that any non-automatic qualifiers are going to come from one of these two. So you've got to now switch on your racing mind. You've got to think, how will I defeat the others around me? Maya Schofield thinks, I'm going to do that by taking this pace on, by really stretching it out, which is what she is doing. Ezra Harold of Essex is going with her. Molly Carvel of Merseyside is also going with her. Ezra Harold now moves around the outside of Molly Carvel into second, and these two are away. Maya Schofield looking very, very comfortable. So it's Ezra Harold. She looks over her shoulder, checks on just to make sure that she is safe as they come into the home straight. So it will be Maya Schofield from Ezra Harold, 1 and 2. Looking for a time around about 2:12 here. 10, 11, yeah, 2:12 for Schofield and Ezra Harold. About 2:14. I believe that was All Right in third, so I doubt that she will be able to make it through at that time through to the final. But very well done to Harold and Schofield. Comfortably through to tomorrow's final.
Final heat of 800.
Here we go then. We've got the final heat of our Intergirls 800 metres. Charlotte Campbell is in the inside. Owls from her, we've got Isabel Goodman, Daisy Woodcock, Poppy Henson, Amelia Towson, Daisy Alford, Ava Sutton, Sophie Perez is a non-starter, Matilda Robertson and Daisy Connor of Sussex is on our outside. And she is moving very, very well out in front already, putting a gap of about 2 metres between her and the chasing pack. The rest of those ladies are behind, tightly bunched. But that looks like that is the Hampshire athlete of Daisy Alford. She is giving chase very well. But Daisy Connor, with 2:13 season's best, is going to look to take this on from the front, making it an honest pace, a true pace through 400 metres. She comes through 63.79 for Daisy Connor. Can she maintain this, or will one of the others catch her up? Daisy Alford's going backwards a little bit. She's just been caught by the chasing pack of about 4 athletes there working together. In that is Daisy Woodstock, I believe, of Cumbria. She is just going around the outside at the minute of Alford. So is the West Yorkshire athlete of Poppy Henson. Those two, 2 and 3, battling for that second automatic spot. But this has been an absolutely commanding run by Daisy Connor. Gun to tape, it's never looked in doubt that she would take this on and take it on from the front. Into the home straight now. She still looks comfortable, still moving very, very well. But here comes, it's not, oh my bad, it's not Daisy Woodcock, it's Isabel Goodman of Lancashire instead. 2:10 for Daisy Connor, but Isabel Goodman gave it a very good chase down the home straight to reward herself with a place tomorrow. Very, very strong running from Goodman. Incredibly serene performance from Daisy Connor. Definitely a season's best for her. We will check if that is a personal best. But all round, Connor and Goodman will join the rest of the field for tomorrow's Intergirls 800 final. Next on the track straight away, the Interboys 800. No messing about from the officials. Henry Hemmings is in this one, Lewis Legg 2, Joe Cruz, Charlie Eisenberg, Charlie Chambers, Lewis Howard, Freddie Boniface, Callum Pearson and Cosmo Kinley of the Isle of Man. Only the winner of each heat will go through to tomorrow's final, plus 4 non-automatic qualifiers. So we've got 4 heats of this. At the moment, it looks like Henry Hemmings, one of the fastest on paper, is taking it out alongside, I believe, 29. That is the Gloucestershire athlete of Joe Cruz. He's leading at the front. Henry Hemmings just behind in third. There's a Hampshire athlete in between them. That is Charlie Chambers. He's a 1:49 runner, so definitely with great pedigree coming into this event as one of the fastest on paper, and he's showing that now as he moves around the outside with about 300, maybe 310 to go. Looking very, very comfortable. In behind, Henry Hemmings is just latching onto the back. There's an Avon athlete, I believe, that's in between them two. That is Charlie Eisenberg. But it's all about Charlie Chambers in the battle of these Charlies. Chambers is coming out on top with Henry Hemmings of Derbyshire following very, very well. These two are now away from the field. Great running from the pair of them, and they will be rewarded with a very comfortable time. Chambers wins it 1:55, Hemmings in second, and that's 73%. That's Callum Pearson, who's just timed his kick to perfection to come through third. Chambers will definitely be through to tomorrow. We will look to wait and see if that is enough for Henry Hemmings. In the intermediate, we can clear up the results of our intergirls 800 metres to know who will be in the final tomorrow. We definitely have Molly Grant and Elsa Norris from Heat 1. We've got Maya Schofield and Ezra Harold from Heat 2. And we have Daisy Connor and Isabel Goodman from Heat 3. Matilda Robertson of Surrey also came through with a well-timed kick, just overtaking Poppy Henson to take that spot in third and gift herself a spot in tomorrow's final as a result. And our last non-automatic qualifier will be Bella Taylor of Suffolk, rewarded for such great pacing through that first 650, 700 metres. She will also be in tomorrow's English schools final. With all that said and done, who will be in the final? From this heat, it will be one of Jake Tyrrell of Leicestershire and Rutland, Marty Poynton of Berkshire, Jack Leader of the West Midlands, Jonas Tipping of Oxfordshire, Freddie Harris of Northamptonshire, Hugh Smith of Lancashire, Ian Sperry of Avon, or Ralph Brown of Shropshire. So here we go then. Ewan Sperry is the fastest on paper in that Avon strip, that light blue strip with the number 1 on his back. But at the minute, it's the man inside him. That's Hugh Smith of Lancashire who's decided to take this on at the front. Ralph Brown of Shropshire is also following closely behind around that outside. We've already got the field strung out, the pace being very, very honest and true here through that first 250. As they jostle to position for the first time down that home straight. We've got a group of about 5 athletes. In that is Sperry. Can also see 67. That is Ralph Brown of Shropshire. He's still in there. There is Marty Poynton of Berkshire in and around that pack too. The A1 athlete of Ewan Sperry has now taken up at the front, but he has challengers. He's not completely comfortable out in front, because that is now who I believe to be, it's not Marty Poynton. Marty Poynton's in third. Ralph Brown's in fourth. Ewan Sperry is in first still. I believe it's the Oxfordshire athlete. Yes, it is Jonas Tipping. He was challenging Ewan Sperry, but Ewan Sperry has now taken this on. He's dispatched of Tipping. Ralph Brown tries to go with him, but can't. Marty Poynton has gone with him, and he can. He's rewarded himself with a second, a shot at making it into tomorrow's final. But Ewan Sperry will definitely be there. 1:54.67 for him. Jonas Tiffin gave absolutely everything, dived across the line as a result. So did Ralph Brown. He sprawled out on the floor. But it's no match for Ewan Sperry. He's made it through comfortably to tomorrow's final. Walks off very, very confidently. And we'll look forward to seeing what he can do tomorrow. Meanwhile, just to whet your appetite, if the track action wasn't exciting enough for you, in a packed stand down at the home straight, we've got some great junior boys triple jump action occurring, some high stakes, high octane action. We also have the shot put occurring in the sun on that top bend there, as well as the pole vault occurring simultaneously next to it. And our inter-boys high jump still going on. But on the track we've got Heat 3. Cody Gilbody of Shropshire, Alfie Bedford of South Yorkshire, Max McKinstry of Avon, Caleb Gifford Groves is a non-starter there in 5 for Devon, Oliver Smith of Hereford and Worcestershire in 6, Saul Bennett of Sussex in 7, Magnus Riddle of Northumberland in 8, and Zephyrin Caddy White of Cornwall takes that outside lane in lane 9. Watch out for Saul Bennett in that light yellow strip. He's run 1:55 this season, and with the non-start of Caleb Gifford Groves, he is the quickest on paper in this heat. But at the front at the minute, that looks like the Avon athlete of Max McKinstry. He is taking this on from the front, making this pace true and honest. In behind them is Saul Bennett. That is the Sussex athlete who's decided to just make his move now. But there are 4 abreast coming down that home straight for the first time. On the outside, that is Magnus Riddle of Northumberland. He decides to take this on with 400 to go. That they're all now following the single file. Saul Bennett is just on the shoulder of that man in green behind him. Can't quite see with the angles down the back straight who that is, but we will see down the home straight who is challenging Morgan Riddle and Saul Bennett as they come with 200 to go round that top bend. Morgan Riddle is still out in front from Saul Bennett. Remember, it's only the fastest person, the winner of each heat, that will qualify. So Saul Bennett either needs to make a move or Morgan Riddle needs to hold this on. They come down the home straight. It's Morgan Riddle who's going to take it. Saul Bennett didn't have an answer. Alfie Bedford was the man in green behind. He also didn't have an answer. Morgan Riddle, 1:56.31. Magnus Riddle even. My deepest apologies. Magnus Riddle takes it. 1:50.7 runner for his season's best, and a 1:56 made it look easy. Saul Bennett will have to wait and see if that is enough for him. And as we now move into our final 800 for the time being, we cross back over to some sprints. We've got Josh Smith of Lancashire, Oscar Nagalingman of Hertfordshire, I think I've pronounced it correctly, Joshua Adkin of Leicestershire and Rutland, Jack Dormer of Surrey, Marcus Wootton of Nottinghamshire, Shadwan Brian Gray of London, Caleb Still of Merseyside, and Samuel Conkey of Cheshire. Here we go then, final heat of the inter-boys 800 metres. On paper we should see Oscar Nagalingman of Hertfordshire sort of take it out from the front. He is the fastest in terms of season's best on paper, and we have seen the quicker boys are really asserting their dominance from the jump in these heats. So there is Oscar in second. Just ahead of him is the Leicestershire and Rutland athlete. That is Joshua Adkin, who is currently taking it out. About 44 seconds, 44 seconds. Do about 300 metres and they come down the home straight for the first time. Adkin is really stretching his gap here out in front. Goes through at about 57.92. Swift, honest work for these boys. Nagalingman is still in second, the London athlete. That is Brian Gray. Just see him tucked up, who was in third. Just been overtaken for fourth, and now fifth. Adkin now begins to slow slightly as Nagalingman is beginning to work really, really hard down the start of this back straight in order to bridge that gap. But it's absolutely anybody's race. They've bunched quite tightly now with about 2:20 to go. There's a massive surge from Joshua Smith. Can anyone respond? Nagalingman's going with him. So is Brian Gray. Adkin's got nothing behind. Jack Dormer is also trying to respond, but here goes Josh Smith, taking it to Nagalingman, taking it to Brian Gray. He will win this final heat. He checks his shoulder just to make sure, and he's done it. Brian Gray takes Nagalingman, I believe, on the line for second. 1:56.06 for Josh Smith. Definitely a season's best for him. What a time to do it at English schools, if not a new PB. With the conclusion of that final heat of the Interboys 800, we're going to move across to the other side of the track, that far corner, basked in the great Birmingham sunshine of this early afternoon for the start of our 200 metres. We've got the Inter girls first, followed by the Inter boys. We'll be very excited to see what happens between those two races of big names coming up in both of those heats.
We now have 4 heats of the 200 metres for each girls. First heat was 4
So we move on to our Inter-Girls 200 metres. Got 4 heats of this. Once again, only the winner will qualify automatically. Another 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from across our 4 heats will join our winners in tomorrow's final. We'll start off with Sophie Hughes on the inside for Staffordshire. She's in 2. Evelyn Colston of Humberside's in 3. Holly Ann Sutter of Durham's in 4. Nicola Ovelwitz of Cambridgeshire is in 5. Princess Iluwu of Greater Manchester's in 6. Chloe Johnson of Hampshire's in 7. And Ella Rennie of London on the outside is in lane 8. Watch out for Hughes on the inside, Rennie on the outside. They are 2 athletes that have both gone a sub 25 this season. Nice clean start all round. Who will be able to maintain their speed first as they come into the home bend? Here goes Ella Rennie on the outside. She's moving very, very well. Holtz is giving her chase very, very well. But Rennie looks really, really strong. And she will take that first one, 24-25 for Ella Rennie. Sophie Hughes comes in second. We'll put her in a good position for a non-automatic qualifying spot, as they left the rest of the chasing pack in their dust. That was great running there from Ella Rennie, the fastest coming into this competition with her season's best of 24.03. Really putting it to the other girls who are in and around her sort of times that are coming off in heats 2, 3 and 4 as to why she is the favourite to take this English schools title. She's done the hard bit now. Got to come back tomorrow and finish off the job to take gold. But will one of these girls challenge her? Here comes the next team. In this we have Ria Webb of Bedfordshire, Hamika Kyrie Adu of Middlesex, Annabelle Van Hingleston of Oxfordshire, Keely Little of Devon, Ellie Oscroft of Derbyshire, Lily Krask of North Yorkshire, and Olivia Wittengowski of Kent on our outside. As the athletes are called to their mark, they are ready for 24, maybe 25 seconds of intense high-speed racing. Clean start once again. It's a nice even start as they break to 50. It looks on the inside, that's Keely Little of Devon, who seems to have taken the lead as she comes into the home straight. Small figure, Little by nature, but not by speed, as she is the fastest, the biggest speed of them all over the line, 24.34. Great work there from Keely Little, winning that heat comfortably to book her place in tomorrow's final. She'll give Ella Rennie a good challenge tomorrow. Keely Little with a PB of 21.10 in her 200. Ella Rennie with a season's best or personal best of 24.03. It'll be a really interesting battle when that comes around tomorrow. Who else can we get to join Little and Rennie's battle tomorrow? It'll be one of Michelle Okoro of Humberside, Isabella Davies of Hereford and Worcestershire, Emily Spicer of South Yorkshire, Maisie Boylan of Norfolk, Adele Stanolisis of Suffolk, Florence Hodgkins of West Yorkshire, or Emily Cadman of London. Here we go then, heat 3 of our Intergirls 200 metres. Good start all around. Watch out for Maisie Boylan in Norfolk. The Norfolk in 5. She has run 24.17. And she's moving very, very well away from the rest of the field. Emily Cadman of London is giving a very, very good chase in second, and hopefully will reward herself with a fastest non-automatic qualifying time at 24.17 into a minus 1.3, I believe. Which gives very, very good onus for when she comes back tomorrow. Hopefully the wind is with them. Hopefully she can get under 24 seconds with that sort of time. Should be a PB regardless for Emily Cadman in second. A great running all around there. Finally, we've got our last heat here of the Intergirls 200 metres. We've got Jess Mann on the inside for Cheshire in lane 2. Evie Tamblin from Cornwall in 3. Lily Hartman of Essex in 4. Alea Bassong of Middlesex in 5. Martha Herringsaw of Avon in 6. Alicia May of Greater Manchester in 7. And then Elizabeth Lingard of Lincolnshire on the outside in lane 8. Seems to be a gap there in the middle. I don't believe that Nevi Tamblin has come to the start line. So a little bit of a gap for Jess Mann on the inside to chase up to Lily Hartman of Essex. But they are away cleanly once again, first time of asking. And working very, very well. Very even through the first 100 metres. But here goes Lily Hartman, who starts to work a little bit harder. So is Martha Herringshaw of Avon. Those two neck and neck, but it's Herringshaw that's just going to take it. 24.58. incredible work there from Martha Herringshaw. Into a plus 1.0 win, she sets a new personal best for herself. Taking a scalp over Lily Hartman, who comes in second behind her, and puts her in a very good position for tomorrow's final. At the conclusion of that, into girls 200 metres, we will gather those results shortly for you to be able to give you a debrief as to who is through, who is joining Herringshaw in the final tomorrow. But we also have the inter-boys 200 metres that will go very, very shortly, and there is one standout name in this field. That is Farrell Favisiwa of Surrey in 3.
He is the champion last year in this event.
He was the champion the year before in the junior boys 200 metres. Recently acquired his first GV vest in Mannheim as a under 17, a typical event that's normally for our senior category here at English Schools, our under 20s. So an astounding achievement for Farrell Favisiwa, who has a personal best of 20.10. So what can he do? What kind of statement can he put down? To begin, in and around him we have Stanley Hurst of Cambridgeshire, Troy Ogendembe of Kent, Farrell Favisiwa in 3, Gabriel Uguagu of Northamptonshire, Eddie Joseph of West Yorkshire's in 5, Henry Booth of Derbyshire's in 6, Mikel Alexander of London in 7, Ethan Gregory Green of South Yorkshire in 8, and Brian Oldfield of Devon in 9. They are away already. Here goes Farrell Favisiwa already, taking out that stagger on the field by about 100 metres. We have Gabriel Uguagu challenging him for that second spot, but Farrell Favisiwa looks so comfortable, shuts it down already with about 30 to go. 21.83 for him, and he made that look easy. Very, very easy for him. Without his trademark red shorts and red arm sleeves for this heat. The business end comes tomorrow for Farrell Favisiwa, but the Croydon Harrier athlete is safely through tomorrow. For these inter-boys is once again the fastest in each race, plus 4 non-automatic qualifiers. So around 21.8 is that benchmark for these young men. So, who will join Farrell tomorrow in the final? We've got 9 more on the track trying to bid their claim to be in the English Schools inter-boys final for the 200 metres. The next 9 are Marcus James of Bedfordshire. He goes in 1. Alan Stobart of the Isle of Man in 2. Daniel Catamole of Cumbria in 3. Olawale Toby Ogundeko of Essex is in 4. Ethan Hegarty of West Yorkshire's in 5. Thomas Harding of Nottinghamshire's in 6. Isaac Lord Uzuegbu of Northamptonshire's in 7. Sammy Brown of Hertfordshire's in 8. And Lester Palmer of Suffolk is in 9. Here they go then. Watch out once again for the Essex athlete. Essex always bringing such strong sprinters to English Schools. And Ogundeko is the strongest in this field with a 21.63. But next to him, Ethan Hegarty. He's only got a season's best of 22.1, but that doesn't show in this heat. because he has stormed away 21.74. He is ecstatic with that. A new personal best for Ethan Hegarty, I am sure. As we just look, our thoughts go with Sammy Brown. That Hertfordshire athlete is just holding his hamstring there, just as he has finished. The highs of one athlete, of Ethan Hegarty, achieving a new personal best to make the final, taking a scalp for Ruggen compared to the lows of Brown of Hertfordshire. And we hope he is okay down there at the finish. But congratulations to Ethan Hegarty, a new personal best, a first English schools final for him, and hopefully we can see him repeat such measures tomorrow. Good to see that Sammy Brown has managed to stand. He is managing to walk and limp ever so slightly. His hamstring is definitely not okay, but he's with great medical support over there in the far corner of the stadium. But back at the start line, we've got another 7 athletes. Sean Appiah of Essex is in 2. Shannon Agada of Cleveland is in 3. Lucky Amonposa of Shropshire is a non-starter. Christian Mikowski of South Yorkshire is in 5. LaShawn Thorpe McLean of Middlesex is in 6. Samuel Thompson of Durham is in 7. Noah Latisek of West Midlands is in 8. And Abraham Adeyeyo of Nottinghamshire is in 9. Sean Appiah then, the national champion last year over the 200 in the under-17 category. He came second in this event last year behind Farrell Favasiwa. Can he get one over on him this weekend? We will wait and see. They are away. It is the Cleveland athlete of Shannon Agada who has currently taken it from the front. Sean Appiah has left himself a lot of work to do, as Noah Latisek of West Midlands is going to take it 21.98. Shannon Agada faded very, very prominently down that home straight for Latisek to take that win and book himself a place in the final. Hopefully Sean Appiah is okay. He just looked a little bit laboured coming off that bend and then managed to somewhat pick it up. He just shakes off his hamstring. Hopefully not another injury to a hamstring in this inter-boys 200 metres. But that's a massive shock to not see Sean Appiah take this from the front. We hope that'll still be enough to get him through to the final tomorrow. Go rest and rehab it in the Essex Hotel tonight with the team, and hopefully come back tomorrow. We will wait and see if that is enough for him. So finally then, we've got one more heat of these Interboys 200 metres. We've got Ryan Afili of Middlesex in 2, Benjamin Weil of Warwickshire in 2, Morgan Downs of West Yorkshire in 4. Benjamin Wiles in 3. Downs of West Yorkshire in 4. Noah Gertebay of Avon in 5. Ross Priestley of Buckinghamshire in 6. Oliver Marchand of Gloucestershire in 7. Charlie Williamson of Hertfordshire is in 8, and Maximus Allen of Norfolk takes the outside lane in lane 9. Here we go then. Final heat of these inter-boys 200 metres. Everyone is away cleanly across all of them. And it is Oliver Marchant of Gloucestershire who has taken an early lead as they come into the home straight. But they're about 4 abreast in terms of positions. Marchant is taking it for Gloucestershire, but on the inside, Ryan Afili is also challenging well, but it will be Oliver Marchant. Sorry, not Oliver Marchant, that's Ross Priestley, my bad, of Buckinghamshire. 21.90, a new personal best as well for Ross Priestley. Incredible work from him too. Very, very animated celebrations across the line as he is happy with his new personal best. Taking about 2.5 tenths off his time and booking his spot in the final tomorrow in the process. We just have a breather. So high octane, fast paced racing that's just occurred. We can tell you the qualifiers for tomorrow's inter-girls 200 metre final. We've got Ella Rennie of London, she won her heat. Keely Little of Devon won heat 2. Maisie Boylan of Norfolk won heat 3, and Martha Herringshaw won heat 4. Our non-automatic qualifiers are Sophie Hulse of Staffordshire, Nicola Oblowetzik of Cambridgeshire. Emily Cadman was awarded with chasing down Maisie Boylan very, very well for heat 3, with a spot in tomorrow's final, as well as Lily Hartman of Essex as well. So congratulations to all of those ladies there. We will bring you the result of those 200 metre inter-boys races when they come through. But in the meantime, the 3,000 metre inter-boys heats are off. It's just the first 6 of these. There are no non-automatic qualifiers, as these boys have 7.5 laps to encounter. As these boys take these first 200 metres very, very easily. It's very hot around the stadium at the minute. It's reached highs of 31 degrees, feels like 33. Down on the track, unideal conditions to do distance running. But these boys of Alfie Jeffrey, Tayo Aaron, Sandy McDonald, Ben Allen, Casper Wilson, Theodore Austin, Mikey Bacon, Alfie Cook, Tom Ford, Samuel Collins, Joseph Skanes, Xander Gribben, Samuel Blackwell, Toby Loughlin and Harry Stennett of the Isle of Man will all do their very ample best to brave the heat in order to gain a spot in tomorrow's final. Our early leader at the minute is 73. That is Ben Allen of Staffordshire. He's started to string out the field, make it a nice, honest pace. In behind him, with about 6 laps to go now, that is Samuel Blackwell of Suffolk. But they all bunch back together again. Nobody really wants to take this pace on. It's too hot to make this too quick, especially in a heat. Especially where you've got first 6 to qualify. You want to make this as tactical as possible. Save your kick. Save your specialties for the end of the race where it really, really matters. And then go for broke tomorrow in the final. Meanwhile, I can bring you some results from in and around the stadia in the field whilst these 3,000 metre boys continue on their way. In the inter-boys pole vault, Max Merriam of Surrey seems at the minute to be leading with a jump with a vault of 4 metres 20. Ramsey Gill of Hertfordshire also has cleared 4 metres 20, as has Liam Nichols. We'll doubly check just to make sure that that is right, as injury sport and pole vault has not been favourable as far. Very good on the track though, I must say. Also in the field, inter-boys high jump has just concluded. We will look to see those results as well when they come through to us. In the triple jump, Toluwani Okelola of Greater Manchester has just won in 13.16. Cruz Collins of West Yorkshire has gained silver in 12.94, and Axel Otterson of Surrey has come third, gaining bronze at this year's English Schools Champs with a jump of 12.75. It's great work all round there from our junior boys. In the hammer on the outer ring, Jack Hancock of Northamptonshire has taken the win. Thus far, he has done 58.84. Aaron Axtell of Hampshire is in second, 55.57 for him, with Joshua Babalola of Essex currently in third position at this current moment. William Stander is in fourth for Essex. In the senior girls shot put, that has concluded. Alani Dumboya of Greater Manchester won that in 13.16. Isabel Stamp of London came second with 12.49, and Yasmin Baker of Greater Manchester came third with 12.21. But your English Schools senior girl champion is Alani Dumboya of Greater Manchester. Finally, on the back straight, ongoing is the inter-boys long jump. Daniel Emmett-Moore of Hertfordshire is currently our leader with 7 metres 80. William Launder of Dorset is currently sitting in second place with 7.07. Owen Firth of Surrey is currently third position with 6.92. We can also see just in front of us that the senior girls triple jump are just getting warmed up, just marking out their run-outs. They go off in about 35 minutes, give or take. We've also got the hammer girls and the outer field on that stream about to go in about 5 minutes or so, as well as the senior boys javelin within the stadium. That will also start in a couple of seconds, just finishing their warm-ups and establishing their running order. But we head back to the track now, as these boys have successfully navigated 5.5 laps. They've got 2 to go, just 800 metres, and that is Joe Scaines of Kent out in front at the minute. Tayo Aaron of Greater Manchester is tucked in behind the second, and these two have begun to move away from the rest of the pack. There's a small gap of 3 behind the other Greater Manchester athlete. That is Theodore Austin is beginning to make a move. He's slowed that back down on the Gloucestershire athlete. The Northumberland athlete, my apologies, of Alfie Cook, I believe, has moved up into third. But Joe Scaines and Tayo Aaron currently 1 and 2 at the front. Can confirm that that is Alfie Cook of Northumberland in third. as they come up to the bell. Joe Skanes, 7:44, takes the bell, still leading from the front. Kyle Aaron in second, Cook of Northumberland third, the Hertfordshire athlete. That is Tom Ford. My apologies, that is Tom Ford in fourth. But there's now a gap of about 6. A clear breakaway has ascended. And we will look to see who these 6 are. We definitely know Skanes, Cook, Aaron and Ford are definitely our top 4. 2 in behind who we can't quite see at the minute. I know one of them should be Sandy McDonald of Cambridgeshire in that light blue vest with that number 9 on his back. He is currently in 6th. But here we go then. Joe Skanes even, my apologies, comes down the home straight. He looks so relaxed this entire time, measured, making sure that he doesn't overheat, and has worked effortlessly between him and Alfie Cook to take 1 and 2. Tom Ford is through, Kyan Aaron is through, Sandy McDonald is through, and I believe that final spot has gone to 71. That's Mikey Bacon of South Yorkshire, who came through for 5th. Those top 6 have all made it through to tomorrow's final. They go straight into the shade, bless them, as it is absolutely scorching. It's not distance running weather one bit. Here we are then with race 2 of the 3,000 metres into boys. The Hertfordshire athlete there is out in front, that's Teddy Murphy. The pack of still about 7 or 8 is just beginning to break away ever so slightly from the rest of them, but they're still strung out very, very well in this tough heat. In behind them is a couple of athletes. One of them is in a yellow vest, and I believe that is the Surrey athlete of... might not be. One of them. But regardless, there's an athlete in behind, but it's a Hertfordshire athlete out in front. Can't quite see their number, but will give you the update as it comes on. And I was correct, is Teddy Murphy out in front. He's got a season's best of 8:45 this year. In behind him is 81, who is Archie Lane of Warwickshire. Not Surrey, my bad. Very similar yellow vests between Warwickshire and Surrey, but that is Archie Lane in second with 21. That is 21. Yes, I am correct. Rory Barclay Watt of Devon in third. So those three are our top three there, with just about 2 3/4 laps to go. Teddy Murphy still controlling this heat very, very well from the front. Archie Lane in second, Barclay Watt in third, as a group of 6 has now just began to develop. 6 growing on 7, but 7 into 6 does not go, and one of them will not be making this English schools final at that rate. So we've got to drop one of them. Who it will be absolutely anybody's guess, as they are still neck and neck with about 900 metres to go, I would say. Also coming around the outside now is the Merseyside athlete, that is Max Taylor. He's moved himself up into third, just coming around the outside of Archie Lane there, and beginning to now make his move. Barclay Watt seems to not have an answer at the minute, as the bell hits 400 to go, 7:50 on the clock. Here goes Max Taylor now. Who can respond? It's a 400 metre sprint for the line. Barclay Watt tries to respond, so does Lane, so does Murphy. Off the back of the field seems to be the London athlete of Caspian Holmes. Can he join back up to that field, or will he be the one to miss out on the final? At the front though, it is still Max Taylor and Archie Lane. That backwards cap doing wonders for both his neck and his pace as he takes it with 200 to go. He's opening his legs and starting to kick. Can anyone respond? Will Max Taylor respond? There's a Greater Manchester athlete in there too. That's Adrian White. All of them now coming into the home bend. Caspian Holmes has got back onto the back of the field. It's now absolutely anybody's turn. Teddy Murphy is now hanging onto the back of it. Lane and the Kent athlete will take it, but who will miss out? Will it be Taylor? Oh, there's a collision, but it seems to just be Adrian White. He clipped Max Taylor with about 40 to go and couldn't recover, and unfortunately he is the one to miss out on the final. That is deeply unlucky for
Adrian White, but well done to the other 6 who have all safely made it through to tomorrow's final. Archie Lane in the end taking that win, 8:52.93. Once again, those boys sheltering for shade straight away. Well done to them all for battling so valiantly in this heat.
Now we can see the hurdle in space for the 300 reserves on the world. The first race is being completed by Lucia Fertini Hatcher, who at the bottom start of the tennis is going to She was in that last year. She also won the schools intensive last year. And she also won the schools games last year. So the Royal Pedigree for Lucia Fertini of Hatcher in his first race. He also won the market last year and 43 points in that race. And he was the
Hello everyone, two new voices on the live stream now. It's Edie and Rose, here to give Zach a bit of a break. Up next we've got the Intergirls 300 metre hurdles. First heat just lining up now. I think the one to watch in this heat is Lucia Bertuccini from Hampshire, 42.13 this season so far.
Yeah, it's looking to be a really fast heat here. It's quite a hot day, so all the girls are waiting around. Don't want to stand there too long, but
just waiting to start now. So it's, first two and then in each heat, and then fastest two qualifiers. So there's 3 heats in this Intergirls 300 hurdles. So in lane 2 on the inside, Lucia Bertuccini from Hampshire. Lane 3, Molly Lazenbury from Hereford and Worcestershire. Louise Martin from Hertfordshire, Evie Elliott from Greater Manchester, Elizabeth Pendrell from Cheshire, Amelia Singer from Sussex, Macy Cunningham from Northumberland, and Annie Silvers from Warwickshire makes the line-up for the first heat.
and the athletes just getting ready to go now, taking their marks, setting themselves up ready for the race.
And they're off. Looks like a quick start on the inside from Hampshire as expected. All
Clear
nice
over
and
that
clean
first
over first
hurdle.
hurdle. Looks like Lucia's going really well on the inside. Remember, it's first two to qualify automatically and then fastest two over all 3 of the heats.
Coming clear now as she goes around the bend, starting to stretch
Into
away
the
from the rest
home
of the
straight.
field.
And in second there from Hertfordshire, it looks like, is Louise Martin, looking to take that second automatic qualifying spot. Just behind her is the Cheshire athlete,
Elizabeth pulling through,
and there
striding through the line.
Good job from all the girls there.
Top 2 to qualify here, so those 2 will go through.
And that was 43.31, it looks like, for Lucia Bertuccini. So it'll be her and Louise Martin taking the 2 automatic qualifying spots in that first heat. So we have heat 2 just lining up now, ready to go. The one to watch out for in this heat, Bisan Musa from Oxfordshire, 42.18 this season. She's the fastest in the field by quite some way. We've also got lane 2, Alice Gilday from Humberside, Holly Nash from North Yorkshire in lane 3, Betsy Agbula from London in lane 4, Bethany Sherwood from South Yorkshire lane 5, Bisson Musa from Oxfordshire lane 6, Senny Purnell from Dorset lane 7, Winnie Padmore, Hereford and Worcestershire lane 8, and Isabel Knight from Warwickshire in lane 9 completing the lineup.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be an exciting final as well, with lots of the quickest athletes here in very similar times.
And heat 2 is off. Look out for lane 6, Bisson Musa from Oxfordshire in that blue vest. All make it nice and safely over the first hurdle.
Isabel Knight seems to be striding away on the outside here, clear over the barrier.
Girls all looking good, coming around the bend with about 150 to go now. It looks like Bisson Musa from Oxfordshire in lane 6 is taking quite a strong lead, and coming up behind her in second is lane 7, Senny Purnell from Dorset, looking to take that second automatic spot.
She's got some pressure coming in from the outside, but if she's clear over this last hurdle. Oh, and there's a stumble, so coming in on the outside, we've got Isabel Knight striding back through.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
Oh, and she might have just taken the second spot.
Just taken it. It was really close there between Dorset and Warwickshire. Hopefully one of the other girls can get one of the two quickest. 41.93.
That might be a new PB, I think.
I think that's a personal best for the Oxfordshire athlete, and a really good time going
Very
into the final
fast
tomorrow.
races here to get into the final.
Okay, and the girls for the third heat are just striding out now. That was a great recovery from Senny Purcell from Dorset to still come through for either second or third. I think that was. It was close on the line between her and Isabel Knight from Warwickshire, but great running by both girls.
Okay, so the girls for the third heat just walking in now for the lineup. In a second we're going to have Maddie Kingston in second lane, Lucy Gilbertson of North Yorkshire, Roxy McHugh of Greater Manchester, Neve Watson of Cleveland, Rebecca Turner of Kent, Rennie Adams of Merseyside, and Emma of Middlesex. I believe Renee as well is the fastest in this heat with an estimated time of 43.14. So just to remind you, it's top two that are going to be going through to our final, with two fastest loser spots as well. So extra places up for grabs.
And they're off. It looks like fast running from the Merseyside athlete. First one over that first hurdle as expected. That is Renee Adams.
She's made quite a big gap already. She is on the outside. We've got a couple coming through on the inside here as well.
It's looking pretty tight to take those last few spots. It's looking like the Greater Manchester athlete Roxy McHugh is running well in second place at the moment, and she just might be overtaking actually. Looks like Roxy McHugh and Renee Adams. It's very tight between those two, with the Greater Manchester athlete just ahead over the final hurdle at the moment. And it's going to be those two to take the automatic qualifying spots, with the North Yorkshire athlete coming from third place.
Very close on the line
there.
there.
Third, 43.31. So that would be a personal best for Roxy McHugh from Greater Manchester, I think. So great running from that athlete. Walking onto the track now, we have heat 1 of the senior girls 400 metre hurdles. Only 2 heats in this event, so it's going to be the first 3 of each heat and then fastest 2 to qualify for tomorrow's final. One to watch in this heat and an outstanding favourite for the overall title is Arabella Wilson from Surrey. 57.98 this season, that's nearly 5 seconds quicker than the next in this heat. Incoming at Duke University in September, and I believe currently the European Under-20 lead.
We can just see here some of the athletes carrying fans and towels to keep themselves cool in this heat right now as they're walking through.
It is really heating up on the track, I believe just under 30 degrees.
Yeah, it's hot just sitting down in the stands, let alone
Yeah,
racing.
we're in the shade.
Yeah, it's quite nice up here.
Really feel for these athletes. Luckily only 1 lap of the track to complete for these ladies. Well, they're over hurdles.
Couple of hurdles to get past as well.
A few barriers in the way. But they're all looking prepared and ready to race down there, about to step onto the track for this first heat.
They've been training for this, it'll be like muscle memory now.
Yeah.
Okay, so just lining up here, we have got Olivia Twiddle from North Yorkshire, bib 61 in lane 3. Arabella Wilson then in lane 4 from Surrey. Amelia Thorpe goes in lane 5 from Lincolnshire. Senna Gorvet from Northumberland in lane 6. Caitlin Bell from Norfolk in lane 7. And Kezia Alay in lane 8 from Kent. The athletes here you're just watching allowed to do 1 practice stride over the hurdles before the race starts, helping set themselves into the rhythm and ready to go.
So the girls looking almost ready to go now. Remember, it's first 3 in each heat plus next fastest 2 to qualify for the final tomorrow. We've already mentioned Arabella Wilson, clear favourite in this heat. On paper, the next 2 fastest, Kezia from Kent in lane 8 and Caitlin Bell from Norfolk in lane 7. They've gone 62 and 63 respectively this season. And they're off. First heat of the senior girls 400 metre hurdles.
Very fast out the blocks, Arabella Wilson, as expected, but also going very, very strong as Caitlin Bell from Norfolk in lane 7, already pulling away from lane 8 by margins.
Looking really good down that back straight. It looks like Arabella Wilson and the Norfolk athlete Caitlin Bell at the moment are our top 2.
Remember, it's all to play for because 5 could potentially go through from this heat of only 6 if they run for the 2 fastest losers.
It looks like Caitlin Bell perhaps just ahead at this point, but it's really close between these 2.
Arabella just going first now, moving into the lead, coming over the hurdles.
And here they come into the home stretch. It's Arabella Wilson out ahead, followed by Caitlin Bell of Norfolk, and the Northumberland athlete at the moment taking that third automatic qualifying spot.
Watch the clock as well, this is going to be fast.
So it's Arabella Wilson with a comfortable lead. It looks to be just outside 1 minute, and there comes Caitlin Bell from Norfolk, and it's going to be the Northumberland athlete that takes the third automatic spot. That is Senna Gorvet from Northumberland.
Okay, now, so just walking onto the track is our second heat of the day for this 400 metre hurdles senior girls race. Fastest athlete to look out for here is Amber from Durham in lane 5. She's around 59.06, so close to Arabella as well. It's going to be a quick final. But for the rest of the races, we've got Louisa in lane 3 from North Yorkshire, Gracelyn from Surrey in lane 4, Amber in lane 5, Fionn from Buckinghamshire in lane 6, Georgina from Kent in lane 7, and Zoe from Leicester and Rutland in lane 8. Some very close times here as well in this heat, with 3 athletes running 61 together. So that's Gracelyn from Surrey in lane 4, Georgina in lane 7, and Zoe in lane 8. So all to play for here.
So here they are going over their practice hurdle. They're all allowed 1 stride before the race. It looks like it's going to be, a good heat, a close heat. We've got a lot of similar times in this one, so everyone's got an opportunity for a spot in that final tomorrow.
A couple may be looking for those fastest loser spots as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it is possible that both fastest losers will come from this heat, so there could be 5 qualifiers. So here they are taking their marks. Remember to watch out for Amber Macaulay-Zechner from Durham, lane 5 in the purple strip. Nice white bows, actually. Cool hair.
That used to be the most exciting thing about English schools. Getting
Yeah.
the face paint, getting the nails done.
Face paint, nails, the bows.
It's a big event.
And they're off. Everyone out the blocks nicely.
Quite strong even starts here from all the runners in this race.
And it looks like Graceland and Amber, Surrey and Durham were first over that first hurdle. It's looking pretty even at the moment.
Both coming up side to side here with Graceland going slightly in front.
These two might be looking to take those first 2 out of the 3 automatic qualifying spots. It still looks like Graceland Clark.
She's pulling away now on the inside.
Really good running from the Surrey
Strong
athlete
through the
here.
middle, of course, starting on the curve, so starting slightly further behind.
It also looks like on the outside there, Zoe Smith from Leicestershire and Rutland going well. I think she might be in the second spot at the moment, with Amber Macaulay-Zechner taking that 3rd automatic qualifying spot. The North Yorkshire athlete is close though, but it looks like Graceland from Surrey.
And it's a battle for 3rd here with Zoe stumbling over the barrier slightly.
It's going to be the Leicestershire and the Surrey athletes taking the first 2, and it's going to be tight between the Durham athlete, and it looks like North Yorkshire Zoe Smith might just take it. Oh, it's going to be close on the line.
Very tight there.
Really tight for that
Fast on the
3rd
clock, though.
automatic qualifying spot.
I wonder if some of our fastest losers might have come from this race as well, Edie.
Yep, I think they might. So we'll have to wait and see between Amber Macaulay-Zechner and the North Yorkshire athlete Louisa Birch. Really good running from both of them to see who takes that 3rd automatic qualifying spot. They may still both have a place in the final though.
They may do, they may do. Looks like there's been a bit of a breeze in the stadium with some of the officials falling over and some umbrellas flying around.
We've got a rogue purple umbrella, it seems. Might just be a delay to the, what is this, the Interboys 400 metre hurdles with a bit of a, oh, and the gazebo's going.
Oh no!
Always exciting at English schools, isn't it?
Quick to the rescue as ever, the officials though. Big shout out to the officials. It's been a hot day for them as well, standing on the track in the sun.
Out in the sun all day, and now the breeze as well, it seems. Looks like they've got everything back under control. Don't know where the purple umbrella's gone, but it's not on the track, and that's all that matters.
Normal business will resume, I presume.
So in this race, we've got the ones to watch out for. Paul Nixon from Sussex, 57.03. Really good county, that is.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Fastest in this heat, though, from London, Elijah. I think maybe siblings with one of the intergirls we've just seen. I recognise the surname. Yep, he goes in lane 4. He seems to be the fastest in this heat by quite some margin. We've got a couple in the 57s, 58s, so it's looking to be tight. There's going to be first 2 from each heat, plus the fastest 2 losers overall.
Yeah, slightly larger heats in these races.
3
of course, it's a
heats.
hot day and times on paper don't always mean everything, so we will watch out to see what happens.
Yeah, in the lineup here we've got Paul Nixon from Sussex, lane 2, Talon from Oxfordshire in lane 3, Elijah, favourite for this heat from London, goes in lane 4 in the black bib. Then we have Jack Fletcher, South Yorkshire, lane 5, Alexander Jones, lane 6 from Berkshire, Jack Ord from Cleveland in lane 7, Luke Hussain from Merseyside in lane 8, and William Jones from Greater Manchester in lane 9, completing this lineup for the first heat.
Just to confirm, the gazebo has now been put down, so that will not be blown away onto the track during the race, which is good.
Looks like some of the athletes are choosing just to wait in the outer lanes, and the little bit of shade they've got, just a smart move before this race commences. And here they are now just walking out onto the track.
Also on this 9-lane track here, athletes have the opportunity to be in the slightly further outside lanes here with 8 in the race, meaning the hurdle athletes don't have to go around such a tight bend, which is quite good.
Next one,
Might be hard to see on the live stream here when it pans round, but we've got lots of support for the athletes now on the home straight, with the parents and families sitting down and the athletes from their counties sitting on the back straight as well.
Yeah, it's really filling up the stadium now. Great atmosphere we've got here today. A lot of people flocking to this home straight stand in the shade, which is understandable given the conditions.
Yeah.
But all the way around the stadium, actually, we've got really good support going on, and the athletes on the back straight that can watch them to their teammates and support.
Very good experience for these young athletes as well. Proper championship racing with heats and finals across different days as well.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference having this experience. It's a big achievement to have got in.
And this stadium hosting Euros as well, so
Yeah.
it is a great opportunity to be able to come and run here today.
Running on the same track as some of their idols, I imagine.
And the heat now just waiting to start this first heat of the Interboys 400 hurdles. And again, the favourite for this heat is London lane 4, Elijah.
Yeah, slight delay, but I imagine there's no too many concerns about cooling down in the current temperatures.
Interboys 400 hurdles, race 1 taking their marks now.
So just to reiterate, it is the first 2 that automatic qualify in this race with 2 fastest losers.
And they're off. Keep an eye out for lane 4, Elijah from London in that black vest. Looks to be the first over that first hurdle.
Striding away massively here.
Also
as we
running
start
well
off.
is the Merseyside athlete, that's Luke Hussain in lane 8. Keep an eye out for him.
Berkshire athlete coming up alongside on the outside.
It looks to be London, Merseyside and Berkshire in the top 3 so far, but remember it's only first 2 to qualify outright this time.
As well with Sussex coming in very strongly on the inside here.
It looks to still be London and Merseyside, with the Sussex athlete also running well. That's Paul Nixon in lane 2.
Very, very close here from the inside and the outside.
So it's Elijah, the London athlete, striding away, but it's going to be tight for second.
Slight stumble from Sussex there.
And it looks to be London just jogging it in. Merseyside followed by Sussex, looking to take one of those non-automatic qualifying spots. And the rest of them coming in now too. Great running. That was 55.28 from Elijah from London.
Some of these athletes running very close, if not PBs, to try and qualify for this final.
Great running in such hot conditions as well. Just on the track now, we have heat 2 of the 400 metre hurdles into boys. In this race, the fastest going into it is Liam O'Brien from Greater Manchester, 54.7 this season. We also have Daniel Brown from Essex, 55.98. And then we have 3 athletes that have all run 57. William Hovell from Warwickshire, Arlo Lewis from Dorset, and Alexander de Cruz from London. So they're just going over their practice hurdle now. Looks to be a tight heat again. It's first 2 to qualify and then the fastest 2 from across the 3 heats.
A lot of support over on the field event side as well today from the home straight at the stadium. As we've got the triple jump going on, we've had some good performances today. Earlier on we've had a British record holder as well in the long jump, so it's been looking very good.
Race 2 now lining up. We'll take you through the lineup. In lane 2 from Essex we have Daniel Brown. Liam O'Brien from Greater Manchester goes in 3. Rory Turner from Isle of Man from 4. Taryn Guthrie from Berkshire, lane 5. William Hovell from Warwickshire, lane 6. Arlo Lewis from Dorset in lane 7. Alexander de Cruz from London in lane 8. And Ergian from Oxfordshire goes in 9. So again, Liam O'Brien from Greater Manchester has the fastest time on paper this year so far, but it looks to be close with Daniel Brown close behind in 55 and the 3 athletes in 57 as well. Here they are taking their marks. This is heat 2 out of 3. First 2 automatic qualifiers and then fastest 2 non-automatic qualifiers from across the 3 heats. Look out for Liam O'Brien in that orange vest of Greater Manchester, fastest on paper in this heat.
And they're off with some very strong starts. So strong on the insides as we watch Liam O'Brien go through over the first hurdle, nice and clear, striding away already.
Athlete looks good on the outside as well.
He's also being chased in behind by the athlete in lane 2, Daniel Brown from Essex. He can see him, so it's easy to chase.
It looks to be Daniel Brown from Essex and Liam O'Brien from Greater Manchester in first and second position at the moment as they come in for the final 200 metres.
And as we expected, they're striding slightly clear, but third place is very tight between these athletes on the outside here.
The Oxfordshire athletes still going well in lane 8, but Liam O'Brien now striding away. It looks to be a bit of a race on for the third place.
Very close between the Oxfordshire athlete in lane 8 and the Essex athlete in lane 2.
And also the London athlete on the inside now. But it's going to be Liam O'Brien jogging it. And
I think that might have been Daniel Brown from
athlete,
Essex, do you think?
Yeah, in second. And then in third place, maybe going for a non-automatic spot, Alexander De Cruz from London came through very quickly in those final few metres.
Some very quick times there, so remember we need to be watching out for these fastest losers spots as well, because all of these races have been quite tight.
Nice to see these athletes embracing each other after the heat. Great friends are made at English Schools Track.
Yes, they are. So just walking onto the track now, we have a slightly smaller heat for our third race. Again, another 55-second athlete, Harry Ryan from Dorset, going in lane 2. Also, Aidan Williams from Oxfordshire in lane 6, 55.88. With a 56-second athlete, Luke Carlin from Hertfordshire in lane 5.
So it's really close in this heat. All athletes between 55 and 58 second season's bests. In lane 2 from Dorset, Harry Ryan then, he's the fastest in this field, 55.01. Lane 3, Manny Patel from South Yorkshire. Lane 4, Christian from West Midlands. Luke Carlin from Hertfordshire in 5, Aidan Williams from Oxfordshire in 6, Christian Kidger from Humberside in 7, and Elliot Cox from Wiltshire in lane 8, completing this final heat of the 400 metre hurdles.
It was final race for 3 and the 400 metres. One in the race. In 22, Harry Ryan from Dorset. Going around 3 on power 10. It's switched on after the third and the fourth. They further up in the schools in the longer race. And the third best time is only
The athletes getting ready to go now. Remember to watch out for Harry Ryan in that green vest of Dorset on the inside, 55.01 this year, and they're off. All the athletes out well.
It looks to me like the
Good running.
Oxfordshire athlete is going very strong here at the start.
Yep, good over the first few hurdles from the Oxfordshire athlete.
Very tight between him and Harry Ryan from Dorset in lane 2 so far.
Also running well is the Humberside athlete Christian Kidger.
Just coming up on the inside now.
It looks to be Harry Ryan now taking that hurdle from Dorset on the inside as expected, but the Oxfordshire athlete still going well.
Very close over that last barrier. It looks to me like the Oxfordshire athlete is just catching on the outside. Can he get there at the finish?
It's going to be close.
Or is it going to be Harry Ryan on the inside? It's very tight. The Oxfordshire athlete's coming in.
And look
Last
at the
sprint for the
Hertfordshire
line.
athlete.
Oh, he's coming down the middle.
Hertfordshire athlete coming through the middle, and I think he takes it. That was Luke Carlin from Hertfordshire.
Harry Ryan
amazing finish.
Just have been pipped there, but again, fast race.
We'll have to have a look for the fastest non-automatic, but that was a great last barrier for the Hertfordshire
very strong
athlete,
finish
Luke
there
Carlin,
from Luke Carlin.
coming in on the inside.
Very well done. So just setting up here on the track, we have the first race of the senior boys 400 metre hurdles. 3 heats in this event with 2 automatic qualifiers and 2 non-automatic qualifiers over the 3 races. In this first heat we have a very fast time, personal best, from Shane West of Ken. 50.99. He's a good few seconds ahead of the rest of the field, but again, on paper, does not necessarily mean in the race. But in the rest of the lanes here, we've got Arthur Widows from Wiltshire in lane 2, Edward Hughes of Essex in lane 3, Alexander Eldridge of Buckinghamshire in lane 4, Sonny Ryder of Sussex in lane 6, Corey Middleton of Lancashire in lane 7, Ollie Dieppe from Hertfordshire in lane 8 and Charlie from Berkshire in lane 9.
So here they are lining up for the first heat of the senior boys 400 hurdles. Keep an eye on lane 5, that is Shane West from Kent, 50.99 in that light blue vest. He's the fastest on paper in this field.
Edward Hughes in lane 3 is our second fastest down here with a personal best time of 54.54. And I believe our third fastest just behind is Ollie Dieppe with 55.8. So it's going to be a close race here for the second fastest.
And they're off. Everyone out and away smoothly. And all over that first barrier in sync pretty much. And now the Kent athlete pulling away as expected. That's Shane West.
Edward Hughes seems to be pulling up as well on the inside from lane 3. Essex athlete just coming up behind.
Yeah, but looks to be Essex and Kent at the moment in those first 2 spots. Also running well is the Lancashire athlete. That's Corey Middleton on the outside. Looking really good coming into this home straight now. I believe he may... Oh, it's close.
Very close over these last barriers. Let's watch and see if the last one's clear.
So it's Shane
We
West
still
and
have the Kent
Kent.
athlete, but a battle here for second place coming up on the outside.
It looks like the Essex athlete is just going to take it, but good running from Lancashire athlete. That's Corey Middleton, takes 3rd. That may be a non-automatic qualifying spot. Good running from everyone there. 54.52 looks to be that winning time, and that was Shane West from Kent. On the track now we have heat 2 of the senior boys 400 metre hurdles. Fastest in this heat looks to be Rayan Mortada from Kent going in lane 9. He's run a 51.29 so far this season. Then in second, Zach Cumberland from North Yorkshire, 55.13, but just behind Andrew Carrera from Berkshire, 55.32. So in lane 2 we have the Greater Manchester athlete Peter Gardner. Lane 3 Seb Hillard from Warwickshire. Lane 4 Ewan Fraser from Nottinghamshire. Lane 5 Zach Cumberland from North Yorkshire. Then the Cheshire athlete Archie Varley in lane 6. Gloucestershire athlete Oscar Wilson in 7. Andrew Carrera from Berkshire in 8. And Rayan Mortada from Kent, that's the fastest athlete on paper in this heat, goes in lane 9.
Yeah, and it'll be exciting to watch this final tomorrow with Rayan Mortada 51.29 personal best, very close to Shane West of London, who we saw just won our first heat with a personal best of 50.99. So it looks like it might be quite close.
And they're off. Keep an eye on that outside lane. Rayan Mortada from Kent in the light blue.
Yeah, very quick start there, pulling away from the field almost immediately.
Looks to be a good first hurdle from Zach Cumberland from North Yorkshire as well. So they come along the back straight, also running well. Seb Hillard from Warwickshire. Looks to be in second place at the moment behind the Kent athlete.
Keep driving on!
All athletes running pretty well at the moment though, it's really tight, but the Kent athlete, having time even to check behind him, is way ahead of the rest of the field.
I imagine he wants to get over these hurdles safely and then can think about just cruising through at the finish line, but you've always got to be careful with people striding home in behind.
Oh, the Greater Manchester athlete clipped that hurdle but is running very well to possibly take this qualifying spot, and it's going to be the Greater Manchester athlete coming through for second, our Kent athlete just cruising over the line. Really good racing from the athletes there. You can see them out on the track still, putting in their best efforts in this scorching heat.
Yes, and it's quick moving with our third heat already starting to line up on this track.
In this heat we have Hayden London from Hertfordshire, looks to be our fastest, 55.19.
We've got Nicholas from Devon as well with a 52.56, so again, very close to those fastest runners in the other two heats.
He seems to be the fastest in the field. We've got a couple 55s, Archie Sims from Essex, who's going in lane 8, also 55.91 so far this year.
Yeah, so we've got the Devon athlete, Nicholas, with 52.56 in lane 3. The Hertfordshire athlete, Hayden, with 55.19. He's going to go in lane 6. And we've got Archie Sims, 55.91 from Essex, going in lane 8.
So just to take you through the lineup again, it looks like we have Archie Ellis from Hampshire going in lane 2.
Big respect for the Hampshire athlete there. Great county.
Not as good as Sussex. Nicholas Maxugowski, sorry if I butchered that surname, goes in lane 3. He's the fastest in the field. Owen Barron, Greater Manchester, lane 4. Oliver Hall from Berkshire, lane 5. Hayden London from Hertfordshire, lane 6. Elliot Godfrey from Warwickshire in 7. And Archie Sims from Essex in 8.
I believe Archie Ellis, actually from Hampshire, is a DNS today, so no athlete going in lane 2, and Nicholas is going to be the first athlete on the inside in lane 3.
So a bit of a smaller heat, only 6 in this heat. Again, it's 2 automatic qualifying spots up for grabs, and then across the 3 heats, fastest 2.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a couple of these high jump athletes here to take their run-ups.
Here is our final heat of the senior boys 400 hurdles, taking their marks now. Remember, look out for Nicholas from Devon. He's on the inside, lane 3 in the red vest, fastest on paper in this heat this year.
And they're off with actually a very quick start from the Essex athlete Archie Sims on the outside as well.
Another quick going from Hertfordshire, that's Hayden London in the orange vest.
Both having run 55 seconds, so very tight between them on paper.
Also going well on the inside. As expected, it's Nicholas from Devon. He looks to be the first over that hurdle, just with 200 to go now.
I believe this is Elliot from Warwickshire in lane 7 though, starting to pull away from the Essex athlete Archie Sims on the outside and giving our Nicholas from Devon a run for his money here as they come into the final straight. Clean over the barriers again, coming into the last hurdle. It is still Nicholas from Devon in first position.
The Hertfordshire athlete having a great run in second. It looks like these are going to be our 2 automatic qualifiers, with the Greater Manchester athlete and our Berkshire athlete just behind. But it is going to be Nicholas from Devon who takes it, with the Hertfordshire athlete, that's Hayden London, taking the second automatic spot.
Yeah, the top 2 there, slightly clear of the field, with Elliot Godfrey having time to check over his shoulder in the finishing straight, save a bit of his energy for the final tomorrow, I'm sure.
So lining up on the track now, exciting event. We've got the 4x100 meters. This is the junior girls. 9 in this. We've got Berkshire on the inside in the blue bib, Hampshire in red, just outside, then Essex, Surrey, Hertfordshire, Greater Manchester, Kent, Sussex in the yellow, and London in the black vest on the outside. Okay, so we're just about to start. This is the 4x100 junior girl final. It's Berkshire on the inside, Essex, Greater Manchester, Hampshire. Then we have Hertfordshire, Kent, Surrey and Sussex. Relays, we know, of course, can be unpredictable.
Everything can change. People can get disqualified. People can go out
Battens,
lanes.
changeovers. So it's all to play for, really. It's going to be
Very
exciting.
exciting. I can remember being dragged into 4x300 metre relays at the YDLs as a junior athlete.
Feel for these athletes in the back straight having to wait in the sun. Might be 4 o'clock, but it's still baking out there, close to 30 degrees, I
Peak
think.
temperatures are supposed to hit at about 5 o'clock, weren't they?
Yeah, I think it was something like that. So it's still very hot for these athletes out on the track. It seems to be the whistle for this junior girls 4x100 metre relay. So they look to be taking their marks now. We've got both mine and Rose's home counties in this. Sorry, no, why did I say that? Sorry. Hampshire and Sussex. So we'll be looking out for those teams. Sussex on the outside and Hampshire in lane 5, it looks like.
Lane 4, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Lane 4. And they're off.
Some very quick starts here from these girls. Flying around the bend.
Looking really good.
In lane 7 though, striding ahead with London just chasing in behind.
It looks like Surrey and London in first and second at the moment.
Hampshire taking over quite quickly there on the
Essex
inside.
on the inside, and that leg seems to be flying down the back straight.
Straight past almost 2 people there.
And the handovers look pretty good.
Oh, London appear to have dropped the baton, but the race continues with Essex storming through on the inside.
And that is really unfortunate for London. So it looks to be Essex and Surrey, and it's Essex on this home straight,
Striding away from Westerfield. Surrey coming through with Kent on the inside,
for
pulling
third
away.
place. I think it's going to be Kent, and tight on the line. It's a win for Essex with Surrey in second place and Kent in third. Great running from all of those girls. unfortunate for London there with that baton drop, but that is part of the relays. Exciting, unpredictable.
And a great learning experience for all, I'm sure.
And up next we have the junior boys 4x100. This is also a final. We have Essex, London, Hertfordshire, Kent, Greater Manchester, Middlesex, Surrey, Berkshire and Sussex going in this race.
Coming up in the timetable after these relays as well later on, we've got some 1500 metre races and some 800 metre races to follow.
So on the inside here it looks to be Berkshire in lane 1, followed by Essex, Greater Manchester, Kent, London, Middlesex, Surrey and Sussex.
Athletes just taking their marks here, ready to go.
And we're underway in this junior boys 4x100 metre relay. Everyone looks to be out fast. The Kent athlete
getting off
running
with a very strong
well.
start there, with London coming up on the inside.
I think it's Surrey that was first at that changeover. All teams seem to be running well still.
Very strong from Middlesex there, coming round on the outside of London.
Again, I think that's Surrey first to that
All clean
changeover.
changeovers. London storming round here with Kent as well, coming up on the inside.
And it looks like it's going to be tight here between London, Surrey and Essex. Kent as well in the mix. But the Surrey athlete
storming to the finish, with Kent just coming up on the inside
on the inside. It was
Very
tight there
tight
between
race
Essex
there.
and Kent for second and third, with London just taking fourth. But Surrey with a blinding last leg.
Very, very impressive there. You can tell these athletes have worked out exactly who they want in which position around this leg. Lots of tactics will be involved.
Moving swiftly on, we now have the Intergirls 4x100. Looks to be only 4 of them out on the track at the moment. We've got Essex, Greater Manchester, Middlesex, and London, Surrey on the outside. I think some of them might be away doing their strides. A much smaller race with a couple of the middle lanes going free, it seems.
Yeah, large gap in the middle. Hopefully that might make it easier for the athletes with no worries of collisions. But again, interesting watching how they filter the timings of these races, with the high jump athletes moving out onto the track to perform their jumps as well.
So yeah, it looks to be just 5 counties in this Intergirls 4x100. We've got on the inside Essex and Greater Manchester, then a bit of a gap in the middle lanes, then London, Middlesex and Surrey, those 3 teams on the outside. Athletes now taking their marks for this Intergirls 4x100 metres.
And they're away. Clean starts. It'll be hard to tell here how the others are following on the inside lanes, but it looks straight away to be Middlesex storming from the outside.
London with a good changer as well.
Very strong second leg from London there, catching both Middlesex and Sussex.
Really good down this back straight from London, and it looks to be London.
Also a
Middlesex,
very quick
Surrey,
handover here from the inside as well.
Greater Manchester going well. This looks to be a pretty tight race as they come round for the final leg runners. I think it's London just handing over in first. We've got Greater
Still
Manchester
slightly ahead.
and Surrey. It's very tight between these two. Good final leg from Middlesex. Might just pip Greater Manchester, but I think they're going to hang on. It's London first, Surrey, Greater Manchester in third, Middlesex and Essex.
So a couple more athletes here in the inter-boys 100 metres. At the moment it looks to be Essex on the inside with Hampshire, Kent, London and Middlesex all around the outside of the track. Just setting up their blocks here, making sure they're ready and in position to go in a minute.
Again, only 5 counties it looks like in this race. So a great opportunity for some of these athletes to get their hands on an English schools medal.
Yeah, and very good relay experience as well.
Relays have been going pretty smooth so far. I think we've had one baton drop across the 3 races we've seen so far, which is pretty good going, I'd say.
Always great fun as well, coming from the individual events to the team events. Running could be solo sometimes, but English schools is very team-based with the parade as well at the end of the races on the last day. So nice to get some more points for the teams.
Yeah. And a lot of these athletes, all these athletes sort of have their own individual events, so even if those don't go quite to plan, they've got another opportunity here in the relay.
So interesting to see how these boys fare. We've had some strong runs from London and Essex and Middlesex so far. No Sussex or Surrey in this race.
And they're off. Looks like a good start from all athletes.
Middlesex
pretty spaced out.
a little bit further ahead on the outside, with Hampshire storming through on the inside as well.
And it looks to be a good handover from Kent. London just getting the baton round there. Really good run from Essex on the inside, storming down this back straight. Middlesex still looking strong at the changeover.
Yeah, it does appear to be Essex moving through and past everyone on the inside now as the bend shortens and they come past into the last 100. They're ready to go. Smooth changes so far,
Looks to be
and they
Essex.
storm down the finish.
But look at Middlesex London on the outside. That's some fast running. And it looks to
Can
be...
Hampshire hold on, or is it going to be Middlesex?
I think Hampshire
Very tight
there,
there.
Middlesex in third, but Essex the clear winners in that inter-boys race.
Really changed positions there throughout the race.
Yeah,
very
really good
exciting.
running.
And so the presentation ceremony for the 4x100 junior final.
On the track now we have the senior girls 4x100. Looks to be Greater Manchester on that inside, followed by Hampshire, London, Surrey. And I think there's a team on that outside, maybe they've gone for their stride. Again, quite a small field, so big opportunity for some of these athletes to get their hands on some medals.
Yeah, it's really all to play for here.
Yeah, so looks to be just 4 counties in the senior girls 4x100. Greater Manchester, Hampshire, London and Surrey.
So only one team missing out on the medals here. It's going to be tight.
Again, hoping for smooth transitions, smooth changeovers. We've seen pretty smooth races so far. I think we've had one baton drop and we're on to the seniors now. So it's been pretty good going, and good luck to all these girls, hoping again for all 4 teams to make it across the finish line.
Yeah, I imagine this is probably the second event for most of these athletes today, having done their own individual races this morning. So nice and warmed up as well.
Yeah.
They'll have been practicing their recovery during the day, making sure that they feel fresh still for this, and
Lots of
potentially
hydration.
more races going on tomorrow. So good experience for championship races to come in the future. Lots of stars move through English schools, so look out for some of these names.
And they're away in this senior girls 4x100.
Looking pretty even pace to start off with here, so we'll see what happens when they change over. Hopefully some clear changeovers.
Looks to be Surrey first, followed by Middlesex, Greater Manchester as
Hampshire's
well, and
coming well on the
Hertfordshire.
inside.
All four of them seem to be running really well. Hampshire looking good on that back straight. I think Surrey and
First changeovers
Middlesex.
there, yeah.
First changeovers, just putting away those two on the outside.
Pretty tight in time, pretty even coming around the bend into the final straight. With Surrey just going first, but it's very, very close. Middlesex coming on the inside. Surrey storming down the finish.
And it's going to be
Surrey
really
just in
tight.
head. Can she keep it?
I think she will. It's going to be Surrey followed by Middlesex. And a
Third
great
position
run
looking to be Greater Manchester.
Manchester.
Hampshire just behind, only missing out by a very small margin.
Great running from all of those teams. Really tight. On the track now we've got the senior boys 4x100. This looks to be a much bigger race, so it's looking to be very competitive. I think that's Berkshire we've got on the inside, Essex, Hampshire, London, Middlesex, Surrey and Sussex completing this lineup. So we've got 7 teams here in the senior boys 4x100 metres.
I think these counties might have been given positions as well on the track, because a lot of them seem to be following in the same lanes that they've run in different races, with some of our Sussex and Surrey athletes on the outside.
Makes our job easier.
Yeah. A lot of yellow in one go though.
It is a lot of yellow. If we had Warwickshire in this as well, that would be a lot of yellow. A lot of similar kits we've got.
Yeah, it's interesting, all the different colours, but a lot of them, like Hampshire and Berkshire, both pretty similar, but red and blue.
Yeah.
I do like it when counties have got coloured shorts as well. Commitment to the cause.
Commitment to the cause.
Yeah.
We do like to see it. Essex there in the full.
It's always exciting when you go for the first time and you get all of your kit. Get the tracksuit, get the vest. Got lots of people turning up to training the next week in their Hampshire vests.
Yeah. Fortunately, no ribbons in this senior boys 4x100, but
we'll let them off.
We'll let them off.
You never know, they might have their nails painted. So again, a more stacked race here, which is what we like to see. 7 athletes, all on the inside, ready to go.
And they're off and away. Quick start from all the athletes here. It looks
Essex
like London's
moving
going
through on
well.
the inside from Hampshire there. Very quick changeover as well.
And look at Surrey on that back straight. Essex as
Flying
well,
down.
running well. Hampshire looking good. And we're at the changeover. It looks to be pretty tight still.
All nice and clean, which is good. Only one more to go. Surrey storming round.
It looks to be
Coming
Essex
into the
and
finish.
Surrey.
Third place looks like a very tight
Oh,
draw
it's gonna
between
be
London,
tight.
Hampshire and Sussex. Hampshire on top just at the moment, but London
Essex
comes
take
rolling
it,
through.
Surrey, and it's going to be London.
Oh, dip on the line there.
Really tight for third place there. And great running from Essex to take that senior boys title, and you can see how much it means to them.
These relays are very exciting also for the points, because a lot can be scored and lost in these. Some teams not managing to bring out teams.
You can see everyone embracing each other at the finish line there.
Lovely
Great
to see the Essex
sportsmanship.
athlete finishing off there and giving everyone a hug.
Essex athletes looking over the moon with their gold medal. Well done to them. Great racing. So very shortly we will be moving on to the Intergirls 1500. Me and Rose have been waiting for this one.
Yeah, very excited up there.
Looks to be very exciting. So it's first 4 to qualify. In this first race we have Matilda Owens from Durham, Izzy Wheeler from Surrey, Olivia Steer from Devon, 4:28. She's one of the quickest in the field. Georgia March from Middlesex is our fastest on paper in a 4:22. We've got Sophia Chapman from Buckinghamshire, Lara Smith from Staffordshire, Isabella Tutt from West Yorkshire, Riona Street from Oxfordshire, Amy Harling from Lancashire, Violet Rudkin from Leicestershire and Rutland, Scarlett Hutchinson-Thompson from Greater Manchester, and Tilly Thursfield from Staffordshire. That makes up this first heat of the Intergirls 1500 metres. 4 to qualify.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how these heats play out, because obviously athletes with the slightly longer races want to preserve their energy for the finals, but nothing is ever guaranteed. You sometimes see athletes caught out, easing up down the finish line when other people come behind their back, so
it's going to be an interesting watch.
Be good to see if they stay in a pack or whether they try and string it out from the start if they think they might be in a slower heat or not.
It's going to be interesting, the heat as well today.
Yeah,
I think
all the more reason probably to save some energy.
Save some energy. I think we might be seeing a pretty slow start, and I think we'll have a pretty quick last lap. And they're off. Quite a big field we've got here. Remember, it's first 4 to qualify for tomorrow's final. We've got Olivia Steer from Devon taking the early lead. She's got the second fastest quickest time in the field. Georgia March, the quickest on paper, just settling behind her. She's in the Middlesex colours. And just behind that, I think we've got the Surrey athletes. That is Izzy Wheeler from Surrey, a best of 4:29 this year. But all athletes pretty bunched up to start.
Yeah, also important to remember here that there is no fastest loser spots, so there isn't as much pressure to make it a quick heat because it is just the first 4 automatic qualifiers.
Very tactical racing.
Yeah, of course some people, if they don't back their sprint finish, might try and string it out from the start, but
so we've still got Olivia Steer and Georgia March, our fastest 2 in the field, just taking it. Georgia March just happy to sit on Olivia Steer. Olivia Steer at the moment happy to take the pace. If I'm correct, she is a medalist, I think silver in the 1500 metres last year. So she's got a lot of experience here at English schools. And again, Georgia March, fastest in the field by quite some way, just happy to sit there in second place.
yeah, Riona Street just settling in third on the inside. Nice position to be. You don't want to let the start get too far away from you and lose them if anybody kicks, but you also don't want to be exerting too much out the front if you don't feel like you can push there.
We're starting to see a little bit of a gap of about 7 athletes now, but they're all still pretty close. The Lancashire athlete just looking to close that gap down, and I think she does successfully. It's still pretty bunched here. Again, Olivia Steer at the front with Georgia March just behind in second. Surrey athlete, Greater Manchester athlete as well.
Also, the Durham athlete was just moving through a few people, so can she close this gap? It does appear to be the front group leading away.
7 on the front now, with 2 laps to run. Olivia Steer looking to put a bit of a push on the pace now. You can see them stringing out a little bit. Georgia March covering her moves though. And again, we have Izzy Wheeler from Surrey there in 3rd place. The Greater Manchester athlete running really well. That's Scarlett Hutchinson Thompson. She's got a best of 4:37. Still
There's a bit of a battle here as the front 2 have stayed the same, but everyone else in the play for that 3rd and 4th spot. Everyone's very close still, so we see what happens as we come into the bell lap.
Up in that group as well, I think we have Sophia Chapman from Buckinghamshire. She's got a 4:32,
and a gap starts to break away. We've got the Greater Manchester athlete just leading there on the front, putting in a bit of a spurt. Izzy Wheeler just sticking on the back there, sitting in a nice comfortable position as they start to make a small gap. Nothing that can't be closed, but they're making their mark here as they move into the final lap.
And these top 3 are the only 3 in the field to have gone under 4:30 this year. Looking pretty comfortable. It's still Olivia Steer, and they're in the bell lap now. It looks like the Buckinghamshire athlete is
Isabella
just pulling away. That's
well.
Sophia Chapman of Buckinghamshire.
And Isabella from West Yorkshire has managed to stick on for the 4th spot. There's quite a big gap, so it looks like these might be our qualifiers for the final.
And it's still Olivia Steer, Georgia March, Izzy Wheeler and Sophia Chapman. It looks like this is going to be our top 4.
Yeah, clear gap here. They can relax a little bit as they come into the final straight, but I'm sure they won't be thinking too much about that right now.
Sophia Chapman just with a glance behind her shoulder. She is well clear. I think these 4 are definitely going to be in our final tomorrow. And they just bunch up a little bit now.
Yeah, all these girls looking quite comfortable.
So it's the West Yorkshire athlete, I think that's Isabella Tutt, that's in the 4th place position. It's hard to see the vest from up here. And Olivia Steer takes it. Georgia March,
over the line,
Izzy Wheeler and our West Yorkshire athlete, in 4th place.
The rest of these girls fighting really hard across the line. It's been a very hot day for 1500 metres, but they've all run really well.
All of them running really well. Coming over the line now, Lancashire athlete, our Oxfordshire athlete.
Luckily a little bit of shade for them at the finish, but I'm sure it is still very warm.
Great running from all our girls. We can see the amount of effort they've put in, sprawled across the track.
Really giving it their all. Great to see.
Conditions. So well done to all of them, and we'll be seeing our top 4 in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of recovery in between. Okay, so lining up here for our second race of the Intergirls 1500 metres, we have Posey Shaw of Middlesex, Molly Davis of Buckinghamshire, Sabrina of Surrey, Eleanor Foster of Devon, Poppy Taylor from Hampshire, Sunny Allen of London, Sophia Chesterfield from Nottinghamshire, Peyton Almond of Northamptonshire, Olivia McGee Warwickshire, Sophie Kent, Romley Adams Suffolk, and Greer from South Yorkshire.
So it looks to be Olivia McGee. She's the fastest on paper in this race, the only one in this field that's run sub 4:30. She looks to be taking an early lead in that Warwickshire vest, followed by, I think there's Kent up there, Sophie Richmond, and our Middlesex athlete, that's Posey Shaw, our second quickest on paper in this heat.
Yeah, so it looked a little bit more strung out at the start, but all the girls are starting to group together again, so positions are changing and some of our athletes are starting to move upwards. I'm sure they want to settle in a little bit as we come round the bend, not exert too much energy to go in the outside lanes.
Couple of athletes in lane 2 there, so it is pretty bunched up. They're all quite close together still, and it's Olivia McGee that's taken this out. She is the fastest in this field, just being followed by Posey Shaw and our Kent athlete, that's Sophie Richmond, best of 4:33 this year.
Yeah, interesting. It looks like Olivia McGee here has decided to keep herself out of danger by being clear in the first lane and just controlling this race from the front.
And you can see from the bunching there that I think Olivia McGee is just taking it controlled, only exerting as much energy as she needs to.
Yeah, 8 athletes still there up at the front at the moment, all looking very smooth and comfortable.
And we've got our Buckinghamshire athlete, that's Molly Davis, just off the lead pack at the moment. We'll see if she can work her way back up, but we've still got 8 girls really tight in this heat.
Yeah, so also in this pack at the moment, we have got Posey Shaw still sitting on second in a comfortable position from Middlesex.
Sabrina Coppola-Johnson from Surrey also looking to make a move on the outside. She slots into 3rd place now, or just overtaken again by the Kent athlete, that's Sophie Richmond.
Still the same group of 8 here though, as a couple of bunching at the front. Some of these athletes at the back just fighting to hold on still, making sure that they keep up with it.
I think it's picking up a little bit. It's looking to be quite a quick last lap because we still have a lot of athletes in top 4 contention here.
Yeah, it
Olivia
seems to
McGee
me to be a
setting the
bit of a
pace.
gradual wind-up going on here. Olivia McGee, yeah, still at the front, just settling in, making sure she does enough to stay at the front.
Also now moving on up is our London athlete. That is Sunny Allen, who's finding herself up there in the top 4. And on the inside as well from Hampshire, we have
Poppy Taylor there, fighting hard to stick on. She's not letting the gap grow too much.
coming into our last lap now, and there's still a big group of about 6 or 7 girls. Sorry, Eleanor Foster that is, in 3rd place. Posey Shaw, Olivia McGee still taking it. It looks like it's going to be quite a close finish. Winding it up now, and they're slotting into more of a train, stringing out a bit.
Yeah, Olivia appears to really be winding it up here and putting on the burners. She's stretched out slightly. Still Posey in second, with London now coming round on the outside and the Devon athlete coming up. Have they given too much at the start, or has she got enough to hold on? Posey Shaw is now kicking again on the outside, coming round the bend.
There's still about 6 of them in contention, but it looks like Olivia McGee, Posey Shaw, our Devon athlete.
Eleanor Forster there, yeah, coming up behind Olivia McGee.
And it's a quick finish from Eleanor Forster, the Devon athlete. It's still about 5 of them in contention.
This is going to be a sprint finish here for the final slots. Kent just falling slightly further behind, with London coming through, but she's putting in another spurt.
Posey Shaw again, and it looks like maybe our
going to find
Kent
space
athlete
on the inside.
It looks like our Posey Shaw might just miss out. And there they cross the line. It looks like Eleanor Forster from Devon actually took that from Olivia McGee. And then our 3rd and 4th spots went to Kent, Sophie Richmond, and London, Sunny Allen, with Posey Shaw just missing out there. Really tough racing in these conditions, so well done to all of these girls.
Really strong finishes from these girls coming down the home straight still here now as well.
Great effort. And that's our Knots runner just coming in. Really good running from all of these girls in these tough conditions. and a great race.
Yeah, big achievement to make it to English schools as well, so well done.
And you can see the girls just embracing each other at the finish line there. It's really nice to see. Good racing from all of them. Friendship on and off the track, I'm sure.
So just looking ahead to this third race that's going on, this is our final heat of the Intergirls 1500 metre runner. We have got Isla Porter from Lincolnshire. She's run a very quick time of 4:27, so one to look out for. Holly Robinson of Durham, Grace Burge of Staffordshire, Olivia Avery of Gloucestershire, Lizzie from Berkshire, Katie from Surrey, Emily Hyder, Greater Manchester, Holly Cross from Merseyside, Luan Power from Leicestershire, Grace Igo, she's also run 4:29, and Cara from Hertfordshire and Rosie from North Yorkshire.
So quickest in this heat on paper is Isla Porter from Lincolnshire in the green vest. She's run a 4:27 this season, so definitely one to watch out for. And they're off. Again, expecting probably similar racing, although it looks like Isla Porter taking it out. I think that's Holly Cross slotting herself into second place. And we've also got
Grace there pushing out at the front, I believe, making it a strong start, stretching this field out very quickly, different to the other races that we've had here today. Not as much bunching, and starting already to see some big gaps forming. So the girls here at the front already starting to make a big gap. We've got 2 clear away and then 3 more stringing behind. Of course, this could all change over this race with the 3 3/4 laps. Still 3 more to go.
So it's Grace Igo, it looks like, and Holly Cross from Merseyside slotting herself into second. Then in third place we've got number 47. That is Isla Porter from Lincolnshire.
And it looks to me that the Surrey athlete Katie here is just moving herself up, making sure she doesn't lose sight of that 4th position as a gap again begins to grow in between third.
So again, it's these 2 athletes away, and then Isla Porter comfortably in third position. And we have a bit of a battle on for the 4th place at the moment between the Surrey athletes there and also
and
number
Isla
35.
Porter there in third. This is becoming quite a solo race for a couple of these athletes here, all pushing forwards, trying to find space, trying to work through, coming with 2 laps to go, starting to ramp it up now. It's
Isla Porter catching back up to those leaders now, and it looks like our Surrey athlete in 4th place, but there's still a lot of girls there. Our top 3 are quite clear away.
So that's a little group now trying to track down and catch Katie McBride, but she's holding strong. She's pushing on again as she goes round the bend, trying to keep sight of that 4th position now with 3 girls at the front to chase down. She is increasing her gap again, so staying in contention here, but the 3 are working together and slightly pulling back. So these girls looking nice and comfortable at the front here, still the same 3.
So that's Grace Igo, bib 71, Isla Porter and Holly Cross. These 3 are well away, and our Surrey athlete Katie McBride taking 4th place, but she's still got some pressure from the Greater Manchester athlete behind her.
Yeah, our girls here increasing their lead to about 50-60 metres now from the rest of the field. As they come down the home straight into the final lap, I'm sure we'll see a little bit of change. Holly Cross there just falling slightly off the gap, but still a long way in front of
and there's a sprint on for 3rd place now. We'll see if Katie McBride from Surrey has it, but she's being caught by number 78, that looks like. our Gloucestershire athlete, now moving into 3rd place at the bell.
So the front two there streaking away, but Holly Cross still maintaining her position, still a comfortable 30-40 metres in front of the other two, and there's a big battle. Our Surrey athlete has stuck on with the Gloucester athlete, and they're working together through the home straight. It's going to be a tough finish, it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be a sprint down the home straight.
That's Olivia Avery and Katie McBride working to fight for that 4th place spot. Holly Cross pretty safe at the moment, it looks like, from Merseyside, and at the front we've got Grace Igo and Isla Porter now asserting her dominance as the fastest in the field.
Yeah, Olivia Avery slowly making her way towards Holly Cross. Will she have enough distance to make it up?
It's a really quick finish from Olivia Avery.
She's really kicking it on now as we come down the finish straight. Holly Cross still powering her arms down, still going strong, and a large gap, so I believe these will be our 4 automatic qualifiers into the final. But very strong from Olivia Avery as she comes down. That is just to take Holly Cross on the line.
Great finish from her, just outside her personal best, which is very impressive in these conditions in the heat. And there's Katie McBride across for 5th place.
Very gutsy
Great
run
running from her. And the rest of the girls just coming across the line now. Really great running from everyone in this heat. That's Holly Robertson from Durham, just closing down the final 20-30 metres now. Lining up now, we have the inter-boys 1500 metres race 1. It's the first 6 to qualify, only 2 heats. So in this first race we have Will Pearce, Cornwall, Finley Dobson Emmas from Greater Manchester, Francis Vidler from Lancashire, Finn McLennan from Cambridgeshire, he's run sub 4 this year, 3:58. William Hum from Berkshire, Freddie Rowe from Essex, looks to be by quite a distance the fastest in this field. He's run a staggering 3:44. Ewan Withnell, Derbyshire, 3:59. Yariad Allen, West Yorkshire, 4:01. Otis Farrer Brown, 4:03. Jake Percy from Sussex, George Armstrong Smith from Sussex, Ben Lucas from Berkshire, Mason Bramhold from Suffolk, and Jack Hadley from Staffordshire to complete this lineup. 14 boys go in this heat.
Yeah, so a pretty stacked race here, and it's getting off to a tight start. Everyone seems to be bunching a little bit more than the last race that we just watched, but
looks like George Armstrong Smith from Sussex, he's run a 4 flat, just taking this pace out with the other Sussex runner. That's Jake Percy just behind. The other boys just happy to slot in and let them take the pace for now.
Yeah, 2 teammates here working together at the front.
Running out in lane 3, some of these athletes, so it's very bunched to start. So by quite some way, Freddie Rowe in Essex, wearing bib number 27, is our fastest in this field. He's just working his way up the field now, just slotting himself into first place.
Yeah, starting there in a comfortable position at the back, keeping himself out of danger, but yeah, again, as we can see, races that are quite busy like this often have a little bit going on in the middle.
It's very bunched at the moment. Everyone's still well in contention. It now looks to be the Cornwall athlete Will Pearce taking the pace, keeping himself out of the danger from that pack. the Kent athlete alongside him. That is
Finn McLennan of Cambridgeshire, just coming around to sit in second. But everyone is still very bunched. It's looking like it's going to be a fast finish with only 2 laps left to go of this race.
anyone's game still.
Everyone seems happy to sit in and nobody wants to take it on right now.
So that's the Cambridgeshire athlete in second. Cornwall athlete Will Pearce still taking it out. And our Essex athlete just happy to sit in that third, fourth place at the moment.
Just
Got
covering the
both
gaps
Sussex
when they
boys
come as
in
well.
there.
And this is incredible. We still have the entire field all together as they come round the top bend, almost down in the home straight into their last lap. It's going to be a very tight finish. It's dangerous when they all run together like this because it can get slightly pushy and shovey in the middle. But
See
they've
the
all come
Derbyshire
round on the
athletes.
outside on the straight.
They're stretching all the way out into lane 3. This is still anyone's race going with 400 to go now. Every single athlete still in this, and it's the Derbyshire athlete now that takes the lead. That's Ewan Withnell, 3:59, his best this season.
Still Finn McLennan again sitting on second with our Essex athlete in third. We're
Greater
stretching out
Manchester.
slightly, but a big pack of them still here.
And it looks like a bit of shoving down that back straight to fight for these positions. It's our Essex athlete in third. Looks like Sussex boys now coming in. It's still really, really tight with 200 metres to go, and they're looking to kick again. It's still our Derbyshire and Cambridgeshire athletes in our top 2 spots.
So Freddie Rowe there of Essex fighting to keep himself in third position with everyone still there. A lot of sprint finish being backed here, and everyone's kicking hard into the home straight, trying to keep those
Still
positions.
so tight.
Looking over the shoulders, seeing where they sit.
And it's the Sussex and the Berkshire athlete on the outside now. It's going to be really, really close. The Derbyshire athlete takes it. Cambridgeshire, I think it might
And Essex
be
just made it in there
Essex
as well.
in that top 4, and one of the Sussex athletes that looks like George Armstrong Smith might have just snuck in there.
So-
Incredible racing from all of these guys though. One of the most exciting heats we've had today, I'd say. All of those boys in contention with 200 metres to go. Really good championship racing from them.
Yeah, it's always unpredictable and difficult when it becomes packed like that because everything can happen in the last final straight. People can get tripped. We see it a lot in championship races. We see it with the professional athletes. Things can happen that aren't expected and different people can move through, which always makes for an exciting final as well.
Great running from Ewan Withnell there to take that heat, the Derbyshire athlete, with Finn McLennan from Cambridgeshire also making it safely through.
Yeah, very good tactics there from Finn. Just sitting himself in a comfortable position on the outside, not doing too much work at the front, but keeping himself out of that danger when it came to the sprint at the finish.
And moving straight on to our second heat now, we have Max Utley, Suffolk, Thomas Matthews, North Yorkshire, Thomas Thake, South Yorkshire, George Gilbert, Sussex, Ethan Skipwith, he's gone sub-4 this season, 3:59 for the Hampshire athlete, Isaac Collier from Buckinghamshire, Luca Norden from Essex, 3:57, Marcus Solomon from Middlesex, Hugo Berry from Cumbria, Sam Lambert, 3:59 from Warwickshire, Samuel Aspey from Lancashire, Tim Yeh from Greater Manchester, and Max Hamill from the Isle of Man, and Evan Grime, the fastest in this field, the Greater Manchester athlete, 3:49 this season.
It's often hard in championship races, Edie, to predict what's going to happen with some athletes trying to save some of their energy to get into the final and other athletes fighting for a PB, but when the races become slow, everything becomes a lot more tactical.
Yep, exactly, and that's how we've seen some of these races unfold so far. I mean, we see here Evan Grime, the fastest in this heat, happy to just go straight to the back and let the others take it. It's all about tactics in these heats. Great learning experience for these inters.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it looks like we're seeing ourselves a slightly slower start for these inter boys. Bunched together.
Taking it now at the front is the Warwickshire athlete, with the Derbyshire athlete just on his shoulder, and George Gilbert from Sussex in third there. But pretty much the whole field still in contention through that first 300 metres.
Yeah, definitely all to play for here. A lot of these inter boys here, as with the previous race, happy to just sit in. No one here clearly wants to take it on. No one fighting for the front. Everyone's just happy to sit round and settle for the moment, with 2 3/4 laps still left to go of this race.
Yeah, maybe right in the middle of the field. There's some small grey ones.
Still a really big pack as they come round there, about 500 metres into the race now, so still a kilometre left of all to play for. And again, we can just see Evan Grime, who's the fastest on paper in this field, happy to just sit and let the others take some of the work in this heat.
Yeah, the races like these will definitely suit some of these athletes that are quite power-based. Maybe some of them that do 800 metres as well, more than 15 3K. They'll be able to sprint hard down the finish and make up positions.
But it's still our Warwickshire and Derbyshire athletes that are setting the pace at the moment.
Again, it looks to me like we're seeing a repeat of the previous race, with everyone practically still together with less than 2 laps to go. They're starting to wind it up slightly. You can see a couple of very small gaps starting to form, but nothing that can't be made up as these athletes start to move down the back straight.
Still Sam Lambert, 3:59 from Warwickshire, setting the pace here, but the rest of the field really happy to just sit in. It's still all to play for.
Yeah, it looks to me like it's going to be a 600-metre wind-up and even possibly a 400 metres, as practically the entire race still sticks together with similar people in similar positions.
Are you okay to lose power?
Yeah, and all of them back to should be.
Coming round for the bell lap now, and we've still got a huge field. We can just see Evan Grime out in lane 4, trying to make his way round to the front for this final lap. Really tactical racing from him, and he is now in the lead as we hit the bell.
Thomas Matthews just made a big move there down on the finishing straight to move himself up further in the pack, but we have still got our Greater Manchester athlete storming away here. He's gone for a final burn up in the 400 metres and is taking no time to spread himself out from the rest of the field, with everyone fighting behind for the last 3 positions.
Evan Grime with now at least 4 metre lead on the rest of the field, 4-5, opening up the legs. 200 metres left to run, and we see the Essex athlete now slotting into second place. Still a big group there fighting for those final 3 positions, but it's going to be Evan Grime that takes that top spot leading into the final tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone's really fighting here. We've got 5 guys fighting for the last 3 positions, and it keeps changing. We've got our Essex athlete coming in second. He looks to be clear, but
Essex, South Yorkshire as well. We've got the North Yorkshire athlete Thomas Matthews, and number 7 across for 4th place.
Very strong running there.
So that looks to be Isaac Collier. Great running from all our athletes there. Evan Grime takes it.
Yeah, so a lot of these athletes, especially some of the ones nearer the front, will be grateful for having a little bit of a stride out towards the end of this race, looking into their final tomorrow. They'll be recovering overnight, getting their legs up, getting the rest in, ready to go.
I think that's Thomas Thake, South Yorkshire, Thomas Matthews from North Yorkshire, Evan Grime from Greater Manchester, and Luca Norden from Essex were the top 4 in that race. And that concludes the Interboys 1500 metre heats. 100 metres, senior girls.
Yeah, so in lane we have got Holly of Avon, Georgina of Berkshire then, Grace of Sussex, Natasha of Middlesex, Gemma from Somerset, Sophie from Cheshire and Ruby Davis from Derbyshire.
Fastest in the field is Georgina Langdon from Berkshire. She's run 2:09 this season, the only one in this field to go sub 2:10, and it's the first 2 automatic qualifiers plus fastest 2 across all of the heats. The Cheshire athlete looking to take the pace early on, that's Sophie Harding.
Yeah, with Georgina from Berkshire just sitting in behind at the moment, making herself comfortable in second position without having to race out on the front.
We've got Grace Tuesday in third at the moment, and the Derbyshire athlete in fourth place, that's Ruby Davies.
But coming up on the outside right now is Holly of Avon, just moving herself into third position.
And
as they
Georgina
go into the bell
Langdon
lap.
takes the bell into the last 400 metres now. It's still pretty bunched. Georgina Langdon looks to be pulling away as our Avon athlete now slotting into second place. Grace Tuesday looking to make a move on the outside. The Sussex athlete really pushing the pace on now. These 3 starting to move away, but of course it's only 2 automatic qualifiers. So Grace Tuesday now in the lead with Georgina Langdon in second place and Holly Saniger from Avon in third place at the moment. It looks like these 2 athletes, but Holly Saniger's coming back. It's still really tight between these top 3.
They're really fighting, and of course we've got 2 fastest loser spots up for grabs, so fast times definitely pay off here.
Coming into this home straight now, and it looks like Georgina Langdon and Holly Saniger are putting in a bit of a spurt. So is Grace Tuesday. It's going to be really
It's going to be a tight finish.
Holly Saniger comes through. It looks like it's going to be those 2 that take the top 2 automatic spots. Grace Tuesday from Sussex takes it. Holly Saniger in second, and Georgina Langdon will have to wait and see if that's enough for the final tomorrow. And our last athlete's just crossing the line now. That's Hertfordshire. Really good running from these girls in such hot conditions. On to heat 2 out of 3 now, just seeing them striding out on the track. Ones to look out for in this heat, it's pretty close. Lottie Langan of North Yorkshire, the fastest on paper with 2:10. But both Eva Jar from Cheshire and Lauren Creeby from Durham have run 2:11. We've got Emerson Churcher from Hampshire, 2:12. Dina Silverman from Middlesex. Lily Burton from Suffolk. Nia Harrison Sargent from West Yorkshire completing the lineup here.
Yeah, it's looking very close, and as we know, anything can happen in an 800 metre race, so we will wait and see.
And they're off in the second heat of the senior girls 800 metres. We'll see who takes it out. Looks like the Durham athlete going pretty quick on the outside.
So yeah, just remember these girls will have watched the first heat come in. They'll have seen the times that the girls have run, so they'll know what they need to try and beat in the fastest loser spots.
And they hit the break now. I think it's the Hampshire athlete.
Yeah, so Emerson there out in front, pushing the pace with the Cheshire athlete just behind. That is
Eva Jar. All 7 of them pretty bunched. You see Lottie Langan from North Yorkshire. She's in 4th position at the moment, looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and it's Lauren from Durham that has just moved up into 2nd position now, tracking the movements of our Cheshire athlete out front. So Eva and Lauren now.
Emerson just checking her shoulder, looking for space. These 4 seem to be moving away from the rest of the pack slightly, but it's still pretty close coming into the bell lap. through in about 65.
Yeah, all athletes here still looking very comfortable as this race goes on, so everything's to play for.
Still our Cheshire athlete Eva Jar out front with the Durham athlete. That is Lauren Creeby in second place. Lottie Langen looking to try and get round on the outside of the Hampshire athlete.
Yeah, Emerson's still tracking in there, falling back slightly where the stride is, but she's now moving around the outside and making her move as we come into the final 200 metres of our girls'
big kick from Emerson
800-metre race. She's up on the back of
These two
Eva.
seem to be creating a little bit of a gap now.
As she's
Eva
charging
and
away,
Emerson.
she's caught them off guard and she's flying around the bend as we
Lottie
move
Langen
into the closing
still
stages.
looking good. It's going to be a battle between these three, I think.
This is a very strong run here from Emerson as Eva is still
Emerson
tracking on the
Churchill
outside.
looking great, and Lottie Langen trying to get up onto second place now, but Eva's coming back. It's going to be these two taking the automatic spots. Really good running. It's going to just be outside 2:10. I think that's going to be a personal best for
That
Emerson
is
Churchill.
very quick on the clock there to make this final for
And
the
that
senior
is
girls
a
800-metre
personal
race.
best for Emerson Churchill to take that heat. Great running from her. It'll be around Eva's personal best as well. And Lottie Langen, the North Yorkshire athlete, will have to wait and see if that's enough for the final.
Okay, so starting to line up here for our third race of the 800-metre senior girls. Fastest on paper in this race is Sarah Yates of Greater Manchester. She's run 2:10.95, so a big contender for the final as well tomorrow. But in the rest of the races, we've got Caitlin McCloy from Derbyshire in lane 2, Alice from Herefordshire and Worcester in lane 3, Freya McFadden from Gloucestershire in lane 4, Rosie West from Leicestershire and Rutland in lane 5, Emma Davis from Berkshire in lane 6, Mia Rosen from Middlesex in lane 7, and then Sarah Yates from Greater Manchester on the outside. Quite close. Caitlin McCloy has run 2:11.93, so it's going to be tight for the top two spots here.
As we saw in that last race, the final 200 metres really, the race is still very much anyone's game. So it's looking to be an interesting one in our final heat. And they're off. Remember, it's the first two automatic qualifiers and then fastest two from across the three heats.
Yeah, making a strong start, these athletes all moving through the break. It looks to me like everyone is going to be bunched to start off with, but we'll see what happens as they move through into lane 1.
Break now, and I think it's going to be
no strong clear leader here. Nobody looks like they want to take it on. Everyone is massively slowed down here.
It's very, very bunched, this field. It's three across at the front, the Greater Manchester, the Berkshire, and that looks like the Stafford, the Leicestershire athlete Rosie West. All three of those, no one really wanting to take the pace.
Yeah, all of them backing their finishing sprint here in the 800 metre, which of course they will be very strong, but is always a dangerous game as we come through.
Very, very bunched up still.
Moving out now to the outside
meters
of lane 2 as well, coming round on the bend, we have got Freya McFadden from Gloucester.
Freya McFadden looking to take it now.
Yeah, she seems
Still
to be deciding
hesitant.
enough is enough.
And they're
Still
going to
not
be
quite
through
moving in.
close to 70 seconds, which is very pedestrian for these girls who have all run sub 2:15. So it's going to be a quick final lap, I think.
And I believe it might be Freya that decides she's off and going alongside Sarah Yates, who's moving up on the outside now. And it's still Freya who's hanging on for the inside. She's charging down the back straight, trying to hold off the other two now as they storm towards the last 200.
And it's the Hereford athlete as well, I think, now.
Freya's still holding strong. She's moving into the finish.
And Caitlin McCloy now hitting the front. She's the second fastest on paper in this field.
And we've got
Sarah
5
Yates
athletes here, all deciding to go at the same time. Who is going to come forwards in the final straight? It still seems like Caitlin McCloy and Freya battling it out.
It's going to be tight.
And Caitlin is just in front of Freya.
Ahead. Sarah Yates is going to have to really kick,
There's
but she's
nothing
not going
in
to
it.
get there.
Freya just creeps
It's
in
the
front.
Gloucestershire and the Derbyshire athlete.
So Caitlin McCloy and Freya McFadden just making it through there.
Really good running from them. And the Greater Manchester athlete Sarah Yates will have to wait and see. Really tight, that race.
Yeah, slower heat this one. None of them wanted to take it to the front, so potentially no fastest losers from this race, but we will see.
Okay, moving on to the senior boys heats now. We've got 3 heats, first 2 from each heat automatic qualifier, and then we have fastest 2 across the 3. In this first heat, it looks like the quickest time comes from Tom Waterworth of Cambridgeshire. He's run a 1:47. Also in this race, Jack Whittingham, Staffordshire, lane 1, Oliver Gill, Lancashire, lane 3, Archie Pinder, Buckinghamshire 4, Finley Goddard from Greater Manchester, Thomas Corwood, Samuel Hembry, Harry Parker McLean, and Thomas Taylor from Suffolk on the outside.
Yeah, that's a very quick time, very quick personal best there from Tom Waterworth as a senior boy. Only in college still, so a lot to come for him.
So it looks like at the break, Tom Waterworth and the Staffordshire athlete taking it on. That's Jack Whittingham, also sub 50 this year. Greater Manchester and Herefordshire just behind.
Yeah, so Tom Waterworth here has got himself out of danger and clear in front, keeping away from anything that could go wrong and controlling all the controllables here for himself in this heat.
Coming up to the bell now. They're still very bunched, but it's Tom Waterworth controlling the pace, taking it through in about just under 57 seconds, 56.79 that is, through 400.
Yeah, he's looking very smooth here. He seems to be doing just enough to keep himself at the front, and as he feels people come up on his shoulder, he's just pushed it on slightly more as we go down the back straight here, keeping himself comfortable, keeping himself just where he's sat.
Still very tight. It looks to be the Staffordshire athlete Jack Whittingham in second place, but there's still a big group there. The Greater Manchester athlete,
yeah, that's Finley Goddard there, just striding through, putting himself back up on the inside into third position, keeping track of the other 2, but they're pulling away. They're starting to make a small gap as we come round into the final stretch. Tom Waterworth there, still just striding away now from the rest of the field.
Herefordshire athlete and the Greater Manchester up on Jack Whittingham's shoulder. The Greater Manchester athlete now moving through. That's Finley Goddard into second place. He's going to be the second automatic qualifier, with Jack Whittingham in third.
That's a very strong finish there.
152.13 that is for Tom Waterworth. Comfortably taking that heat, conserving as much energy as possible for tomorrow, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he'll have done just enough there to get himself safely through to the final without any drama and out any danger.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to walk the camera across to base place, as it were, leaving ambient on? Okay, I'll just walk across and then come back again. I'll charge the mileage, it's not a problem. Okay. Humour gone out the window today, is it? I mean, you can tell it's hot because nearly every moving surface on this one section.
So just about to go now, we have our second heat. Oliver Cooper, Jacob Clement, Jonathan Bridger, Zach Brannan, Tobias Cheeseborough, Jude Ryan, Rafferty Murphin, Isaac Mohan and Lewis Smith. fastest in this race, 1:47, is Rafferty of West Yorkshire. He was out in lane 7.
Yeah, this is going to make a very interesting final with 2 1:47 PBs.
Looks to be the Yorkshire athlete at the moment taking the pace.
Yeah, so again, we've got Rafferty with the fastest time going in, just keeping himself out of danger and comfortable at the front as we move round into the final straight of our first lap.
Got the Nottinghamshire athlete on his shoulder, that's Jude Ryan, 1:53, and they go through the bell 56.5, so about the exact same time as the heat before.
Everyone battling it out still for the 2 fastest loser spots. Again, as we have 3 heats, it will be first 2 to automatically qualify and 2 fastest losers in behind.
It looks like Zach Brannan. Oh, and the Berkshire athlete now as well on the outside, but it's still Rafferty the fastest in this field that's out in front.
Yeah, he's just controlling it right now. Again, if someone moves up on his shoulder, he's putting in another spurt, but he's getting a lot of pressure here from the athlete on the outside. He has a quick look over.
Tobias Cheeseborough, he's also gone sub 150. So
just pushing it on further down this finishing straight, but they're really fighting down here now.
Really going for it. The Northumberland athlete trying to get there on the inside, but I don't think he will. It's going to be West Yorkshire and Norfolk in the top 2 spots. 1:51 that looks like, so great racing from them. I think that heat slightly quicker than the last, so the Northumberland athlete, that's Zach Brannan, might be looking to get a fastest loser spot there.
Okay, so looking ahead to this third and final heat of the senior boys 800 metre race. In lane 1, we have Cole McAndrew of West Yorkshire. Lane 2, James O'Brien of Greater Manchester. Young of Buckinghamshire goes in lane 3. Kavar of United Arab Emirates in lane 4. Theo from Kent in lane 5. Jake Rowley of Cheshire in lane 6. Jack from Dorset in lane 7, James McCallan of Suffolk in lane 8, and Jack Kinraid of Shropshire in lane 9. Jack Kinraid has run a 1:48, as has James O'Brien, so a tight race here, I believe.
And they're off, so look out for Jack Kinraid from Shropshire and James O'Brien from Greater Manchester in that orange vest. Those are the 2 fastest, but as we know, with tactical races like these, anything can happen, and it hasn't always been the fastest on paper that have been making it through to these finals.
Yeah, these athletes have had, some might think, the benefit of having a look and seeing what times the other 2 races have come in, so those that aren't going to make the first 2 spots, as it appears to have strung out already, know what time they're aiming for the fastest losers, which I believe is why everyone has gone out so hard at the start here.
Our 2 1:48 runners have slotted themselves into first and second. That's Jack Kinraid from Shropshire and James O'Brien from Greater Manchester. The Kent athlete Theo Ronchetti is trying to hold on. He's 150 flat this year.
It's very fast become a solo race for him here, stuck in the middle though, with a pack of about 5 or 6 of them still chasing in behind as they move through the bell.
Jack Kinraid keeping it a very honest race here, unlike what we've seen earlier. And it's these 2 that are about 20-30 metres up from the rest of the pack now, our 2 1:48 athletes.
Yeah, and it looks to be the 3 of them now battling it out as they move past the Kent athlete and up forwards.
So it's Jack Kinraid and James O'Brien who are comfortably away now, with our Kent athlete taking the 3rd position. Berkshire now moving into 3rd, but it's still these 2, Greater Manchester and Shropshire, James O'Brien and Jack Kinraid. James O'Brien really striding it out down the home straight. Jack Kinraid happy to just sit back a bit now that he knows he's comfortably in the 2nd place position, keeping his energy for tomorrow. It's going to be 1:50. I think that's our fastest heat so far. great running from the senior boys there. That concludes those 800 metre heats. Just striding on the back straight now, we're moving on to the junior girls 1500 metres. First 4 to qualify, and we have 3 heats. In this first heat, our fastest runner looks to be Summer Smith from Essex, the only runner to go under sub 4:30. She's run a 4:26 this year. 4:30 Zoe Allen from Surrey is also expecting to be up there. We've also got Erin Stewart from Suffolk, Charlie Weissel from Nottinghamshire, Maya Davis from Buckinghamshire, Caitlin Wetters from Greater Manchester, Jocelyn Hathaway from Gloucestershire, Ellie Birchall from Dorset, Amy Porter from Hertfordshire, Pollyanna Kershaw from Lancashire, Mariana Owen, Northamptonshire, Eve Beddoe from Merseyside, Kaya McCrabe from Berkshire, and Charlotte Foster from London.
Yeah, so again in these 1500 metre races we have only automatic qualifiers, which often means we won't see such fast races going out with athletes trying to save themselves for the final.
And they're away for this first race of the junior girls 1500 metres. It looks like Eve Beddoe from Merseyside, but none of them really want to. The Essex athlete now coming through to set the pace.
Yeah,
That
it was
is
a
Summer
fast sort of
Smith.
20 metres there, and then everyone's settled as they try and find their positions in the pack.
Summer Smith by far the fastest in the field. She's happy to just set the pace at the moment. The Surrey athlete just behind.
Yeah, they're all really packing now all the way out into the outside of lane 2 as they come around the outside. It appears to have slowed quite a lot at the front, and everyone who...
Oh, and we've got a
and
bit
there's
of a stumble, but everyone's back up and safe and still running. Summer Smith and Zoe Allen, 2 fastest on paper and the 2 top spots at the moment, but it's still very tight. Derbyshire coming round on the outside.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see similar tactics to what we saw earlier in the 1500s, with the first couple of laps sitting in and then stretching out. Although this does appear to be stretched out into a line now.
Pollyanna Kershaw from Lancashire, I think that is. 4:41 athlete looking to take the pace.
She's decided enough is enough, and she is going to make her move.
Summer Smith and Zoe Allen still sticking on her. It's still very tight. There looks to be a pack of about 6 that are starting to pull away, just ahead of Eve Beddoe from Merseyside, just leading that second pack at the moment.
So Summer Smith now taking the lead.
We've also got Ellie Birchall from Dorset in that top group, number 23. Bib number 57, that's Mariana Owen from Northamptonshire. It's looking like there's a bit of a spread out. The Dorset athlete now, they're coming into 2 laps to go, and it's Summer Smith and Zoe Allen who are comfortably in the top 2. The Dorset athlete and the Northamptonshire athlete taking those last 2 spots at the moment, and our Lancashire athlete who took the pace early on now trying to stick with it, but they are stringing out now.
Yeah, it appears to be a clear 4, although we have a 5th person coming up in the back in contention at the moment. Our 2 at the front, Zoe Allen and Summer Smith, still striding away as they come up towards 600 metres to go left of this 1500 metre race.
And we've got Ellie Birchall and Mariana Owen, they're in 3rd and 4th at the moment. It looks like the athlete from Lancashire, Pollyanna Kershaw, having a great race but starting to slip off that top 4. They're quite strung out now, so this might be the 4 that we see in the final, but still over a lap left to run. And it's Summer Smith and Zoe Allen comfortably away top 2. They'll go through the bell in about 3:22, and then we've got the Northamptonshire and Dorset athletes in third and fourth. It looks like this could be our top four.
Yeah, really striding away here, Zoe Allen and Summer Smith at the front. They seem to be working together, just making us comfortable and making sure that they've done enough to get themselves through to the final. I think this will be an exciting race tomorrow.
Lancashire athlete Pollyanna Kershaw still not letting that gap grow. We've got 300 metres left and she looks to be closing, so that fourth position might be under threat. She's really up on the shoulder of the Northamptonshire athlete now.
Yeah, coming up and around on the outside is Pollyanna.
Pollyanna now into fourth place, so it's our Dorset and Lancashire athletes in those top four positions at the moment, with the Northamptonshire athlete just slipping back into fifth place. But at the front here we've got Summer Smith and Zoe Allen comfortably in the top two, round in the last 100.
Yeah, they're cruising around the bend now. They know that they've done enough and they're just making themselves safe and making sure that they're into the home stretch all fine. Yeah, just looking behind her shoulder there.
A great finish from this Lancashire athlete in this last lap. She's going to finish in fourth place. Oh, but look
it's
on the outside. Eve Beddoe.
The outside for fourth.
Eve Beddoe with an incredible sprint finish, take
Third even.
Third place. So she gets a spot in the final. She came from absolutely nowhere in that last
Very strong
meters.
finish that.
So it's going to be Summer Smith, Zoe Allen, Eve Beddoe from Merseyside, and the Dorset athlete that take Ellie Birchall. She'll take the fourth spot. Incredible sprint finish from Eve Beddoe there. Lining up now, we've got the second heat of the junior girls 1500 metres. Isla York, Merseyside, Gabrielle Pinder of Cleveland, she's run 4:28 this season. Florence Goodwin of Sussex, Martha Blower of Hereford and Worcestershire, Florence Lilly of Nottinghamshire, Abigail Andrews of South Yorkshire, Mia McGoldrick of North Yorkshire, Katie Louise Malley of Greater Manchester, Olivia Lee of Derbyshire, Naomi Walmsley from Surrey, she's run 4:27 this season, as has Hidley Woodley from Essex, Kira Healy from Berkshire and Elizabeth Hutchins from Avon. So we've got a couple sub 4:30 in this race, Gabrielle Pinder, Naomi Walmsley and Heidi Woodley. So they'll look to take three of the top four spots, I'm sure, but as we've seen, times on paper does not necessarily mean spots in the final.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see them pull themselves out at the front again, as some of our other fastest on paper athletes have done so far today.
It looks like Heidi Woodley, the Essex athlete, at the front, perhaps a bit hesitant to take the pace, but she slots herself into first place there. It's pretty bunched up. The South Yorkshire athlete, Abigail Andrews, also up there at the moment.
Yeah, and Gabrielle Pinder from Cleveland just sat herself in behind, but everyone is coming round on the outside now as it bunches yet again at the start of this 1500 metre race.
Heidi now starting to try and stretch the field out. On the outside we've got our Surrey athlete looking to move through the field. That is Naomi Walmsley. She's also gone sub 4:30 this year.
Just making sure that she doesn't miss any moves. She started at the back nice and comfortable, but she wants to make sure that she doesn't miss anything. She's moved herself up into one of the competitive positions up the front.
Kira Healy from Berkshire also up there at the moment.
It looks to me like they're starting to put on some of the pace, with a big pack in behind all deciding to make their move and making sure that they don't miss out.
So it's Heidi Woodley from Essex at the moment. I think she is the fastest in this field, and Naomi Walmsley, the other 4:27 runner from Surrey, in about second or third place at the moment. The athlete from Avon, Elizabeth Hutchins, slotting herself into second place.
Also with Olivia Lee of Derbyshire just sat in fourth position at the moment.
Gabrielle Pinder from Cleveland now moving round. She's one of the favourites for this event at the moment. So these top four, it's still pretty close. They've not strung out a lot. 2 laps left to run still. Still Heidi Woodley.
We've got
setting
Olivia
this
Lee
pace.
just moving around the outside of the pack here, setting themselves in. It looks like we have 5 athletes starting to pull away now.
Our Merseyside athlete is just trying to hang on to that front pack. That's Isla York. She's just moving up onto the shoulder of Gabrielle Pinder, so the pack is starting to come together again. Our Sussex athlete in about 7th place. These 7 all still in contention. Still Heidi Woodley out front though. Coming down the home straight for the final 400, and it looks like this pack of 6. Isla York moving past the Avon athlete now. 4 starting to pull away.
Yeah, and Olivia Lee still sat herself there in 2nd position, just on the shoulder.
In those amazing orange socks.
Yeah.
Still Heidi Woodley, she's taken this right from the gun. Looks really, really comfortable.
Yeah, she's commanded this race
And
at
it
the front
looks
here.
like these 4 are starting to pull away. Isla York is trying to stick on the back. Gabrielle Pinder coming up on the shoulder of Olivia Lee now.
Yeah, and Naomi Walmsley there just sitting on the inside, making sure she's doing enough to keep in the pack, but they are moving away from the rest of the field now as they come into the final 200 metres of this race.
The gap is definitely opening, and I think this might be our 4, but as we've seen in the heat before with the other Merseyside athlete, Eve Beddoe,
Yeah, you can never
anything
not
can
bet on
happen.
Merseyside.
Heidi Woodley's starting to really pull away now and assert dominance, and we've got the other 3 athletes pretty comfortably behind. Gabrielle Pinder now coming up into 2nd place, but these 4 are well away.
Yeah, Heidi Woodley there just clearing herself of the field slightly, making sure she's done enough and cruising through the line.
So it's going to be Heidi Woodley coming over first. Then we've got Naomi Walmsley from Surrey, Gabrielle Pinder from Cleveland, and our Derbyshire athlete, that's Olivia Lee, taking those top 4 spots. Winning time 4:30.99, so pretty quick for a heat. Other girls just crossing the line now. Really good running from all of them.
Ready, Steve, whenever you are.
Okay, so as we pan round for race 3 of the 1500 metre junior girls heats, we have Harriet Saunders in lane 1 for Berkshire, Violet from London in lane 2, Lola from Avon in lane 3, Beatrix from Greater Manchester in lane 4, Ellie Blackhurst from Lancashire in lane 5, Isabella Buchanan from Sussex, she's run 4:27, she goes in lane 6, Phillipson Poppy from Durham in lane 7, Aymar from Herefordshire in lane 8, Ruth from West Yorkshire in lane 9, Cara Gorman, she's run 4:28, so a tight race there from Buckinghamshire in lane 10, Ava King from Essex, Freya from Surrey, and Olivia from Northumberland.
So fastest in this heat on paper from Sussex is Isabella Buchanan. I believe she won the bronze medal in the junior girls in the 1500 last year, so moving up in age group now, but a very quick time from her this season, and she takes the lead at the moment, just happy to set the pace. We have the Berkshire athlete, I believe, Harriet Saunders. And
We've got Cara Gorman there, just sitting on the outside, sitting on the shoulder of our leader here.
Cara Gorman, the 2nd fastest in this race on paper. She's run sub 4:30, 4:28.4 this year. So these 2 just happy to take the pace. We've got the Essex and Northumberland athletes just behind, but it's still pretty bunched through 300.
Yeah, so that's Ava King of Essex there, just coming in third, sitting on the inside lane, not doing more work than she needs to, and just tracking these front two runners at the moment.
Seems to be Cara Gorman that's looking to take the pace now. Isabella Buchanan happy to just sit on her in second place.
Also in this pack we have Olivia Murphy, bib 59 from Northumberland, just sat there in fourth position, just keeping her eye on the positions that qualify.
It looks to be a little bit of a gap opening up with about 7 athletes in this lead pack. Still pretty bunched up with Cara Gorman setting the pace.
Yeah, and sticking in there, Isabella Buchanan still sits in second position, just watching her go. She's happy to sit there, she's happy to keep the pace, she knows she can do it.
Stringing out a bit now, I think, Cara Gorman speeding it up a bit at the front. You can see them start to string out, but they're all still tight. I think it's dropping to about 6 athletes now with 2 laps to go. Cara Gorman and Isabella Buchanan still comfortably in first and second.
Yeah, and Ava King there just still sat in, tracking on the inside lane. She's sat in a good position from the start, she knows what she's doing, she's tracking every move and she's just following it through.
Greater Manchester athlete now just coming up on the corner of 4th place. That's Beatrix Soper, she's run 4:38 this season. And the Hertfordshire athlete also in the mix, Imar McGinley, she's running well, 4:40 is her personal best. But these 6 now.
Cara Gorman's still leading it out, she's keeping herself comfortable at the front, she's trying to string it away, she's trying to move away from the field.
Isabella Buchanan and Ava King comfortably in second and third. These 3 look to be putting in a bit of a gap now to the 3 looking to take the 4th spot position. It's still between Northumberland, Greater Manchester and Hertfordshire for that 4th place, with Cara Gorman, Ava King and Isabella Buchanan in the top 3.
Yeah, these top 3 look really comfortable here, just moving away as they go towards the bell. The clock hits 3:26.
So pretty comfortable pace for these front few runners, I'd imagine. They've gone under 4:30. It's still Cara Gorman out front, Isabella Buchanan and Ava King covering every move, and it's the Greater Manchester athlete that's now moved into 4th place. That's Beatrix. And she looks to have a big gap on the Hertfordshire athlete, so I think it might be these 4 that we see in tomorrow's final.
Yeah, big gap starting to grow now as the Essex athlete moves up forwards, but the positions are just jostling with our 4 that will all qualify if everything stays the same.
Ava King up into second place, but these 4 pretty safely away now. Greater Manchester athlete now catching up to our top 3, but I think these girls are all pretty comfortable. No need to really put on a big sprint in this final 100 metres.
Yeah, so that's Beatrix Soper at the back with Ava King.
And they're all looking to get to the line first. It's going to be pretty tight. These 4 all comfortably away though, and Cara Gorman's going to take it. Isabella Buchanan in second, Ava King in third, and Beatrix Soper, great run from her for the 4th place position. 4:35 for the winner.
And all qualified to the final.
And our Hertfordshire athlete, I hope she's okay, a bit of a stumble, makes it across the line. Great running, you can see the girls really leaving everything out on the track. I think that's going to be potentially a new personal best for Beatrix Soper. She came in with a time of 4:38. I think today would be around 4:35, 4:36, so that's amazing running from her. Clearly on good form and can take that through to the final tomorrow. Moving swiftly on, we now have the junior boys lining up ready to go. Again, it's first 4 to qualify. We've only got 2 heats this time though. In this first race, we've got 3 heats, sorry. There's still 3 heats and first 4 through. In this race, we've got Oliver Davenport, Cheshire, Freddie Wybrow, Devon, Alex Fout, Buckinghamshire, Arnold Dewan, London, Max Gale, Sussex, Harry Cantell, Cambridgeshire, Harry Helmore, Hereford and Worcestershire. Always mess that one up. Connell King from Wiltshire, Ollie Curran from Durham, Charlie Brown from Staffordshire, Finley Byrne from Wiltshire, and Digby Pearson from Suffolk, and they're away. Fastest in this field, I think, is Finley Byrne from Wiltshire, 4:09 this season. Oh, also 4:09 Harry Cantell from Cambridgeshire. So I think he's the fastest in this race. But as we've seen before, anything can happen.
I think pole vault is wrapping up, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, especially if people don't want to set it off too fast, keeping it a bit bunched gives the opportunity for some of those athletes that might be close on the PB there to come through and qualify for the final.
It's Charlie Brown, the Staffordshire athlete, that's taken the pace. Pretty tight up there with Cambridgeshire though. That's number 9, Harry Cantell. He's run 4:09.
Yeah, it's all looking quite bunched so far. So everything to play for, with people again moving out into the very outside of lane 2 as we come round the bends.
Wiltshire athlete, number 88, that's Connell King, also on the shoulder now in that green vest. Very bunched still, all to play for. Max Gale from Sussex on the outside, also looking to be in that top 4.
Harry Cantell just matching the moves that come on his shoulder now as he sticks on the inside, keeps his lane.
Finley Byrne from Wiltshire on the outside in those sunglasses. He's looking to slot in, get himself into a good position. He's the only other athlete in this race besides Harry Cantell to have run sub 4:10. He's got 4:09.3.
And it's Charlie Brown that's still tracking the moves and moving up as he sticks in first position now. Nobody seeming to take on a decisive position.
Athletes still really bunched. You can see them running out in the outside of lane 2 there, all trying to fight for a good position.
Yeah, Arnold Joanne from London is just moving himself up into the top 4 positions, keeping an eye on it as we start to move through. This is generally the point where people start pushing on as they start worrying about who's going to be left over in the final stages, but everyone still seems pretty bunched up and no one has put their foot down.
Still pretty much the whole field in contention. It looks like it's starting to string out as they come into the home straight just before the bell lap. We've still got Harry Cantell, the Cambridgeshire athlete, out in front, with Charlie Brown from Staffordshire in second place.
Yeah, it's looking like it might be a bit of a battle between 4 of them for the next 2 positions as they keep changing around the outside, coming into the final lap with 3:11 on the clock.
Hit the bell now and there's still 7 athletes up there. Harry Cantell though seems to really be controlling this, with number 87 slotting himself into second place. That's Finley Byrne from Wiltshire, the other sub 4:10 athlete.
Charlie Brown really fighting to hold on to third position here as some of the others come around the outside. They're starting to really pick up the pace now as they come in the back straight.
The Devon athlete, Freddie Wybrow, you can see him really pushing on now. He slots into 4th place.
Arnold Joanne is just pushing up, trying to hold on to those top 2 and trying to close the gap now. As they come into the final 200 metres, he's starting to bridge a little bit and the chasing pack is closing slightly, but the top 2 are now pulling away again.
Charlie Brown's, after taking a lot of the early stages, is going to have to fight for this 4th place. It looks like it's going to the Devon athlete, Freddie Wybrow.
And he is coming back, he's just come round the top 2.
And there he goes, he moves himself into
position.
3rd place. Freddie Wybrow in 4th, and the London athlete just moving off Herefordshire with a good finish, but it's going to be Devon and Staffordshire taking those 3rd and 4th position, and as expected, Harry Cantell from Cambridgeshire and Finley Byrne from Wiltshire in 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah,
in
just
that
jogging
heat.
through the line there, those 2, making sure they've done enough to qualify.
Starting to line up already is this 2nd heat now. Fastest here we've got a really quick 4:05.1. That's Jake Summers from Hertfordshire this year. Byron Roberts from Sussex, 4:10, also a good time. We've got Henry Lewis from Hereford and Worcestershire, Finley Winship from Norfolk, Peter Wayman from Cumbria, Casper Pearson from Northumberland, Fraser Williams from Bedfordshire, Finn Hayward from Buckinghamshire, Joseph Osuji from Cheshire, Oliver Gunther from West Midlands, and Taylor Tom Watts from Sussex. That's Heat 2. So Jake Summers, the 4:05 athlete, will be looking to not exert too much energy, move comfortably through the heats, and will definitely be looking towards the final tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of tactics will be on display here. These boys will have been thinking about what they want to do and what their best chances are for making through the final.
So here they go. Doesn't look to be anyone really excited to take the pace. It's actually the Sussex athlete. I think that's Taylor Tom Watts.
Although he's put himself in first, put on a spurt to put himself in first, but has slowed back down again. So I think he did just want to get himself out of danger there.
It's tricky because in the middle of the pack there can be a lot of pushing and shoving, but you don't always want to be the one to take the pace out. So tactical moves from these boys, and Taylor Tom Watts getting himself out of trouble and happy to just take the pace at the moment, looking very comfortable along this home straight. In second and third we've got Northumberland and Hertfordshire. That's Jake Summers in Hertfordshire, and from Northumberland
Casper Pearson there from Northumberland, just moving up into second position.
starting to string out there, running pretty much in a train, but it's still all very tight. Taylor Tom Watts doing a really good job here, still taking the pace, and the others just happy to sit on him at the moment.
Speaking of tactics, Steve Miller, University of Birmingham coach, was telling us earlier how when he ran in English schools he ate his packed lunch the day before and then had a burger an hour before his race, which slightly affected it. I'm sure these boys are a lot more prepared.
Third to last, I've heard. But it's not on his
word
power
on the
10.
street, Dean Miller.
So I hope none of these boys have had a burger less than an hour before their race.
You never know, maybe that's the new
But
tactic.
maybe
Dean
that's
did well
the new
later on in
tactic.
his career.
He has run for Great Britain, in case you haven't heard.
He does have his bag with him today.
And another Sussex athlete now taking the front, that is Byron Roberts. He's now just taking the lead. Taylor Tom Watts now slipping back just a little bit, but they're all still in contention. And Jake Summers,
it looks like Fraser Williamson is just moving up on the outside here, putting himself in a comfortable position and tracking the leaders so that he stays in those top four positions.
Very distinctive shorts, the Bedfordshire kit.
Yeah, I love the commitment.
And there's Jake Summers now moving into first place. He's the fastest in this field on paper. The Cheshire athlete now coming into second, that's Joseph Osuji. He's on 4:15 this season.
And we're grouped again. The positions keep changing as we come towards the final lap of this race.
String out a bit, but now coming into the final lap, you're right, they've all bunched up again. It's still anyone's race.
Nobody wants to take it on yet. They're all biding their time and they're all waiting.
Jake Summers just ahead at the moment, but all the athletes, the Cumbria athlete, that's Peter Wayman, and now coming round the outside, the Bedfordshire athlete, Fraser Williams.
Yeah, and Joseph from Cheshire there, just moving on the outside into third position. He's tracked it from before, and it's a group of 5 of them that are now pulling away. So there's going to be a battle for fourth position as the Sussex athlete now moves up into third position.
So it's these 5 battling for 4 places, and it looks like the Cumbria athlete has got a little bit of work to do, but he's
putting in
closing the
another
gap.
charge.
The Sussex athlete, that's Byron Roberts, he's up into second place, and look at the Cheshire athlete, that's Joseph Osuji go. He comes past Jake Summers, now into first place.
And every 20 metres or so, these boys are picking it up, winding it up as they move into the finishing straight, preparing their sprints and getting into their top gear.
It's the Cumbria athlete Peter Wayman that's got some work to do. I don't think he's quite going to get there, although he is putting in a great finish. It's going to be Cheshire, Hertfordshire, Sussex and Bedfordshire that take these top 4 spots. Great running.
So Joseph there with the win and automatic qualification. 4:14.17 on the clock.
Lining up already. We've got our final heat for the junior boys 1500 metres. In this race we have Theo Cobley from Dorset, Charlie Nicholson from Middlesex, Elliot Langley-Abar from Berkshire, Osneil Segal from Derbyshire, Zachariah Rush from Warwickshire, Finley Stanton from Staffordshire, George Harrodance from West Midlands, Leo Blyton from Oxfordshire, James Cathy from Durham, Theo Creed from London and Luca Di Giovanni from Hampshire. Fastest in this race I think is Charlie Nicholson. He's run 4:08, the Middlesex athlete. We also have Theo Creed from London. He's run 4:10 this season. So again, top 4 to qualify.
Interesting to see how the spikes have changed now, with not so much of a dominance with the dragonflies and a lot of on spikes in there I can see, I think.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well. A lot of nice colours on that start line.
Also some very cool socks, I might point out.
Oxfordshire athlete, especially, I think, wins the sock competition on this start line.
Making up for the lack of ribbons, but that's okay. Yeah, they're all getting themselves in the zone here on the start line, just waiting for the officials to call them forwards.
It's been a long day for these boys, I'm sure, waiting around, nervous for their heat.
Having to watch all their teammates race.
At least it's seeming to be slightly cooler now. I mean,
A little bit of a breeze in the stadium.
And they're away. Jinx. Looks like
so a bit of a faster start here.
The Dorset athlete looking to take it out. That's Theo Cobley. He's run 4:11, so one of the faster times on paper. And the London athlete just in behind.
Yeah, again, a couple of athletes here just getting themselves out of danger, but not making any extremely strong moves that have strung out the field so far. We're again bunched up and again moving out into the outside of lane 2. Everyone careful not to get themselves boxed in whilst it slows down.
Theo Creed, fastest on paper, just there in 3rd position at the moment. Everyone seems pretty happy to just slot in beside. Still pretty bunched. I think the pace is slowing a bit. You can see them all stumbling around trying to fight for a position, but it's the Dorset athlete who's taking the pace at the moment.
Yeah, we're stretching out a little bit, but not enough to make any gaps on the field right now. It seems to be a bit up and down to me. They'll bunch and then they'll string out and then they'll bunch again as different people decide to take it on.
You can see at the front now they've all grouped up again. It seems like no one really wants to have to set that pace. The Warwickshire athlete up on the shoulder doesn't want to take it though. That's Zachariah Rush. He's run 4:15.
Still at the front though and leading the pace is Theo Cobley. He's looking over his shoulder, he's seeing what danger he's got, he's seeing if anyone's coming to take it and they're not, so he's continuing as he's going.
We've got the Berkshire athlete trying to come around the outside, Elliot Langley-Abar. He's run 4:14. And our Middlesex athlete is now in 4th place. These 4 trying to pull away, but the Berkshire athlete is still right on their shoulder. It seems to be stringing out and bunching together, as you said, Rose.
Yeah, it's Theo Creed now who takes the front, but we've still got the same group at the front sitting on.
Seems to be a bit of a pack forming. That's 5 of them, so
they're breaking away a little bit now as we start to come round the back. Just over 600 metres to go now, and 4 of them appear to be pulling away a little bit more. We've got some work going on in behind to try and close the gaps, and he has closed the gap actually, so a group of 5 of them now as we move 600 metres to go through the top end and preparing for the final 400 metres.
The Oxfordshire athlete, that's Leo Blyton, trying to get onto this lead pack. The Berkshire athlete is doing a really good job of trying not to let it open from that top 4.
Often it's a mental game at this point as well. When you see a gap start to grow, you don't want to let it grow too much.
It seems like this 4 are pulling away, but our Berkshire athlete still holding on.
He's really fighting, and
It's
he's
gonna
not really
be
let that gap grow.
Dorset Theo Cobley, who's been leading for the majority of this race, taking the bell.
Yeah, still got Charlie Nicholson of Middlesex sat on his shoulder, with Theo Creed of London moving around the outside now. That's 3 of them pulling away. 4th position, still on his own with not too much danger. The gap staying about the same between 4th and 5th.
Nicholson, the Middlesex athlete, now hitting the front. He's run 4:08, the fastest in this field on paper. And it seems like these 3 have created a bit of a gap back to the Warwickshire athlete and a bigger gap again back to Berkshire. So I think it might be these 4 that we'll see in the final tomorrow. So that is Charlie Nicholson, the Middlesex athlete.
Yeah, cruising
Looking
through into the
comfortable.
final 100 metres now. They're looking over their shoulder and they're checking if there's any danger, and there's not, so they're allowing themselves to
It
just
is
get
gonna
over the
be
line safely
these
through
4.
to the final.
Zachariah Rush there taking the 4th spot. He looks over the moon to be making it into tomorrow's final.
A very strong finish there from the Durham athlete James Cathy as well as he crossed the line. Hopefully a good time for him. These lads have left it out all on the track.
Moving on to the track, we can just see over there at the start line now is the senior girls 1500. 6 to qualify this time, only 2 heats. In this first heat, we've got Isla McGowan.
She's run for GB.
as the standout. She medalled at the Under-18 European Championships last year, I believe.
Yeah,
She's
recently
run
ran for
4:15.
GB Juniors, I think.
The Loughborough International, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. She goes for Oxfordshire. 4:16, Isabel Jones from the West Midlands. She's also been having a great couple of years. GB regular as well. Shout out to Iris Clark from Derbyshire.
Sister of Stan Clark, president of Birmingham Uni Athletics Club.
Also in this field we've got Darcy Gladwell from Suffolk, Anna Passos from Berkshire, Caitlin Smith from Oxfordshire, Ella Spencer from Gloucestershire, Marnie Fieldson from Berkshire, Lyra MacDonald from London, Alicia Tomlinson from Lancashire, Maisie Bellwood from West Yorkshire, and Stephanie Shaw from Sussex. She's just outside that 420 barrier, 420.91 this season.
I also believe Isla McGowan has a YouTube account, so I hope to see this race coming up soon.
Subscribers and avid fans.
Yeah.
So it looks to be Maisie Bellwood taking the pace out at the moment.
Yeah, lots of our athletes just sitting in, keeping themselves comfortable at the back here as well as we watch the start go off. Again, fairly bunched up, so not too much danger for them.
Isabel Jones from West Midlands in second place. Isla McGowan happy to just
Sit at the back.
sit at the back, let them take the pace. I'm sure she'll move around later on in the race. Doesn't want to waste too much energy before the final tomorrow.
Yeah, allow everyone to jostle out for positions and then move through when needed. A tactic that Laura Muir always used quite a lot.
Yeah, we saw with Evan Grime earlier as well. Steph Shaw and Iris Clark
They've
there.
got to be careful here though, because the gap is starting to grow, so you can see Isla McGowan just moving through on the outside.
Maisie Bellwood though, happy to take this pace. Isabel Jones just on her shoulder.
Very comfortable at the front, just moving away slowly from the rest of this
And
pack
we have
as it strings
Darcy
out.
Gladwell from Suffolk, that is, in third place with the sunglasses.
Taking after
McGowan
Josh
moving
Kerr, I
on now.
hope. It seems to me that the pack seems to be grouping back together though, so everything might be to play for these girls now.
Running pretty much single file, but all still very close together.
This is the kind of girls train that everyone at Birmingham would love to see.
Yeah. Tempo 2s. Looks a bit
We do
like
love a
this,
cluster sometimes.
but probably not as fast. Maisie Bellwood still taking the pace. Steph Shaw moving up onto the shoulder. She's moving into third. Isla McGowan still happy to just watch the race out in front of her.
Yeah, we've
cover
got a
those
group
moves.
of 4 girls here that seem to me sticking together and will fight it out for second and third and fourth. That's
yeah,
how
there
the numbers
seems
work.
to be 2 ahead and then back to a pack of 4. So these 6 girls are well ahead of that chase pack, which is just headed by Iris Clark, it seems. But these 6 now pretty comfortably away. Isla McGowan just moving up into the shoulder of Steph Shaw. It's still Maisie Bellwood and Isabel Jones out in first and second. They've been out in front for the majority of this race.
Yeah, Iris Clark here doing a lot of work, just making sure that the pack doesn't fall too far in front from the front 2. She's staying strong as we move round the bend towards the final lap.
Still Maisie Bellwood and Isabel Jones. The others just happy to let them take it. Steph Shaw, Isla McGowan. And also in that pack is I think that's the Berkshire athlete Marnie Fieldsend in bib number 5. She's also got herself in the top 4. Oh, just outside of 5th
So there's
place.
3 of them fighting here for the last 2 positions on offer. Oh, but it's 6, sorry, my bad. It is 6 that go through to the final in this race.
Oh,
so
we were
all
saying
here
4 the whole time.
comfortable.
So
We
that's
were saying
perfect. Silly mistake from us. It was 4 for the other heats, but there's 6
so all
through.
of these girls here,
So
very
all of these
comfortable,
girls are
large gap
actually
back.
looking fine.
They will cruise through round the bend. They've got
Isabel
about 50
Jones
metres to the next pack. So they
deciding
will
to
get
take
themselves comfortable and through into the final.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, sorry, our mistake. Top 6, not top 4. We're used to 3 heats, but there's only 2 in these senior girl races. So all these girls looking pretty comfortably through. There's about a 40-50 metre gap back to the next pack.
Yeah, it looks like Isabel Jones has just taken the opportunity to use this as a little bit of a stride out for her legs moving into the final tomorrow.
Isla McGowan now into second place, looking really comfortable. She just checks over her shoulder, but she's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, all
There's
of these
Maisie Bellwood,
girls
Steph Shaw,
are very comfortable
Marnie
and in a good
Fieldsend.
position.
Darcy Gladwell just rounding out that 6 that will go through to the final tomorrow. Can see Iris Clark just coming in now from Derbyshire. Great running from her as well as the rest of this field. Just doing a stride now, we're on to the second and final heat of the Senior Girls 1500.
Very quick moving these races here.
Ones to look out for in this heat, Katie Pye, 4:21. She was also a medalist at the Euro Under-18s last year in the 3,000 metres, I believe. Amelia Lawrence from London, Evie Powell from Oxfordshire, she's got 4:20. She's the fastest on paper. Gabriella Brown, South Yorkshire. Sarah Clough from Greater Manchester. Ruth Brooke from Gloucestershire. Tilly Black from United Arab Emirates. It says here that she's got a 2:42 personal best, so looks like we've got a world record holder.
That's pretty impressive. I might ask for a signature.
Laura Chance from Avon. Chloe Jones from Hampshire. Florence East from Hampshire, she's a previous medalist. Sophia Roydaitis from Greater Manchester. And Sophie Jacobs from Bedfordshire.
Yeah, I think this race could give Faith Kipyego a run for her money.
Yeah, 2:42. So Florence East.
Yeah, Chloe's there just on the
front
outside, settling in, letting someone else take the lead, but making sure that she's out of danger and comfortable near the front. She'll be keeping her eyes on the qualification here.
I think that's Ruth Brooke from Gloucestershire that's potentially taken the pace out.
We've got Sarah, our Greater Manchester athlete, just sitting in there as well. Sorry, two Greater Manchester athletes. We've also got Sophia, both sitting in there together.
Flo East and Katie Pye, as well as Evie Powell up there. All big names in the 1500.
Yeah, but no obvious lead so far. Everyone is again bunched up.
Good amount of ribbons in this heat. I'm liking the Greater Manchester ones. Colour coordinated. That's what we like to see. Pretty pedestrian through those first 300 metres.
Yeah, these girls are just jogging around at the moment, biding their time and waiting, getting some of the distance done. Ready to move.
This is possibly our most pedestrian pace out in the first 400 so far. They're going to go through 400 in about 88 seconds, so very, very comfortable for a lot of these athletes. So I think we're going to see a fast finish. Tactical running from these girls.
We've just been slightly told off for telling the world about Dean Miller's burger story, but I'm sure Dean won't mind. Spreading the fame, hey. All in the recruitment for Birmingham.
Shout out to Ollie Johnson, who's got us called up on our burger story.
Should probably add, Dean is also a great coach and was a very talented athlete.
Go Birmingham, up the buac. But anyway, back to the race. We've got Katie Pye out here now and Flo East, Evie Powell. All of these athletes should be looking to make the final pretty comfortably. It's still a very pedestrian pace.
Yeah, they're cruising around right now. 2:36 through the lap, roughly. Sorry, through the 800.
Flo East now taking the pace. She has medalled before at these championships in the 1500, so these heats, she's pretty experienced. And she's just happy to let Katie Pye and Evie Powell do a bit of the work as well. Katie Pye just checks her shoulder, but it's still very, very bunched.
Yeah, these girls at the front here, saving their energy. They must be backing their finish as well. But it gives some of these athletes at the back who had slightly slower PBs a bit more of an opportunity for a fast race as we move forwards. It gives them a chance also at a position for the final. Makes it a more even field.
Evie Powell just checking her shoulder. Coming up onto Katie Pye. Everyone's still a contender though. Very tactical racing in these heats.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting to put a little bit of a push on from the front three as we move into the final lap. We've got Evie Powell, Flo East.
Greater Manchester on the outside now as well, number 31.
But it's Katie Pye still staying on the inside and holding her position, making sure no one cuts her off or boxes her in. Very tactical from her.
Katie Pye and Evie Powell still front two. If you do follow Isla McGowan's YouTube channel, you'd see that these girls have just had a training camp in Club de Santa. I was very jealous, it looked amazing. And you can see it's really paying off.
Striding away the Greater Manchester athlete here.
That's Sarah. I think she's really taking it out now. There's 7 of them still in this.
So one of these athletes is going to miss out on a spot for the final.
The Avon athlete finishing really fast as well. So actually there's still 8 of them in it and it's going to be a quick finish.
And some of these athletes that have medalled before really pushing to make sure that they secure their spot in the final. It's London coming around on the outside. So is Ken.
Oh, and it might just be London missing out. All of these girls right over the line. Great running from these girls in a very tactical race with a fast finish. 1 in 4:53.
Yeah, a tough way to run through the final. Nothing is ever certain in races like this, but they've all done very well.
Moving on now to the senior boys, back to first 4 to qualify. So there's 3 heats here. In this first heat we've got Zachary Dunn from Norfolk, 3:41 this year, Harris Worship from Hampshire, Will Hardy North Yorkshire, Daniel Watson Northumberland, Sebastian Pearson from Humberside, Joseph Usher from Dorset, Ben Murphy from Hertfordshire, George Christmas from Cambridgeshire, Harrison Stokes from Lancashire, Leon Duran from Hertfordshire, and Sebastian Mellerow from Suffolk. Fastest in this field by quite some distance, and the only one to run sub 3:50 is Zachary Dunn, 3:41 this year, so he's miles ahead of the rest of the field of paper. But as we've just seen, with tactical races like this, it can be very bunched still, and it can be down to the sprint
And if it's
finish.
really left down to the line, sometimes people that are clear favourites can get caught out.
I'm sure these boys on the side of the track would have just watched that girls' race, so we're starting to think about their own tactics here now.
Yeah, they'll have thought this all through. I'm sure they'll have spoken to the coaches as well, talked about what their best chance of making it through is. Alright, and we are off. Hampshire athlete there, Harris, just making his way to the front, keeping himself clear of the field.
Also up there at the moment, George Christmas, the Cambridgeshire athlete.
My housemate Lily Neat would be a big fan of that name.
Big Christmas fan.
She's got the countdown going from August.
Zachary Dunn, the fastest in this field from Norfolk. You can see him just on the inside there, happy to follow the others, in about 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, settling in, a little bit more honest than the girls' race was, pushing it on slightly at the front, but the guys in behind don't seem too worried about it at the moment.
It's Sebastian Pearson from Humberside that's taken this, number 39.
They're just letting a little gap there. They've not let it grow. They're tracking it. Our Hampshire athlete here is just following in behind. So that's Harris Worship just tracking in. But we have got athletes moving around the outside now as it does start to string out. I think the burners have been put on slightly.
You can see now Cambridgeshire athlete coming up on the shoulder of the Humberside early leader. That's George Christmas in 2nd place now, with Zachary Dunn the fastest on paper in this field in 3rd place.
So everyone's still together, a bit strung out, but all still in the same pack as we move through with 2 laps to go. Same leaders on the front there.
So now Zachary Dunn starting to move his way up the field. He comes onto the shoulder of Sebastian Pearson, our leader, slots himself into 2nd place.
So it's only 4 to qualify in this race with more heats going, which makes a little bit more pressure for these guys.
All the moves being covered, it's hard to tell them apart at the moment. Still very bunched up. The Hertfordshire athlete now coming all the way around the outside. That's Leon.
Just moving himself up into 2nd, happy to sit on the shoulder, happy to follow the moves, wait until he's decided that it's his time.
Zachary Dunn now taking it.
Of course, in the heats, there is not as much pressure to try and move into 1st position, but they want to make sure they don't get caught out from some of the guys behind, as we've seen happen in some of our other races.
About 8 of them now going into this last lap, but it's stringing out already.
And it's chopping and changing as some of our athletes are really starting to push in this 400 now. You can see a big change of pace that's gone in.
Zachary Dunn still out front, but now coming round, really putting on a spurt there.
It's hard to tell what the bib number is here. Is that Sebastian from Suffolk, 75 there out front, pushing on the pace?
Might be the Suffolk athlete.
Two of them really pulling away now. They've started to create about a 10-15 metre gap as they even further cruise around this bend. They're really pushing,
Still
even creating
all
a
to
gap
play
between the
for the
two.
top four.
And
Christmas
it's a big
now
battle.
again coming around the outside of the Hampshire athlete to try and take that 4th spot. But it is going to be Sebastian, the Suffolk athlete, who's really pulling away.
So it's George
Zachary
Christmas
Dunn.
just pulled in front of Harry Worship from Hampshire. But
He's
coming in
back
from the
now.
back as well.
Sebastian Pearson. Oh, and there's a faller. Christmas down. Hopefully he's okay. Pearson comes through for that 4th place. Christmas
Just got himself up and
manages
he's
to
taken
get himself up
over the
and
line.
over the line. So that's good to see.
Very good to see.
Really, really intense finish there.
Massive push from about 400 to go that.
Lining up now is the 2nd heat of this senior boys 1500 metres. We've got Callum Welch from Berkshire, Gregory Martin from Essex, Ash Burgess from West Midlands, Ethan Newell from Surrey, Liam Conway from Cambridgeshire, he's run 3:48 this year, Onduro Sumba from Hampshire, 3:50 flat, Ben Stratton from Lancashire, Franklin Shepherd from Kent, Jamie Barber from Greater Manchester, Jacob Trangmar from Cambridgeshire, and Otis Brooks from West Yorkshire. So it looks like the fastest in this race is Liam Conway, but a couple have gone pretty close to that 3:50 barrier.
And they're
They're
set
off.
off already very quickly after the finish of the last race. I think we're catching up on a bit of time here now on the timetable.
Post Purple Umbrella Gate.
Yeah. Fear not, she is safely packed away now.
So it looks like one of the Cambridgeshire athletes that has taken it out. Hampshire up there as well.
Big Hampshire contingent on the back bend there, stood at the top of the stands looking out and spectating.
So it is number 10, that's Jacob Trangmar from Cambridgeshire, who's taken it out. Look out for number 9, Liam Conway, he's the fastest on paper.
Sitting comfortably in 4th position at the moment, just on the outside, happy to track what's going on.
Also up there at the moment is the West Yorkshire athlete, that's Otis Brooks.
But still out the front is Jacob from Cambridgeshire, just leading through and controlling the race.
Still all pretty bunched up at the moment. It's still our Cambridgeshire athletes setting the pace. The others just happy to sit behind him.
Yeah, 2 Cambridgeshire there, just in the top 4, so strong from their team at the moment. Everyone right now just seems very happy to sit in where they are though.
Still Jacob Trangmar from Cambridgeshire. The Hampshire athlete has been there in 2nd, Onduro Sumba. He's run 3:50 flat, so we'll be looking for a place in the final, but it's still
Going
very
through the clock
tight.
in 1:52 for 800. In fact, it almost seems to be getting more bunched as we move through this race at the moment.
Still Jacob Trangmar from Cambridgeshire, but everyone here still pretty packed.
Yeah, we've got Callum Welch there just fighting at the back, very gutsy racing from him, trying to stick on the pack, and he's doing a good job. He appears to be closing the gap slightly, but the rest of them are just cruising through as they start to pick up the pace now, coming into the last lap. Both Cambridgeshire guys on the front. with Kent just moving around the outside to make the light blue triple, it appears to be.
And the bell lap now, yeah, both Cambridgeshire athletes really going for it. Kent slotting into second place, so all those light blue vests up there.
Yeah, just cruising away now.
That
got
is Franklin Shepherd from Kent that's now got himself up into second place.
And Liam Conway just pushing on at the front. The other pack are chasing and closing down. The gap has not grown. There's going to have to be some serious kicks, similar to as we've seen in the girls, round this top bend. You can see people trying to get in position. They don't want to kick too hard on the outside of the bend. They don't want to run further, but they also don't want to let anybody get away from them. We've got Essex coming through.
There's still about 7 or 8 of them.
They're really fighting, and remember, it's
all
only
the way
4
out
positions to qualify for the final in this race.
It's the Surrey athlete now coming
Both
through.
Cambridge are still in.
Cambridge
Kent coming around the outside. Essex coming around the outside.
And it's
fighting for the line.
Oh, it's going to be both Cambridgeshire,
tight.
Kent and Surrey that make it through. You see Essex just diving over the line there.
So I believe that's Ethan Newell there from Surrey.
And 3:54, so
Gregory Martin from Essex.
A pretty swift heat. A lot of these runners, that's around their personal best time. So great running.
Yeah, very strong runs indeed, and very strong finishes.
On to the final heat now of the senior boys 1500 metres. In this race we have Herbie Johnson from Hertfordshire, Jed Starvis from Kent, William Percival from Norfolk, Matthew Drummond Clark from Lancashire, Adam O'Gorman from Middlesex, Samuel Stapley from Surrey, he's run sub 350, Charles Prestwich from Nottinghamshire, Dylan Bavazano from Berkshire, Archie Pearson from Hampshire, Jacob Hurrell from Essex, he's run 350 flat, and Isaac Stabler from North Yorkshire.
Yeah, so the final heat here of the senior boys 1500 metres about to get underway.
And they're off. Looking to be Hertfordshire as our very early leader. That's Herbie Johnson. He's run 3:52.
You can see the importance in these races of championship racing, practicing championship racing, practicing racing other distances like 800 metres, because these are run very differently to straight out finals.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people finding themselves caught out in that final 100 metres.
A lot of burn-ups, a lot of 200 metre sprints practically that these races have turned into.
So it is Herbie Johnson, the Hertfordshire athlete, who's setting the pace at the moment. Matthew Drummond Clark from Lancashire, you can see there on the outside. He's in the top 4, but it's very, very bunched through the first 300.
Yeah,
very
again,
slow as well.
It's looking like a game of who can stick with it, who can conserve the energy in this pack whilst they're moving around the bend, so that they've got enough still to kick home at the finish.
Through 400 in about 70 seconds there, which is extremely pedestrian for these 1500 metre runners. So it's looking to be another very tactical race. You can see they're all very bunched up there on the back straight. Still Herbie Johnson setting the pace with Matthew Drummond Clark, the Lancashire athlete, on his shoulder.
Of course, some of these athletes as well will be more power-based, so they will prefer a sprint finish, and they might fancy the chances like that. They'll be very grateful that these guys at the front are keeping it nice and chilled for them at the moment.
It does give an opportunity to those that perhaps don't have quite as quick a personal best, but if they can just get themselves in the mix for that last 200 metres, we've seen that anything can happen.
Definitely.
Moving round now on the outside is the Kent athlete Jed Starvis.
We got Matthew Drummond Clark coming in from Lancashire, just slightly in the front on the outside, sitting in comfortable and biding his time.
It's Matthew Drummond Clark now that takes the pace from Herbie Johnson. The Surrey athlete is also up there. That's Samuel Stapley. He's The quickest on paper, 3:49.
And Jacob Hurrell there from Essex, just making a move right from the back, sitting himself into about 3rd position, 4th position maybe. He doesn't want to miss out, and he wants to make sure he's there when the kick starts.
It's still looking very boxed with just over a lap to run now.
Everybody in contention, everybody fighting for position in this final.
It's the Norfolk athlete now, William Percival, that tries to come past on the outside, but Matthew Drummond-Clark picks the pace up again, and they hit the bell in 3:08.
Herbie Johnson there hugs the inside still, keeps lane 1, makes sure he's running the minimum distance possible as he kicks on with these guys out the front. He's sticking in the top 4, but they're starting to pull away. It's really winding up now. Essex is coming around on the outside. That's Jacob Hurrell again moving up. He's coming past
A
3rd,
great kick from
2nd,
Jacob Hurrell.
about to come past 1st as well as he storms round towards the last 200 metres. Has he got enough to stay at the front?
It seems
and
like
has he
this
got enough to
six
get
are
in the top
pulling
4?
away. But as you've said, only 4 go through. Great kick from the Essex athlete. It looks like Samuel Stapley is in 5th place at the moment, so he's going to have to put a bit of a shift in to get himself into that top 4.
We've got William Percival sticking in there in 2nd,
And
really
the
grinding
North
it out, pushing
Yorkshire athlete
forwards,
now coming round the bend.
flying through.
Amazing sprint finish from him, and it looks like it's going to be those 4. I think Samuel Stapley is just going to miss out.
Yeah, they'll finish across the line in a pack. We've seen a lot of cases today where someone who's been a little bit further back has really come through in the final 100 metres, so it's not over till it's over.
And as we've said, these fast times on papers does not necessarily mean a place in the final. With these super tactical heats, get yourself in the mix in the last 100 and it's anyone's game. We saw that from the North Yorkshire athlete just then.
Often I think athletes as well who have got slightly slower times on paper, as soon as they're in the mix they get that little burst of confidence and all of that talent comes out and they can push down the front straight.
Great running from these guys. And that concludes the 1500 metre heats. We've got one more event of the day, the senior boys 3000 metre. It's first 6 to qualify. There's 2 heats here.
Yeah, a lot of athletes entered here, a lot of qualifications, which is great to see moving through into senior racing.
We can just see them walking to the start line now. In this first heat, we've got Alex Dack from Kent, Alex Lennon from Surrey, Luke Durnham from Hertfordshire. He's run 8 flat this season. Ewan Busfield from Derbyshire. Luke Durnham from Hertfordshire. Max Sanderson from Essex. Luca Gambling from Suffolk. Owen Wallach from Sussex. Thomas Preston from
I believe he's a
Lincolnshire.
DNS.
Oh yeah, DNS for Thomas Preston. Alexander Wilson from Berkshire. Isaac Mezzi from Middlesex. Gian Leo from Hertfordshire. Thomas Chadwick from London. Georgie Dalton from Humberside. Louis Moore from Middlesex. Sam Wilson from Gloucestershire. And Henry Haslam from Leicestershire and Rutland. So it's looking like standout favourite in this heat is Luke Dunham from Hertfordshire. 8 flat this season, but as we've seen in the heats before, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they've put this 3K at the end of the day because it has been very, very hot. And obviously these athletes, if they make it through to the final, will have to go again tomorrow as well. So giving them a little bit of a chance to run in slightly cooler temperatures, although I'm sure it is still pretty blazing out on the track.
A bit of a breeze down there as well now. Luckily we don't have any, well, we've got one gazebo out. Hopefully that one doesn't fly away. But looking
Touch
to
on the
be
wood.
a little bit of a breeze as the boys set off.
And I'm sure lots of these will be trying to conserve their energy again with the slightly long distance, having to make it through tomorrow as well.
I think we're going to see a very tactical race here. 7.5 laps in this heat.
And they
It's a
definitely
long,
look like they're
long
jogging at
way.
the start here. Some of them finding it difficult to even pick up their legs in the pack.
Early leader, number 54.
I'm sure a lot of them will be grateful for this though.
Through 200 in about 40 seconds, so it is
Absolutely
on for about
nobody
10
wants to take this
flat
on.
pace at the moment.
They've got to be careful here that nobody trips and falls though in this pack, because this is, yeah we go, already a stumble. This is extremely slow for these boys here. They're careful not to chip other people's heels.
Some of these athletes look like they're almost walking.
Yeah.
So very tactical at the moment. Very, very
I'm interested
slow.
to see how the end of this race plays out, because I think it's going to be
I think it's going to
pretty
be
fast.
definitely over 80 seconds through that first 400, which, considering these guys are all around or under 8:30, is very, very slow. But this is championship racing.
Yeah, we love an 80-second lap, to be honest.
Yeah, we do. Through in about 83, 84, so very, very slow at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder how far these guys will drag this out. I wonder how many of them have spoken and had a game plan, maybe go at a K or go at 500 to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
I'm sure a
when it
lot of them
kicks
will
off.
just be tracking and following and seeing what the leaders do. Lots of them will be very happy with this. They'll have made plans. What if it goes out quick? What shall I do? What if it goes out slow? What shall I do? And right now, they're all happy to just sit in and follow the leaders.
I think it's going to be many, many laps of this pace. And it'll be interesting to see who decides to make the first move, because at the moment, there's runners nearly out in lane 3, just jogging along there. You can see number 29.
Yeah, it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse right now. I think they're all watching, all having a look at each other. Who's going to go? Is everybody happy to sit? I'm happy to sit. I'll wait. Okay, you're going to go. I've got to track that move. So they want to be careful, because often you can get caught out at the back if it's slow and someone suddenly decides to go really fast at the middle. So they're just going to be keeping an eye on that, but they'll be aware of that, and they're just following through.
You can see Owen Wallach on the inside there from Sussex. Nice and comfortable, just going with the pack. They're going through 800. It looks in about 2:45, 2:46. So this is unbelievably slow for these boys compared to their PBs. So we're going to be looking at a quick finish, but very smart in this heat. You don't want to waste energy when you've got another 3K potentially, hopefully, to run tomorrow.
Exactly. I'm sure this will turn into a bit of a 15 or maybe even an 800 metre race towards the end. Most of these guys will not be finding this difficult at all, so they'll just be waiting and biding their time.
You can see Alex Lennon from Surrey. He's had a good season there, just coming through.
Spotted a pair of dragonflies in this race. Love to see it.
Not as many funky socks as the 15 though.
No. Have got some nice neon ones though.
Question for the viewers out there: socks or no socks with spikes?
Definitely socks. Definitely socks. Although I'll let you off because you are a steeplechase runner.
I was going to say I'm a no socks girl.
Terrible.
Getting odd looks from commentator previously, Zach, who did a great job.
He's given himself the role of supervisor,
I
but I'm
think
not
some
sure
of
anyone
these-
signed that one off.
I think some of these 3K runners might be no socks, or very small socks. It's hard to tell. This is what this pedestrian race is bringing out of us.
Yeah.
So I think the viewers probably hoping it's.
I think I'd be pretty happy if I was in this race though. This is how I like to run my races.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gives you a little bit of a mental spur on when you can see other people in front of you and start picking them off. However,
getting a
we
bit
do
dicey.
have a little bit of a move start to be made here, and it has been
That's
made
number 38.
from Gian Leo from Hertfordshire. Just starting to pick it up a little bit. He's gone, I've had enough. I want to get this going now. I think time is time. They're all following though, so it's not decisive enough to string it out. I think it's just enough to wake people up a little bit and get them going.
Yeah, it still looks pretty comfortable as the pack is still pretty tight, but it's definitely a spurt of pace.
Yeah, he said, come on guys, this is getting a little bit silly now. Let's actually move our legs and use this as a little bit of a shakeout before tomorrow.
And he's still there at the front. It looks like the others aren't really that keen to follow him.
Yeah, they're not too stressed. They're all looking quite composed. They're looking happy to just sit in there. I think a couple are starting to work a little bit now, so it's going to make it a little bit more interesting. I think it might be a bit of a wind-up from this point forwards because nobody else seems particularly keen to really, really push it on.
Up there as well is number 27. That's Max Sanderson. He's been in or around the top 4, top 3 this entire race, just keeping out of trouble at the front there because it's pretty dicey at the back.
Yeah, we've also got Georgie Dalton from Homicide sitting in there on the outside, just tracking the moves. Both 38s actually from Hertfordshire. So we've got Luke Dunham and Gian Leo, both sitting in there. Remember, it is 6 to qualify in this race, but everything is up for grabs right now with all of these guys sticking in there and sitting in that train.
You can see the field is spreading out slightly. It's now more of a train than a pack, but it's still barely any gaps. It looks like just behind Sussex, Owen Wallach, perhaps a little bit of a gap opening up.
Yeah, there's a little group of 6 of them, so at the moment everyone is secure, but there is not much of a gap at all. I would not be too comfortable just sitting at the front there with the others pushing in behind, especially after what we've seen today.
That Middlesex and Derbyshire athletes are closing that gap up, but they don't want to let those top 6 get away.
Yeah, 2 laps to
left
go
to
now.
run.
It's really starting to wind up. We've got a couple dropping off of the back, but not many, and everyone could still move through.
Still
so stringing out now. It is still the same 6 as before, but we have got athletes moving out on the outside.
It looks
closing
like
the gap.
Bit of a gap.
They're starting to bridge it as we come towards about 650 metres to go. Everyone is starting to get in position because they're worried about what's going to happen.
Though, not letting this gap open up.
And it now looks to be about 8 or 9 of them sat in that group.
With less than 600 left to run, so we're looking at a very, very quick finish here.
So that is actually Thomas Preston, who is here and has made that move, closed the gap, and has put himself towards the top 6, using the momentum from closing the bridge to get himself round and into this final lap, where I'm sure we're going to see a big change of pace.
In pretty much Luke Dunham, who's out front there.
There we go, immediately a change of pace
with a lap
as we
to
hit
run.
that.
So this is still...
So 7 of them there, but only about 10 metres back to the next group, with some people really starting to close, but they're picking up the pace now, starting to charge down the back straight. They all want a position, they all want to be in the final. They've said, I've run slow for the first laps, I'm ready for this sprint now.
7 of them now for the top 6 spaces. It's Luke Dunham and Alex Lennon up front. Owen Wallach from Sussex in 3rd place at the moment.
Isaac Mezzi there from Middlesex, really pushing through, getting himself up into a more secure position.
It looks
as
like
they
it might be that second Hertfordshire athlete that loses out. You can see now they're looking really tired.
Big finish here though, because none of the lads are going to feel comfortable and safe yet.
Alex Lennon
they're
just looking
really
over his
pushing
shoulder
through into the finish.
Owen Wallach coming through, fancying himself the win here.
Thomas Preston there, just
but
pushing
these
through in the
guys
back,
all away.
Has a quick look behind his shoulder.
The Hertfordshire athlete trying to get there, but he's just going to miss out. And there's the top 6.
Very strong run from there though. Really gave that their all.
Just outside 9 minutes, so 30 seconds at least off of most of these guys' PB. Very tactical championship heat there.
Be interested to see what the last 800 metre split was though, because that was a proper wind up with a sudden change of pace at the bell as soon as it went. I think everybody was expecting it though. No one got caught off guard.
Yeah, it was good. They really pushed on in that last 400, and hopefully
makes it exciting.
A lot of them feeling confident for tomorrow now.
Yeah, they'll be focusing on rest and recovery.
Moving on to our final heat and our final race of the day. Still got some fans out in the stands here. We've got Miles Fraser from Lancashire, Jack Marwood from Cheshire, Jack Sanderson from North Yorkshire, Michael Clark from Norfolk, Noah Patterson from Kent, Monty Salmon from Oxfordshire, Cosmo Benyon from Cambridgeshire, Ted Ash from Lincolnshire, Michael Catini from Middlesex, Tom Webb from Somerset, Ibrahim Mohammed Achi from Warwickshire, Harris Austin from London, Raphael Geyer from Hertfordshire, Brandon Barber from Suffolk, and Charlie Coles from Wiltshire.
And also Ruben Price there from Hampshire. It looks like it might be a big Merseyside. Is that Merseyside contingent still in the stands cheering on?
It looks like it, yeah.
Either Merseyside or London.
Definitely some athletes up there still watching on. Fastest on paper in this heat is Michael Clark, the Norfolk athlete, 8:09 this season.
But again, if it gets off like the last race, the times on paper aren't going to mean too much. It looks like they might have started a lot quicker than the last race though, as 55, that is Michael Clark from Norfolk, really pushing it off at the start there. He fancies his chances to really run the legs off of these other guys here rather than leave it to a burn-up, which is going to make it interesting and string out very, very quick.
Interesting tactics. It looks like Michael Clark doesn't want to leave it to a 400-metre race like the last heat. He's setting a pretty honest pace here and is already gapping the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think some of these others have decided, oh, it's a bit hot, I'm not sure that's for me, I'm going to stay slow. They're leaving it jogging, they're not too concerned about him. He's really pushing it out, and it'll be interesting to see if they leave it and he does manage to just run this away from everyone.
Yeah, the rest of the pack really tight in there. They did not want to follow Michael Clark, who has now got a 40-metre lead on the rest of the field, has decided to go for very different tactics, getting himself out of trouble. He is the fastest on paper.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's ran an 8:09, which is quite a lot faster than some of the other guys in this race, so I reckon he's just decided to give himself a bit of a run out. He doesn't want to expend too much energy before tomorrow, but I'm sure he's considered all of this, and he's just given himself a proper run here. Very clear of the rest of the field. He's got nothing to worry about at the moment, and I'm sure he can hold it. All the rest of them, though, sitting in a pack, similar to what we've seen last time. A couple of them have decided we're not going to keep it too leisurely. We're going to string it out a little bit, but we're going to keep at a more comfortable pace, something that we're happy to go with for a few more laps.
Harris Austin from London seems to be setting the pace on that pack now. All of them really close together with Michael Clark up front.
And it looks like he might be starting to push that pace there at the front, maybe trying to close that gap. It's about 50 metres at the moment, so it is growing a lot, but it doesn't seem to be growing too much at the moment.
And Michael Clark is through 800 about 30 seconds quicker than the previous race, so very different tactics we're seeing here. Even this chase pack are running quicker than that first heat.
Of course, no fastest losers, so it's not going to drag anybody through into the final. I mean, the other pack aren't quite on him anyway, but it will be exciting to see where it goes from the back, because I think they've decided to just keep stringing it out anyway and use it as a bit of a wind-up. They're running a separate race. They've gone, he's out front, we're going to run our own race, and we're going to keep this moving.
It's still Harris Austin and Ibrahim from Warwickshire, Harris Austin from London that is
Ruben
setting
Price
this
there
pace.
just moving out on the outside as well, getting himself close to the front. He's seen that some of the others are going. He's gone, I'm further through the race, I'm going to start moving. I'm getting into my position as well.
Just through the first kilometre now, 2k left to go.
But everybody still together in this chasing pack.
The gap hasn't grown though from Michael Clark, so I think at the moment they're all running about a similar pace. The Warwickshire athlete now, Ibrahim Mohammed Achi, he's just taken the lead off of Harris Austin from London. Seems like everyone's putting in a bit of effort to help out the pacing of this pack, who are still very bunched together.
Yeah, nobody's pulling away massively, but they're taking it in turns at the front and they're keeping themselves out of danger.
So it's still Michael Clark. The rest of the field seems to be having a bit of changing up. There's an athlete now that's just decided.
Yeah, we've just got Brandon Barber there, just picking it up, making a gap very quickly between him and the chasing pack.
And he's now broken away from that pack as
four
well.
laps to go. I think the rest of the pack have decided to chase it down a little bit, but the gap has grown very quickly and he is starting to move himself closer towards our leader as well.
The Cheshire athlete Jack Marwood leading for a bit there, but now the lead has changed again.
I believe that's Ruben Price that has moved up into third position and is leading this chasing pack to close down the others. They don't want to let too many get away because it is only 6 to qualify, but I think they've realised that nobody's falling back and nobody's coming back to them, so gradually, one by one, these positions are slowly falling away from them.
So Ruben Price now leading that pack, and we've got 2 breakaways at the front. Michael Clark, who's been leading this entire race, and our Suffolk athlete, that's Brandon Barber, who's also decided now to pick the pace up, and he's trying to close the gap on Michael Clark. The rest of the pack still in there, led by Ruben Price.
Yeah, just 1,200 metres left to go of this race. Main pack going through in about 5:17.
Brandon Barber opening up a huge gap now on the rest of that pack. So these two are pretty clear, but it does seem like the pack is stringing out a bit. We've got a new leader hit the front now. I think that is a Kent athlete.
Potentially Noah Patterson.
Noah Patterson alongside Lancashire athlete. That is Miles Fraser. These two picking up the pace now, stringing out that pack a little bit, but it's still very tight.
Yes, Brandon Barber here still pushing through and has really closed down that gap a little bit to the front. He's in no man's land, which is going to make it a bit difficult for him as they come into the final 800. These guys are really closing the pack now, really closing the gaps towards the other two at the front.
Michael Clark still looking comfortable, but it's the Kent athlete that's leading this pack now that's really starting to just slowly wind up the pace. You can see it starting to string out. The gap to Barber is closing.
Yeah, Noah Patterson has put in a big shift here. It's only down to about 10 metres now, and they're really coming around the bend. They've closed about the same amount that they were from the leader at the start, and it's now about 5 metres. There's a pack of 3 of them. That makes it 5 and 6 going through
Michael
at the top.
Cattini from Middlesex now coming through to take that pack, and they're going to catch up to the Yorkshire athlete.
And they have completely joined now with a string of them following in behind with only 600 metres to go.
So Brandon Barber from Suffolk now finds himself back in that pack. It was a brave move to break away. It's now the Middlesex athlete,
and he's done very well there to stick back on the pace after being overtaken. He's still in 4th position at the moment.
Michael Cattini now, and Michael Clark takes the bell. He's still got quite a big lead. The Suffolk athlete is going to have to try and hold on.
So they're just headed up the 6 of them by Cosmo Benyon in Cambridgeshire, bib number 9.
It looks like a gap between 4th, 5th and 6th.
And he's just overtaken Brendan Barber. He's put in a big shift now. That's Cosmo going round the outside, putting himself into 5th position.
And Brandon Barber still in 6th at the moment. Gutsy racing from him, but the Hertfordshire athlete is putting on a big spurt down that back straight, looking to close the gap and get a 6th place finish.
Brendan's really going to have to kick in now, really dig in deep to get through this last
Raphael
bit.
Gaya, who's really closing the gap now and is looking to come round to take 6th place. It's still Michael Clark comfortable at the front.
And he goes past with 200 metres to go. 150 and he's storming away. He's starting to catch some of the others in the rest of the group. He's closing on Cosmo. Cosmo has a look behind him, but he's safe. He knows he's got a bit of a gap, but he's running
athlete
through
now as well, trying to get there, but I don't think he'll quite make it. I think
might have left it just a little bit too late.
Our top 6.
Very strong finish though.
And an exciting heat to round off an exciting first day of English schools.
Yeah. Very ready for the finals tomorrow.
And ready for some dinner.
Me too.
Anyone around to help Jim off the centre forward? Okay.